At daybreak, we continued on our way. Yu Dashin was indeed thoroughly familiar with the roads and knew every hidden path and shortcut. Guided by him all along, Geng Xiaoxiong's pursuers seemed utterly unable to track our trail. We traveled without incident. Though the journey was somewhat exhausting, we finally reached Mount Song. The Shaolin Temple, perched upon Mount Song and long revered as the supreme pillar of the martial world, was indeed vast in scale and awe-inspiring in momentum. Its splendid beams and imposing structures stretched across the horizon. From afar, the buildings stood in dense, orderly rows, one pressed closely against the next. The three of us came to the gate of Shaolin Temple, where the three large characters for Shaolin Temple on the plaque exuded a powerful presence. 2 guest-receiving monks were already waiting at the entrance. Seeing us approach, one monk stepped forward and said, "Are the 3 benefactors here as incense-offering pilgrims?" I cast a glance at Zhang Minor, then said, "Master, we have come at another's request to deliver a letter to your esteemed abbot, Master Mingfa. May I ask if you could kindly convey word for us?" The monk sized us up briefly and said, "May I ask on whose behalf the benefactor comes?" I replied, "I believe he was one of your temple's revered masters. As he lay dying, he entrusted me to deliver this letter into Abbot Mingfa's own hands." Upon hearing the words "lay dying," the monk's expression changed. He quickly said, "Very well, benefactor, please wait a moment. I shall at once go and summon the abbot." Turning, he hastened into the temple. The monk who had gone inside left the other to attend to us. I could not help but feel a spark of irritation in my heart, thinking, I have come all this distance to deliver a letter, and yet they still do not invite me into the temple to sit for a moment. The remaining monks saw the displeasure on my face and said, "Please forgive us, benefactor. Our humble temple has a rule that we do not receive female guests." At his words, I recalled that Shaolin indeed had such a rule, and my heart immediately felt at ease. Less than the time for half an incense stick to burn had passed, when suddenly a group of monks poured out from within the temple and lined up in 2 rows. I thought to myself that Shaolin truly possessed an impressive bearing. Behind them, 3 elder monks emerged, all with white beards and brows and faces furrowed with deep wrinkles. The monk in the middle pressed his palms together and said, "Amit Ba, we have troubled the benefactors to journey so far to deliver this letter. Yet the temple rules are strict, and we cannot invite you inside to serve tea. We beg your forgiveness." Seeing his courteous demeanor, the resentment in my heart dissipated. I asked, "Master, might you be the abbot?" The elder monk nodded and said, "This humble monk is indeed Mingfa. This is my junior brother Mingshan of the Arhut Hall, and this is my junior brother Mingxing of the Dharma Hall." The 2 monks on either side pressed their palms together in greeting. I smiled faintly and nodded. "A master of your temple passed away recently in central Anhui. At that time I happened to be at his side, and at his request I have brought this letter to the abbot." As I spoke, I drew the letter from my bosom and handed it over. Mingfa received it, yet did not at once open it. Instead, he asked, "We are indebted to the benefactor for this trouble. May I ask your honorable name?" I smiled and said, "My name is Jin Yong. This is my elder sister Zhang Minor. Her father is the great hero Zhang Wuji. And this is Yu Dashin from Liaodong." At the mention of the name Zhang Wuji, all 3 monks visibly started. Mingfa said, "So this is the daughter of Hero Zhang. What discourtesy on our part. Hero Zhang rendered great kindness to our temple. Today we shall disregard temple rules for once and make an exception. Please, all 3 of you, enter the temple." Joy stirred in my heart. I had not expected that the mere 3 characters Zhang Wuji could cause Shaolin Temple to break its rules. Thus we followed them into Shaolin. Once inside, the imposing might of Shaolin Temple became all the more apparent. To the left lay a great open square where several hundred monks were practicing martial arts in perfect unison, presenting a spectacular and stirring sight. Mingfa led the 3 of us to the main hall at the center and ordered 3 bowls of clear tea to be prepared. Once everyone was seated, Master Mingfa said, "Benefactor Yang, are you the same Yan Yang who won the position of imperial son-in-law in Yingtian?" A flush rose to my face. I had not thought that Master would have heard of that as well. Mingfa smiled and said, "Benefactor Yang's illustrious name is likely now known to all under heaven. This humble monk too has heard something of it, though I did not expect you to be such a young gentleman. Truly heroes emerge from among the youth." I replied modestly, "Abbot, you flatter me. It was only a stroke of luck. In truth, I feel rather ashamed." Mingfa laughed softly and said, "Not proud, not impetuous. Benefactor Yang shows admirable self-cultivation." As we spoke, Mingfa opened the letter. At a single glance, his expression changed drastically. His voice trembled as he murmured, This. Master Mingshan of the Arhot Hall asked, "Senior brother, what is it?" "What does the letter say?" Mingshan asked. Mingfa handed the letter to him. After Mingshan read it, his face likewise changed, and he passed it to Mingxing of the Dharma Hall. All 3 monks were visibly shaken. A chill of unease rose within me. I had no idea what the letter contained to so startle three such highly cultivated monks. Unable to restrain myself, I asked Master, what matter does the letter speak of? Could you tell us? Mingfa asked in surprise. You have come hurriedly from Jiangnan, yet you do not know of the great upheaval that has recently shaken the martial world. I froze for a moment and turned to look at Udashin, only to see the same blank confusion on his face. So I said, Master, to be frank, I was framed by others, and am now a wanted criminal of the court. On our way here we took only deserted side paths to avoid pursuit, and so have heard nothing of affairs in the martial world. I do not know what matter you refer to. Mingfa sighed and said, this matter is a long story, and this humble monk must bear some share of responsibility. Benefactor Yang, have you heard of a man named Dongfang Xiao? I nodded. Yes, he is the head of Mount Hua. His swordsmanship is formidable. Mingfa said, a little over a year ago this Dongfang Xiao, head of Mount Hua, suddenly came to our temple claiming he wished to consult this humble monk about a great endeavor. He said that though the realm is now at peace, strife among the various sects of the martial world has never ceased. Clans and schools slaughter one another in endless cycles, and the air is thick with blood. He urged me to raise my arm and call for a grand martial assembly to elect me as alliance leader of the martial world so that I might put an end to these large-scale conflicts. At the time my heart was as still water, unwilling to meddle in worldly disputes, and I did not accept his proposal. After politely declining him, Dongfang Xiao left in dejection. It was my negligence that I failed to see how boundless his ambition was and did not counsel him with earnest words, thus contributing to today's calamity. Mingshan suddenly said, Abbot, you must not blame yourself. A man like Dongfang Xiao with the heart of a wolf would never be stayed by a few words of persuasion. I had long sensed that Dongfang Xiao was no simple character, yet hearing of such a momentous matter still startled me. I asked him what happened afterward. Mingfa said for the year that followed there was no news of any reckless move by Dongfang Xiao. But on the 8th day of the 12th month last year he seized upon the occasion of the emperor's selection of an imperial son-in-law, when every sect sent its elite to compete, to launch attacks on the headquarters of various sects. In the span of barely more than 20 days, over a dozen sects, such as Kongtong Mount Hung in the north, Mount Tai Hong Lai, and Qingsheng, were either annexed or forced into submission by him. According to those who escaped, his martial arts are so formidable that the heads of each sect were wounded by his sword the moment they faced him. Alas, the martial world now stands on the brink of another great catastrophe. When I finished listening, I was utterly shocked. Zhang Minor and I looked at one another, unable to utter a word. After a long while I finally asked, then what of this letter? Mingfa said this letter is personally written by Yin Weifan, head of Wudong. He writes that since Dongfang Xiao harbors a wolf's ambition and seeks to swallow the entire martial world, our sects must unite as one to resist him. He states that the next sect Dongfang Xiao will target is surely Shaolin, and thus he has written to Amei and Kunlun asking that we all gather on Lesser Shaoshi Mountain on the 15th day of the first month, so we will not be defeated one by one. Hearing of such upheaval in the martial world, my heart could not help but pound wildly. That master who passed away said he died under Dongfang Xiao's sword, I said. It seems Dongfang Xiao has already learned of this matter and thus attempted an interception. But if the gathering is set for the 15th of the first month, what if he strikes in advance? Mingfa replied, there is no need to worry on that point. You do not yet truly know Dongfang Xiao. Though his ambition is vast, his pride is likewise exceedingly high. Now that he knows we will assemble in force, he will certainly not attack ahead of time. He will wait until all the sects have gathered before making his move. Hearing this, my heart settled somewhat. Then I suddenly recalled something, and said, some days ago, I also saw Dongfang Xiao at the Prince of Yan's residence. Since he is in collusion with Zhu Di, I fear this matter may involve the court as well. Mingfa nodded. That possibility cannot be ruled out. If this is truly a treacherous scheme of the court, it will be all the more troublesome. I said I have crossed swords with Dongfang Xiao once. His swordsmanship is uncanny, as if guided by ghosts and spirits, nearly impossible to withstand. He said his sword art is called Dugu 9 Swords. At these words, all three monks, Mingfa and the other two, sprang to their feet, exclaiming, Dugu 9 Swords. Their faces changed dramatically in unison. I stared in astonishment. That is what he called it. What is it? Mingfa said the Dugu 9 Swords were created by the sword demon Dugu Qiubai, who over 150 years ago roamed the world unmatched with this art. It is said to have been lost for many years. If Dongfang Xiao truly commands this sword art, then, remembering Dongfang Xiao's sword, I could not help but feel apprehension stirring in my heart. Mingfa continued, Wudong Amei and Kunlun will be ascending the mountain in the coming days. If you three do not mind the humble simplicity of our temple, you may stay for a short while. However, since Dongfang Xiao will also come, we dare not implicate you. Thus you must leave the mountain before the 15th. I said, Master, though I have no desire to meddle in the affairs of the martial world, if Dongfang Xiao seeks to swallow every sect, then where could one possibly flee? If you do not disdain our youth and frail strength, Yan Yang is willing to remain and stand with your temple against this powerful foe. If Master does not deem our efforts too insignificant, Yan Yang is willing to stay and resist the enemy at your side, I added. Zhang Minor, who had remained silent, now said, My father often told me that we must place righteousness above all, and that upholding the weak and striking down the wicked is the duty of those who practice martial arts. Faced with such a momentous event, we must all the more step forward without hesitation. Yu Dashan chimed in, As well, I am with you too. Mingfa, Mingshan, and Mingxing exchanged glances for a long moment. Then Mingfa said, Benefactor Yang, in coming all this way to deliver the letter, you have already earned the gratitude of our entire temple. If we were to let the three of you risk your lives further, this humble monk would be racked with guilt. I rose to my feet and said, Even if you drive us out of the temple, the three of us will still wait outside the gates for Dongfang Xiao to arrive. Seeing how resolute I was, Mingfa could only say, Since the benefactor is so determined, then on behalf of our entire temple and all comrades of the martial world, this humble monk offers you our thanks. I laughed lightly. I too am a member of the martial world. By helping everyone, I am merely helping myself. Master, there is no need for such formality. A reception monk led the three of us to a meditation room to rest. Since Shaolin Temple had never received female guests, Zhang Minor had no choice but to make do with a monk's cotton quilt. This trip to Shaolin Temple had fortunately not betrayed the trust placed in me, for I had delivered the letter safely, yet I was shocked to learn of a tremendous conspiracy. That day when I met Dongfang Xiao, he had still appeared somewhat upright and proper. Only after hearing Master Mingfa's explanation today did I come to understand that Dongfang Xiao was proud and arrogant. I am merely an obscure minor figure with a mobile phone. That day, when his first sword strike failed to wound me, he simply disdained to draw a second blade. Yet this man's swordsmanship had reached an utterly inconceivable level. Though I simultaneously cultivated the two supreme arts, the great shift of heaven and earth, and the 9 Yang divine art, I still had no idea how to counter his Dugan 9 swords. That night, after pondering endlessly back and forth, I finally drifted into a deep sleep. At dawn the next day, I was jolted awake by the sound of the monks chanting their morning scriptures. Unable to resist, I rose from bed and stepped outside. Beyond the door, the sunlight was bright and clear. A warm winter sun fell upon my body, incomparably comfortable. After stretching my muscles and bones, I strolled leisurely through the temple grounds. As I walked, I suddenly saw Master Mingfa coming out from the rear hall. On seeing me, he smiled and said, Benefactor Yang, you rise very early. I replied, The honored masters of your temple practice their routines with such diligence, I cannot possibly fall behind. Mingfa's face broke into a gentle smile as he said, Benefactor Yang is truly a man of hot blood. For the sake of a single letter, you traveled a great distance to Shaolin, and then in order to uphold justice, you did not hesitate to step into danger. It is truly admirable. I felt my face flush and said, Master flatters me. What I have done is merely to offer a small token of effort. It can hardly be called helping in any real way. The two of us spoke as we walked and soon arrived at a high platform. Below the platform lay a vast square where several hundred monks were practicing their forms. Hundreds of voices shouting in unison truly shook the heavens and the earth. Abbot Mingfa said, Since the Tang Dynasty, Shaolin Temple has weathered countless storms. Even during the flourishing of Taoism in the Song Dynasty, we have always remained standing. Does Benefactor Yang know the reason for this? I replied, It must be because the monks of your temple stand united as one and resist external enemies together, thus enabling Shaolin to prosper and flourish. Mingfa said, What Benefactor has said is only half the truth. The monks of Shaolin have always regarded the diligent study of the Buddha Dharma as their foundation. The practice of martial arts is but a minor branch meant only to strengthen the body. Thus we have long remained aloof from worldly disputes, rarely involving ourselves in secular affairs. Yet because Shaolin martial arts are foremost under heaven, there are always those who are unconvinced and come to challenge us. Shaolin has always relied on virtue to persuade others, never using force to set ourselves up as an unshakable pillar. Therefore, the reason the Shaolin sect has flourished without decline lies in these 4 words: winning people over by virtue. I was utterly convinced and said, Master, your discourse is profound. Yang Yang has benefited greatly. Mingfa smiled and said, I do not know from whom Benefactor Yang has received instruction. Might you be willing to tell me? I was taken aback thinking that this would not be easy to answer. It would be inappropriate to mention Zhang Minor, and Zhang Wuji would not do either. I could only say, I have no master. I am self-taught. A look of astonishment appeared on Mingfa's face as he said, I see divine light glimmering in Benefactor Yang's eyes. Clearly your inner strength is extraordinarily profound. Yet Benefactor appears not yet 20 years of age. Could it be that you have had some extraordinary encounter, or perhaps partaken of some immortal elixir? Seeing Mingfa's modest and benevolent manner, I felt there was no need to conceal the truth. I said, Master has a keen eye. My inner strength owes much to a manual entitled the Nine Yang Scripture. Mingfa was greatly startled. The Nine Yang Scripture. That reaction did not surprise me, for I knew that this scripture originally belonged to Shaolin. In former times it had been stolen from Zhuyuan by Xiaoxiangzi and Inkashi, then hidden within the belly of an ape. After many twists and turns it eventually fell into Zhang Wuji's hands. Of all the people in the world, I feared that aside from myself, no second person still knew this story. Thus I related to Mingfa the process by which I had come to learn the Nine Yang divine art. Mingfa listened utterly enthralled and said, that Nine Yang scripture was personally penned by our temple's patriarch Bodhidharma. It has been lost for more than 100 years. I never imagined Benefactor would be so fated as to obtain it. That is truly a fortuitous encounter unseen in an age. Seeing that this abbot Mingfa had such breadth of mind, hearing the name of the Nine Yang scripture, without showing the slightest desire to possess it, I felt he truly deserved to be called a great monk of his generation, and could not help but feel delighted in my heart. Mingfa went on, Benefactor Yang's inner strength is likely already peerless under heaven. In that case there is no need to fear this Dongfang Shao. I shook my head and said, though my inner strength is considerable, my skills in fists and feet are shallow. Dongfang Shao's Duga 9 swords are wondrous beyond compare. Last time I was almost injured by a single move of his. As for dealing with him, I have not the slightest confidence. Mingfa pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, how does Benefactor Yang view Dongfang Shao's intention to swallow up the martial world? I was taken aback, not expecting such a question, and said, my insight is shallow. I beg Master not to laugh at me for what I am about to say. Mingfa replied, this old monk awaits your discourse with respect. I said, Dongfang Shao is wildly ambitious, attempting to merge all the sects of the martial world into one. Leaving aside whether he has the martial ability to do so, even if he were to succeed, the martial arts and rules of the various sects differ greatly, and the grudges and blood feuds between them cannot be entirely avoided. If Dongfang Shao uses brute force to compel all the martial world into a single entity, the contradictions will only intensify. In the end, when things reach the extreme, they will inevitably reverse. Dongfang Shao's undertaking is destined to disperse like smoke and clouds. Mingfa nodded and said, your words are not without merit, yet Dongfang Shao precisely wishes to use force to put an end to the mutual slaughter and strife between the sects. According to his reasoning, might makes right. I smiled and said, I would like to tell Master a story. Once you have heard it, you will understand. Abbot Mingfa replied, this old monk listens with utmost attention. I smiled and said, on a distant western land there was a country called Germany. The leader of this country was also a man of great ambition. His name was Hitler. He led Germany in rapidly developing its military equipment, attempting to devour the small nations around it and eventually conquer the world. After a few years, Germany had become very powerful, and so Hitler launched war, swiftly annexing neighboring small countries. In the first few years, he was invincible, sweeping all before him. Thus his strength grew ever greater. By rights, further conquest should have posed no problem. Yet later, when he attacked a country called the Soviet Union, he encountered ferocious resistance and suffered heavy casualties. By coincidence, at that very time, he launched a sneak attack on another great nation of the world, a country called the United States, which was then the most powerful nation on earth. At first, the United States had stood by, wishing to reap the fisherman's gain, but Master Mingfa stared at me wide-eyed and said, how is it that this old monk has never heard anyone tell such a story? I merely smiled, inwardly thinking that this was the Second World War of the 20th century. Naturally, he had never heard of it. So I said, this Dongfang Shao is like Germany, a Shaolin temple is like the Soviet Union, and sects such as Kongtong and Hungshan are like the small nations first annexed by Germany. Therefore, so long as the mountains remain and justice endures, Dongfang Shao is destined only for failure. Mingfa pondered in silence for quite some time before asking, and what then would the United States be? I almost wanted to laugh in my heart, for the word Megwa emerging from the mouth of a Shaolin monk of the Ming dynasty truly felt rather out of place. I laughed and said, As for the United States, that would naturally be the Great Ming Imperial Court. Consider that Dongfang Shao seeks to swallow the entire martial world and proclaim himself its overlord. This will inevitably arouse the court's suspicions. Though he may well collude with the authorities once his actions threaten the interests of the imperial court, his great enterprise will be finished. Mingfa listened intently to these two explanations of mine, then gazed at the monks practicing below the platform, lost in thought for a long time before saying, "Benefactor Yang's discourse is truly sublime. This old monk can only sigh in admiration. For one so young to possess such uncommon insight, you are destined to achieve great things." I felt my face grow hot and my heart fill with shame. Once again, I was merely basking in the reflected light of a modern man's knowledge. As we spoke, we suddenly heard footsteps behind us. Turning, we saw that it was Zhang Minor. She smiled and said, "I could not find you anywhere so early in the morning. So you were hiding here chatting with the abbot and did not even call me." I opened my mouth to reply, but Mingfa spoke first. Benefactor Yang's learning and knowledge surpassed this old monk's tenfold. To have the fortune today to hear Benefactor Yang's discourse is truly a blessing. I said modestly, "Master overpraises me. I was merely speaking idly. I fear I have only made you laugh." Mingfa replied, "Not so. Those words just now have resolved a great doubt that has troubled me for many days." "This old monk is overjoyed?" Zhang Minor asked in surprise. "What were you saying that could make the abbot so admiring? Tell it to me as well, will you?" I was just about to speak when Udashin suddenly came running over, calling, "Abbot, my stomach is so hungry. Could we have some vegetarian dishes and rice to eat?" Mingfa laughed and said, "Benefactor, you is truly a forthright man. This old monk has already ordered vegetarian dishes to be prepared for you. Please, the three of you follow me." Zhang Minor and I exchanged a smile, both thinking to ourselves that Udashin was so hungry he could scarcely choose his words. After breakfast, Mingfa said, "Today is the 5th day of the first lunar month. There are still 10 days until the 15th. You may as well stroll about the front and back of the mountain at your leisure." I nodded and said, "Master, please do as you see fit." The three of us, having nothing else to do, went to admire the scenery of Mount Shaoshur. Mount Shaoshur lies at the very center of Mount Song, encircled on all sides by ranges of hills. Though the trees all around were bare and leafless, there were still a few plum trees in bloom, their blossoms vivid and about to drip with fragrance. Listening to the birds calling in the empty mountains, my spirits surged with joy, and I could not help pursing my lips and letting out a long whistle. The 9 yang true chi within my body surged. This single whistle was like 10,000 horses galloping, like 100 rivers rushing together. The echoes from the surrounding cliffs intertwined, as though making the mountains blanch and the heavens change color. Sensing that my inner strength had advanced considerably in recent days, I could not help but feel great delight in my heart. In the midst of this exhilaration, I suddenly heard a voice behind me say, "What powerful inner strength!" Startled, I stopped my whistle and turned, seeing a man of about 30-odd years standing with his hands clasped behind his back, an expression of astonishment on his face. Behind him stood more than a dozen disciples, some in Taoist robes, and some in secular clothing, all with long swords slung diagonally across their backs. The middle-aged man had a slightly dark complexion, a short beard at the corner of his mouth, and the bearing of a Taoist priest, his demeanor extraordinary. My heart stirred, and I asked, "Might you be sect leader Yin of Wudong?" The man uttered an intrigued, "Oh," and said, "How do you know that?" His tone clearly acknowledged the identity. I smiled and said, "I once heard Abbot Mingfa of Shaolin speak of you, so I made a guess." The man said, "I am indeed Yin Weifan. So, little brother, you are acquainted with the Abbot of Shaolin as well." I nodded and said, "I came to deliver a letter to Shaolin Temple, and upon hearing that Wudong and Shaolin intend to join forces to deal with Mount Hua, I remained to offer what little help I could." Yin Weifan clasped his fists and said, "Little brother's righteousness is admirable. I am deeply grateful. For one so young to possess such extraordinary inner strength. May I ask from whom you have learned?" My head suddenly ached again. "My name is Jin Yong. This is my elder sister Zhang Minor, and this is Udashin. I have no master. Not that I am unwilling to tell you, sect leader Yin. I beg your pardon." Seeing me speak thus, Yin Weifan truly believed I was unwilling to reveal more. He gave a slight nod to Zhang Minor and Udashin and said, "Very well, let us enter the temple together." As we walked, I said, "Sect leader Yin, do you know who my elder sister is?" Yin Weifan turned back in surprise. "What about her?" I smiled and said, "She has a great connection with your sect. She is the daughter of the great hero Zhang Wuji." Yin Weifan was greatly shocked, staring at Zhang Minor for a long while before saying, "You truly are the daughter of Senior Brother Zhang." I asked in surprise. Sect leader Yin, you call Hero Zhang your senior brother. Then your esteemed father must be. Yin Weifan said, my late father was Yin lighting the sixth of the Wudong 7 heroes. I never imagined that senior brother Zhang would have a daughter. This is truly wonderful. Zhang Minor was visibly excited, bowing gracefully and saying, greetings Uncle Master Yin. Yin Weifan hurried to help her up, saying, good, very good. Niece, how has senior brother Zhang been of late? After a brief pause, Zhang Minor answered sorrowfully, my father has already passed away. Yin Weifan turned pale with shock, his voice trembling as he said, how? How can that be? Senior brother Zhang's divine skills were unrivaled. Zhang Minor said, my father departed this world more than a year ago. With tears in his eyes, Yin Weifan sighed. Alas, a hero gone before his time. I only regret that I never once met senior brother Zhang in person. It is truly a pity. As we spoke, we had already reached the gates of Shaolin Temple. Monks who recognized us hurried inside to make a report. Before long, 3 familiar Shaolin monks came out together. After exchanging a few polite greetings, we entered Shaolin Temple hand in hand. Once seated in the main hall, Yin Weifan said, Abbot, this matter is no trivial affair. At best it will cost lives and destroy sects, at worst it may unleash an unprecedented catastrophe upon the martial world, drenching it in blood and gravely wounding its vitality. Therefore I arrived 10 days early so that we might discuss our strategy together. Mingfa said, has sect leader Yin any lofty strategies in mind? Yin Weifan replied, Dongfang Xiao, relying on his formidable martial arts, seeks to devour the martial world. Yet no matter how heaven-defying his skills, by his strength alone, he cannot stand against all the sects under heaven. Therefore I have sent word to the Amei and Kunlun sects. If our 4 great sects stand united, we can together dispel this great calamity. These words struck at the heart of the matter. Mingfa nodded and said, this old monk has thought the same, yet we still lack an effective countermeasure against Dongfang Xiao's Dugun 9 swords. Yin Weifan exclaimed in alarm, it is truly the Dugun 9 swords. I interjected, I have crossed blades with him once. According to his own words, it is indeed the Dugun 9 swords. Yin Weifan pondered and said, if it is truly the Dugun 9 swords, then the matter becomes troublesome. My original intention was to ask senior brother Zhang Wuji to preside over this affair. Yet just now I heard from my niece that senior brother Zhang has already ascended to immortality. In that case, we can only rely on many to stand against the few. At these words, the 3 Shaolin monks all rose at once. Hero Zhang has passed on, they cried. I said, masters, please forgive me. This matter is extremely secret, and I had not yet spoken of it to you. I beg your understanding. Mingfa sighed. Hero Zhang was unmatched in valor and unsurpassed in benevolence. Such a great hero, yet he has already passed like the wind. It is truly lamentable. All present sighed in sorrow. Yu Dashan suddenly said, I have heard that Dongfang Xiao has already absorbed several sects. Their numbers may be large as well. By the time the battle comes, he may even have more men than we do. Mingfa nodded and said, this is indeed a matter for concern. At this point, however, it is too late to send out great invitations. The Arhut formation of Shaolin has not been used for many years. Let us hope it can be brought into play when the time comes. We discussed matters for quite some time, but apart from resolving to stand united and act with one heart, we failed to arrive at any concrete plan. We decided to wait for the arrival of the Kunlun and Amei sect leaders and see what ideas they might have. I thought to myself that the Kunlun sect leader He Zhizhou was no admirable character, yet with his Kunlun sect in peril, I could only hope that he would set aside past grudges so that we might unite our hearts and stand together against Dongfang Xiao. In the first month of the 31st year of Hongwu, at night Shaolin Temple, I lay in bed, my mind swirling, unable to fall asleep. Frustrated, I got up and stepped outside. The cold wind hit me, making me shiver, but I felt a sense of refreshing clarity within, thinking that since I could not sleep, I might as well take a walk. During the day, Shaolin Temple is grand and magnificent, bustling with monks, but at midnight it feels eerie and silent, devoid of any human sound, only the continuous chirping of insects. Wandering aimlessly, I arrived at the high platform where I had spoken with Master Mingfa during the day. Below, the vibrant energy of the day was gone, leaving only the desolate sound of the cold wind. I sat at the front of the platform, gazing up at the night sky. Today is the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. The sky is cloudless, filled with stars, reminding me of Yangyu. On that night, she and I watched the stars together, listening to her confide her thoughts. It was that very evening that altered the course of my life forever. My own experiences now felt like a science fiction martial arts film, and yet here I was preparing to unite with various sects to resist Huashan, which seemed quite absurd. The night was deep, yet I felt no drowsiness. One moment, I thought of Yang Yue, and the next, I thought of Zhang Minor, even more so than of football and my companions on the field. Lost in thought, I suddenly heard soft footsteps behind me. Startled, I turned my head. Behind me stood Zhang Minor, graceful and poised with a cold expression. I was taken aback and asked Sister Minor, why aren't you asleep at this late hour? Zhang Minor replied, I can't sleep, so I came out for a walk. How about you? I can't sleep either, I laughed. Since we are both wide awake, let's watch the stars together. Zhang Minor nodded and sat down beside me. Looking at the myriad stars above, I couldn't help but say, Sister Minor, do you know that these stars, although they seem so small to us, actually some are as large as the sun, and some even dozens of times larger. It's only because they are so far away that they appear so tiny. Zhang Minor responded, yes, there are so many stars in the sky. When I think about how small we humans are, we can still see the light of the stars, but in the eyes of the stars we do not exist at all. But the wisdom of mankind can change everything. These stars, though distant, I believe that in the near future people will surely explore them, discover them, and understand them, I said. Zhang Minor nodded, but remained silent. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, Yang, do you think there are really ghosts after people die? I was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to ask such a question, so I replied, when a person dies, they lose all consciousness. The body turns to dust and remains in the ground. The so-called ghosts are merely people's memories of the deceased, a kind of self-comfort for the spirit. Zhang Minor said softly, I wish my father and mother could come back to see me again. They were so loving towards me when they were alive, especially my father. Though he scolded me every time I made a mistake, I knew they were the people who loved me the most. Now I wish he could come back to scold me, even hit me, but that is no longer possible. I saw a crystal tear drop from her eye to the ground. I said, the person I admire most in this world is your father, Zhang Daxiao. If I could even match a fraction of him, I would be completely satisfied. Zhang Minor looked up at me and said, you treat me very well too. Besides my parents, you are the best to me. If they were still alive, they would surely like you very much. Sister Minor, rest assured, in this life and the next I will treat you well unless I die, I said, taking her. Zhang Minor quickly covered my mouth and whispered, don't say foolish things. If you die, I will go with you. I was deeply moved and embraced her. Zhang Minor had tears shimmering in her eyes, but her expression was one of happiness, resting her face against my chest. The quiet romance flowed through the night. Suddenly Zhang Minor exclaimed, Yang, look. A shooting star. A shooting star with a long tail streaked across the tranquil sky. Upon hearing the words, shooting star, my heart jolted and my body trembled. Zhang Minor was softly chanting something, but she clearly felt my shivering and asked, Yang, what's wrong? My heart ached and I turned my head. The impact of the shooting star on me was immense, no matter how I suppressed it, it involuntarily revealed itself. Seeing that I did not answer, Zhang Minor asked again, Yang, do you have something on your mind? I struggled to calm my heart, turned my head, and forced a smile, saying, it's nothing really. Sister Minor, what wish did you make just now? Zhang Minor's cheeks flushed, and she quietly said, unchanging in life and death, never to be separated. Those 8 short words conveyed her 1,000 sentiments towards me. I held her even tighter. With someone treating me so well, what more could I desire? Zhang Minor raised her head and asked anxiously, Yang, are you really okay? I helped her to stand and said, I'm really fine, don't worry. It's late now, let's go back and get some sleep. Zhang Minor took my hand and nodded obediently, and we each returned to our rooms to sleep. The next day, the weather was fine again. Master Mingfa and Wudang's leader Yin Weifan had already risen early. I walked into the hall, and they were laughing and chatting. After chatting for a while, a guest monk handed over a note saying the leader of the Amei sect, Master Yusheng, is bringing her disciples up the mountain. Upon hearing this, Mingfa's face lit up with joy, and he immediately stood up, saying, please wait a moment, I will go out to welcome our esteemed guest. Before long, he accompanied a middle-aged nun inside. The nun appeared to be around 30 years old, and was quite beautiful, but her face bore a hint of murderous intent, reminding me of someone, Master Miju. She was the former leader of the Amei sect. Though I had never seen her, the descriptions in books matched this appearance. Mingfa spoke, allow me to introduce our guests. This is Master Yusheng, the leader of the Amei sect. He then introduced each of us in turn. Master Yusheng and Yin Weifan were already familiar, so I didn't need to say anything. When she heard my name, she merely glanced at me, nodded. However, when Mingfa mentioned that Zhang Minor was the daughter of Zhang Wuji, Master Yusheng's expression changed several times, continuously sizing up Zhang Minor with a complex gaze that I couldn't quite decipher. Once everyone was seated, Master Mingfa said, Master Yusheng has traveled a great distance to come here. On behalf of the entire temple, I express my gratitude to you. Master Yusheng folded her hands and replied, we are all part of the martial world. As the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Helping Shaolin is equivalent to helping Amei. There's no need for you to be overly polite. Mingfa asked, may I ask what Master Yusheng thinks of Dongfang Xiaoxiao's actions? Master Yusheng replied loudly, Dongfang Xiaoxiao is ambitious and intends to swallow the entire martial world. Such a thing is not so easy to accomplish. As long as he dares to come, I will definitely make him experience the might of the Etion sword. Upon hearing the words Etion sword, I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. I instinctively looked at the sword on her back. It was ancient and exuded a hint of green aura, a precious object. Years ago, the Etion sword and the Tulong Dao were obtained by Zhou Zhihua simultaneously. They cut through to reveal the martial art secrets and the Wu Mu legacy hidden inside, but the sword and knife were subsequently destroyed. Later, the Tulong Dao was continued by the Ming sect's Rui Jin Qi, but the Etion sword failed to continue due to the excessive killings of Ming sect disciples. I never expected that years later the Etion sword would be restored. I couldn't help but ask, may I ask how Master Yusheng refers to the late Mei sect leader, Zhou Zhihua? Master Yusheng replied, she is my master. May I ask why young hero Yang is inquiring about her? I admire Zhou Senior's deeds, so I asked, is she well? Master Yusheng's expression darkened as she said, my master passed away over a year ago. My heart sank. Such a beautiful woman met such a tragic fate. Zhou Zhihua never got to be with Zhang Wuji and must have lived in sorrow. Master Yusheng said, Miss Zhang's father Zhang Daxia had a deep relationship with my master. I wonder how he is doing now. This was directed at Zhang Minor. Zhang Minor stood up and said, thank you for your concern, master. My father also passed away a year ago. Master Yusheng's expression changed and she exclaimed, what? Zhang Daxia has died. Her face showed disbelief. Zhang Minor replied, I have not deceived you, master. Master Yusheng murmured, he has also died. After a moment she calmed herself and asked, Ms. Zhang, do you know the relationship between your father and my master? Zhang Minor shook her head. Master Yusheng was about to speak when I hurriedly said, I will tell Sister Minor about this later. Let's discuss Dongfang Xiaoxiao's matters first. Mingfa and Yin Weifan both agreed. Master Yusheng glanced at me, and I thought she must be wondering how I knew. I looked at Zhang Minor, who also had a puzzled expression, not knowing what we were talking about. Yin Weifan said, currently the three sects of Shaolin Wudong and Amei are leading the martial world. The Huashan sect has just risen, and Dongfang Xiaoxiao relies only on a set of Duga 9 swords. With the combined strength of our three sects plus the Kunlun sect, I don't believe Dongfang Xiaoxiao can withstand the might of the heroes of the world. Master Yusheng said, what is so great about the Duga 9 swords? The Etion sword is the foremost sword in the world. Any sword technique that encounters the Etion sword must bow down and submit. I was quite displeased with Master Yusheng's arrogant demeanor, thinking she truly inherited her teacher Miju's nature. So I said, Master, you must not underestimate Dongfang Xiaoxiao's sword technique. I have fought him once, and he is indeed formidable. Master Yusheng glanced at me, her face full of disbelief. It seemed she thought I was too young to defeat Dongfang Xiaoxiao, and my inability to win was not necessarily due to his sword technique being superior, but rather my own inadequacy. Mingfa said, what Yang said makes sense. The Duga 9 swords cannot be underestimated. Though Master Yusheng's sword technique is divine, we should still be cautious. Just as we were speaking, another monk stepped forward with a note and said, the leader of Kunlun sect is bringing his disciples up the mountain. Mingfa stood up to greet us and went out to welcome them. Before long, He Zhizhou walked in, chatting and laughing. He looked just as spirited as ever after months of not seeing him. Suddenly, I felt a gaze upon me. I turned to look and indeed found Lin Xia's eyes filled with sorrow. My heart ached and I nodded to her, but she turned away and no longer looked at me. Suddenly, I felt a gaze upon me. I turned to look and indeed found Lin Xia's eyes filled with sorrow. My heart ached and I nodded to her, but she turned away and no. I stood up and smiled, saying, Master, it's been a while, I hope you are well. Mingfa said, so you two are already acquainted? That saves me some effort in introductions. I laughed and said, Master is unaware my internal skills were actually bestowed by this Master He. Mingfa exclaimed in surprise and turned to look at He Zhizhou, who appeared extremely unnatural, evidently afraid I would reveal his embarrassing past. I laughed again and said, Master He, today we are joining forces against Dongfang Xiaoxiao. There's no need to mention the past. Is that all right? He Zhizhou nodded repeatedly, saying, all right, all right. Mingfa, unaware of the context, thought I had developed a good relationship with He Zhizhou and said, now that the three sects of Wudong Amei and Kunlun are assembled, we need to discuss strategies for dealing with Dongfang Xiaoxiao. Each leader, please share your insights. He Zhizhou nodded repeatedly, saying, all right, all right. Mingfa, unaware of the context, thought I had developed a good relationship with He Zhizhou and said, now that the three sects of Wudong Amei and Kunlun are assembled. We need to discuss strategies for dealing with Wudang's leader Yin Weifan said, brother, please do not be hasty. Dongfang Xiao must have seen an opportunity to act since he has this ambition. He dares to confront Shaolin Temple, which means he is prepared. We must devise a foolproof strategy to prevent him from taking advantage of any weaknesses. Master Yusheng of Amei said, in my view, as long as we kill Dongfang Xiao, his ambitions will surely vanish. My Tian sword has not been unsheathed for several years. If Dongfang Xiao comes, I will surely take his head. Though she is a nun, this Master Yusheng is fiery, just like her teacher Miju. Mingfa said, all of you have come from afar to assist Shaolin Temple, and we are truly grateful. The upcoming battle is crucial for the survival of the martial world. If we lose, a great calamity will ensue, and no one will be able to contain him. Thus this battle must be a victory, not a defeat. I remained silent, quietly listening to their discussions, pondering how strange the situation was today. As a modern individual, I was actually sitting here listening to the leaders of the 4 major sects in the martial world discuss the great matter of saving the martial world. It was truly unfathomable. A few people were engaged in a heated discussion when suddenly a monk rushed in saying, Abbot Master, it's bad news. A large group of people has come to the temple claiming that the martial arts sects have gathered to defend against Huashan. We exchanged glances and Master Mingfa waved his sleeves and said, let's go outside and take a look. Everyone followed Master Mingfa to the entrance of Shaolin Temple. At the entrance of Shaolin Temple, there was a bustling crowd of people, perhaps 200 or 300. When they saw us come out, they all fell silent. Master Mingfa spoke loudly, dear patrons, what brings you to our humble temple? Among the crowd, a stout man stepped forward and declared, you must be Master Mingfa, the abbot of Shaolin. I am Mei Changchun, the leader of 5 tiger knives from Shaanxi. I heard that Dongfang Xiao of Huashan intends to swallow up the martial world, so I have come to assist. Another man to the left spoke up, I am Peng Hong, the master of Iron Fan Gate from Hunan, here to help as well. Before Master Mingfa could respond, a woman on the east side said, I am Gua Hong, the leader of Robe Sect from Zhili, bringing my disciples to assist. Voices rose and fell, and there were indeed as many as 13 sects represented, all led by Master Mingfa Yin Weifan, and others exchanged glances, taken aback by this unexpected turn. Master Mingfa clasped his hands and said, Ba, we thank you all for coming from afar to assist. Please come into the temple. The crowd cheered loudly and a group of heroes surged into Shaolin Temple. Though there were many entrances, the temple could not accommodate over 300 people at once, so they had to sit in separate groups in the square, while only the leaders convened in the main hall to discuss important matters. The arrival of so many helpers was unexpected, yet all felt secretly pleased, no longer fearing the overwhelming numbers of Dongfang Xiao. The sect leaders were also filled with a sense of righteousness, declaring that Dongfang Xiao was too arrogant and that his schemes must not succeed. That night the temple was filled with voices as the heroes brought their own food and drink. The once tranquil Shaolin Temple became chaotic with revelry and Master Mingfa, and the 3 monks frowned in discontent. However, since these people came to help, they could not outright scold them and had to let things be. Everyone continued to feast and drink until deep into the night, when things finally quieted down. The next day the place was a mess. Master Mingfa Yin Weifan and others could only smile bitterly, thinking that these people were a ragtag group, and relying on them to confront Dongfang Xiao might not amount to much. But since the people of the martial world valued loyalty, their journey here was from good intentions. After several days of revelry, it was now the 14th day of the first month. Counting the days, Dongfang Xiao would arrive tomorrow. The heroes feasted heartily, showing no signs of the impending storm. The leaders of the 13 sects, along with the heads of Wudong, Amei, Kunlun, and Shaolin, gathered in the Great Hero Hall to discuss the upcoming battle. Master Mingfa said, tomorrow is the 15th day. Dongfang Xiao will surely ascend the mountain. Although we have made ample preparations, we must still guard against a surprise attack. Mei Changchun Peng Hong, do you have any news from your men stationed at the mountain pass? Master, there have been no martial artists ascending the mountain these days, replied Mei Changchun, the leader of 5 tiger knives. Nodding, Master Mingfa said, Dongfang Xiao must be waiting to launch a large-scale attack tomorrow. Mei Changchun Peng Hong, there's no need to guard the mountain pass anymore. Withdraw your people. I suddenly said, Master, isn't it strange that no martial artists have come up the mountain these days? Master Mingfa pondered, that is indeed suspicious. Could it be that aside from these 13 sects, no one else has heard of this? Or perhaps they have all fallen under Dongfang Xiao's control. Elder Yusheng said, Master, do not worry too much. Once the battle commences tomorrow, everything will become. Master Mingfa said, tomorrow's battle concerns the fate of countless lives. If we are defeated, a great calamity will befall us. I hope everyone can muster their spirits, unite as one, and resist Dongfang Shao together. Dozens of people shouted in unison, united as one, we will resist Dongfang Shao. Their voices shook the beams of the hall. In the afternoon, while Zhang Minor and I were chatting, I suddenly saw Elder Yu Sheng approaching, saying, Miss Zhang, I have a few questions for you. May I speak with you privately? Zhang Minor looked at me, and I was also puzzled, but had no reason to refuse, so I nodded. Elder Yu Sheng gave me a slight nod and took Zhang Minor away. I was curious and wanted to eavesdrop, but then realized that listening to someone's private conversation is not a gentleman's act. Besides, whatever Elder Yu Sheng said to Zhang Minor, she would not hide it from me, so I decided to wander around the square. The square was crowded and chaotic with gamblers and those drinking and playing games. There were even two people who started sparring, rolling on the ground. I thought to myself that these people were truly carefree and seemed to be enjoying themselves. As I walked, I suddenly saw someone come forward saying, You must be Yang Yang, the hero of Yang. I heard you became the son-in-law of the heavenly princess. I cupped my fists and said, Indeed, I am Yang Yang. I was merely fortunate to be chosen as the son-in-law. You flatter me, brother. The man was extremely excited and shouted, Everyone come and see. This is Yang Yang, the hero who was chosen as the son-in-law in Yingtian. Everyone hurry up. In an instant, the gamblers stopped gambling, the drinkers stopped drinking, and even the two who were wrestling halted. Everyone surrounded me, chattering excitedly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I said loudly, Everyone, I was merely lucky to be chosen as the son-in-law. Compared to all of you here, I am undeserving. I heard someone shout, I was there that day. I saw with my own eyes how Yang Yang sent that vicious person Meng Junjia flying over 10 feet with a single palm strike. Truly a hero. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted in agreement. It seemed many among them had been to Yingtian. Another person shouted, Yang Yang is unmatched in skill. With him around, even 10 Dongfang Shaos will find no place to hide. The crowd cheered again in unison. I blushed, having never experienced such a scene. With everyone praising me, I had to keep being modest. Amid the noise, I heard someone shout, Everyone quiet down. Let's ask Yang Yang to demonstrate his extraordinary martial arts for us to see, shall we? Hundreds of people cheered in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. In this situation, I could not refuse their enthusiasm and agreed. When the crowd saw my consent, they rejoiced and retreated 10 steps, clearing a large space in the middle. I thought to myself, what skill should I showcase? Looking around, I noticed a plum tree 5 zhang away with its blossoms pure and white. I leaped over, plucked a branch from it, and in an instant returned. The crowd barely saw a blur before I held the plum branch in my hand. Suddenly someone behind me exclaimed, Such light footwork. I turned to see Master Mingfa Yin Weifan. He Ji Zhou and others had arrived, with the speaker being Yin Weifan. It seemed the commotion in the square had drawn them out. I smiled bitterly at Master Mingfa and said, Master, this is. Master Mingfa, chuckled Yang Patron, feel free. I am also eager to witness your martial prowess. I cupped my fists and said, Then allow me to show my clumsiness. After saying this, I turned and said loudly, Heroes, please take a look. This branch has 11 plum blossoms. I will use it as a sword, and if any one of you can make a blossom fall from my hand, you will win. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This plum branch was delicate and could easily snap. Even touching it would likely break it, let alone making the blossoms fall. How could it be used as a weapon? Then a large man jumped out wielding a heavy staff and shouted with considerable presence, I am Zhong Dahai from Bloodstaff sect here to test your skills, young hero. I smiled slightly and waved my right hand, causing the blossoms on the branch to tremble as if even a gust of wind could make some fall. Zhong Dahai roared and charged forward with his staff. As he approached, he swung the staff down, and I sidestepped, letting the plum branch connect with his heavy staff. Zhong Dahai felt a jolt in his hand, lost his grip, and the staff fell with a loud thud. He felt a numbness on one side of his body, staring blankly at the plum branch in my hand. At that moment, the crowd was moved. The 11 blossoms remained intact on the branch, and everyone witnessed me disarm him with the plum branch, leaving them all astonished. Then another person leaped into the scene, saying, Young hero, your inner strength is formidable. I too would like. This person wielded a 3-foot-long sword, the tip trembling slightly as he thrust towards my right shoulder. I thought that if I did not display my skills, one person after another would come forward. So I infused my inner strength into the plum branch, transforming it into a razor-sharp weapon. When the sword and branch clashed, the branch did not break, but produced a series of clanging sounds. Master Mingfa and the others turned pale, realizing my inner strength had reached a level where even the slightest touch could injure someone. The man changed his sword techniques repeatedly, but could not break the branch in my hand, nor could he make a single blossom fall. I had already discerned that his skills were mediocre, so with a decisive move I exerted force, and his long sword broke, with 2 clear snaps splitting into 3 pieces. The crowd fell silent. I laughed heartily, my laughter intertwined with the true energy of the Jin Yong divine skill, making the ears of the crowd ring. A large bell in the square also echoed with a buzzing sound. As my laughter faded, I raised my arm, and the 11 plum blossoms shot out simultaneously, making a series of sounds as they embedded into the stone wall of the square, forming a shape of a plum blossom perfectly aligned. The wall was made of hard granite, incredibly tough, and the blossoms penetrated through it. Such strength was truly terrifying. That night the heroes continued to drink and revel, their conversations filled with laughter, boasting about my unparalleled skills and unmatched heroism. Ming Fa and Yin Wei Fan praised my Nine Yang divine art without end. Though I was not fond of flattery, their admiration was sincere, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. I sat at the front pondering why Master Yusheng had taken Zhang Minor away in the afternoon, and yet she had not returned even by nightfall. It puzzled me, as they were strangers, what could they possibly have to discuss for so long? As night fell, my heart grew uneasy. I stood up and walked towards Master Yusheng's room. Soon I arrived at her door. Just as I was about to knock, the door creaked open, and Zhang Minor slowly stepped out. I rushed forward and said, "Sister Minor," but suddenly fell silent. I noticed her eyes were red and tear stains lingered on her cheeks, clearly indicating she had just been crying. Just as I was about to speak, Zhang Minor glanced at me and shook her head, walking ahead. I felt lost and could only silently follow her. We arrived at the platform where we had watched the stars together that night. The square below was bustling with people, still as noisy as ever. I sat down beside Zhang Minor. She didn't speak, nor did I. We remained in silence for a long time until she suddenly sighed and said, "Yang Yang, I didn't expect my father has such a story. Why has he never told me before?" A realization struck me, and I understood most of it. Master Yusheng must have talked to her about Zhozhira. I said, "Sister Minor, your father has his reasons who I hope you can understand." Zhang Minor looked at me and said, "You know too, but you won't tell me." I was taken aback and replied, "I understand the reasons behind it. Ultimately, it's a matter of fate. You can't blame your father." Zhang Minor remarked, "Senior Zhozhira is also quite pitiful. Alas, beautiful women often have tragic fates." In this situation, I found it hard to say anything further, allowing time to pass in silence. The square below was filled with noise, and both our hearts were tumultuous for a long time. Zhang Minor stood up and said, "Let's go. There are important matters tomorrow. We should rest early." I nodded and said, "You should also sleep early and don't think too much." We each returned to our rooms. The next day before dawn, I was awakened by the sounds of people chatting loudly. I opened my door and walked to the square, only to find a group still drinking and feasting, evidently having stayed awake all night. I shook my head inwardly and headed to the main hall, where I saw Ming Fa, Yin Wei Fan, Master Yusheng, and others already gathered. Their faces were not looking well, suggesting they had been thinking too much and hadn't slept well. I bowed to them and sat down. Abbot Ming Fa said, "Everyone, today is the 15th of the lunar month. Dongfang Shao will come to provoke us. The importance of today's battle I need not elaborate. Let us unite and resist this formidable enemy together." Everyone remained silent, quietly waiting for Dongfang Shao's arrival. As the time approached, Abbot Ming Fa waved his sleeve and stood up, saying, "Everyone, please go outside and wait." The crowd moved to the high platform at the edge of the square, and the leaders of each sect restrained their subordinates. However, the square remained in disarray, filled with the smell of alcohol and meat. After nearly an hour, a firework suddenly rose outside the mountain gate, exploding in midair with a loud bang, showcasing its brilliant colors, beautifully illuminating the sky. Soon several more fireworks erupted, showering the area with colorful sparks, making even the bright daylight feel refreshing. The crowd was momentarily stunned, realizing this was the signal from Dongfang Shao. Everyone's expressions changed as the fireworks faded, and suddenly a voice boomed from outside the mountain gate, "Leader Dongfang Shao, shaking the world, Shaolin and Wudong bow in submission." This 16-character proclamation seemed to be shouted in unison by hundreds, perfectly synchronized, suggesting they had practiced beforehand. The roar of several hundred voices resonated, an extraordinary display of force. Ming Fa remained unfazed, while Yin Wei Fan's face turned ashen as he shouted, "Dongfang sect leader is too arrogant. Does he think Shaolin and Wudong will bow in submission? I doubt that." This statement, delivered with inner strength, was still clearly audible amidst the chorus of voices. I admired Yin Wei Fan, inwardly realizing that the Wudong school's internal energy is known for its subtlety. The more one practiced, the more profound it became. Despite being just over 30, his inner strength was extraordinary. Suddenly a loud laugh erupted as the Shaolin Temple's gate swung open and dozens of people rushed in, each holding a flag, taking positions around the square. Following them was a surge of 200 to 300 people, seemingly the various sects that Dongfang Shao had subdued. Once they settled, they chanted the same 16-character slogan, leader Dongfang Shao shaking the world Shaolin, and Wudong Bao in submission. I frowned inwardly. Dongfang Shao's display reminded me of a character from Jin Yong's novels Ding Chun Xiu, who would make a grand entrance wherever he went, ensuring everyone was aware of his presence. Then a scholarly figure in a long gown entered. It was Dongfang Shao, the very one I had met at the Yin Wang's residence. He was followed by a dozen people, both male and female, likely heads of various sects. Ming Fa's eyes lit up as he spoke loudly. Ba sect leader Dongfang, how have you been? I extend my respects. Dongfang Shao chuckled. After our last parting, did Abbot Ming Fa foresee that I, Dongfang Shao, would have such glory today? Ming Fa clasped his hands and replied, all things in the world are but illusions. After 100 years, everything you do will turn to mere clouds. Why must you force it so? It seemed Ming Fa wished to enlighten this man with Buddhist teachings. Dongfang Shao replied, Master Ming Fa, your words are mistaken. Life is fleeting. To live quietly without making a mark is to waste one's time. Why not make a grand impact instead of living in obscurity? Achieving something great in life is the only way to avoid a wasted existence. Ming Fa countered, leader Dongfang, your aim to end the conflicts among the sects truly serves your own desires. Is it not the case that using force to achieve this will only lead to bloodshed in the martial world? Is that the great matter you speak of? Dongfang Shao asserted, better to suffer a short pain than a long one. The martial world has always been fraught with conflicts. If we do not unite in this moment of anger, we will be stuck in perpetual strife. I endure this temporary pain to save the masses from peril. What is wrong with that? Ming Fa sighed and said, Ba, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Master Yu Sheng, who had a fiery temper, grew impatient with the lengthy discourse. Seeing Dongfang Shao remain obstinate, she shouted, Master, what is there to discuss with such a person? Let's settle this with action. With that, she leaped down from the platform and approached the square, with us following suit. Master Yu Sheng sheathed her heavenly sword and drew another 3-foot-long sword, pointing it at Dongfang Shao. She shouted, make your move. Dongfang Shao was taken aback, not expecting Master Yu Sheng to strike so suddenly, yet he soon smiled and said, so you are Master Yu Sheng of the Ame sect. Truly a heroine, straightforward and unyielding. Master Yu Sheng frowned and said sternly, enough with the nonsense, draw your sword. Instead of drawing his sword, Dongfang Shao turned to someone nearby and said, Jin Yong, go and spar. The young man bowed and replied, yes, master. I scrutinized him. He was a young lad, perhaps only 15 or 16, with delicate features and an air of arrogance about him. At this, the faces of our group changed. Master Yu Sheng was the head of a sect, yet Dongfang Shao had called upon such an inexperienced youth to fight. Was this not a blatant disregard for the Ame sect? Master Yu Sheng trembled with fury, speechless. I watched as the young man stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said, I am Feng Jin Yong, a disciple of Huashan. Please instruct me, master. Master Yu Sheng, rather than getting angry, smiled coldly, saying, very well, Dongfang Shao, you may not underestimate me, but do not blame me for being merciless. Clearly she was infuriated and thought to teach him a lesson through his disciple. Feng Jin Yong said, Master, please strike first. It seemed he wanted to let Master Yu Sheng go first, which only intensified her anger. Without a word, she launched a swift strike towards Feng Jin Yang's chest, the blade accompanied by a fierce wind, extraordinarily swift. Just as it seemed the sword would hit Feng Jin Yang's chest, he suddenly ducked, narrowly avoiding the strike that would have pierced through him. Feng Jin Yong remarked, as a senior master should allow me 3 strikes. At this declaration, everyone gasped. I glanced at Dongfang Shao, who maintained a calm demeanor, clearly confident in his disciple. I felt a stir of curiosity. Could this young man, Feng Jin Yong, truly possess extraordinary martial skills? I saw Master Yu Sheng launch 2 more lightning-fast strikes, but both were narrowly avoided by Feng Jin Yong, who remained uninjured. Then Feng Jin Yong shouted, 3 strikes have passed, be careful, master. Suddenly he drew his sword, tilted his head, and sidestepped to evade Master Yu Sheng's strike. With a flick of his wrist, he lunged towards her right ribs. This attack came without warning. I was slightly startled. Master Yu Sheng's sword was too late to block, and in a critical moment, she twisted her body. A soft sound was heard as the sword pierced her robe, grazing her flesh. Master Yu Sheng broke into a cold sweat, while Ming Fa and the others turned pale. This boy, no more than 15 or 16, had nearly injured the Ame sect's leader with such a high level of swordplay. causing everyone to be filled with concern. Jin Yong, having missed the strike, did not pursue aggressively. In a regular duel, piercing Master Yusheng's clothing would have counted as a victory, but the stakes were high in this match, and Master Yusheng could not afford to retreat. He had to set aside any underestimation of his opponent and began to deploy the Ame swordplay. The Ame swordplay emphasizes agility and fluidity. Master Gua Xiong, the founder of the Ame sect, was a woman. When she created this swordplay, she focused on the lightness of women. Over generations, the leaders of the Ame sect have all been women, which meant that by the time it reached Master Yusheng, the feminine essence of the swordplay was even more pronounced, incorporating many techniques that involved agile maneuvers. Most moves were designed to counter an opponent's techniques, stopping just short of a strike before swiftly changing tactics. The Ame swordplay flowed gracefully, and Master Yusheng danced with her sword, dazzling the onlookers. While Master Yusheng's swordplay was diverse, Jin Yong's was rigid and straightforward, always blocking with his sword. However, occasionally he would deliver a strike from an unexpected angle, exploiting flaws in Master Yusheng's techniques. As a result, each time he struck, Master Yusheng found herself in a flurry, struggling to keep up. After executing a significant portion of her Ame swordplay, Master Yusheng still failed to land a blow on Jin Yong. Growing impatient, she wielded her sword with her right hand while her left was not idle. Suddenly she unleashed a palm strike. I recalled that Master Gua Xiong had once listened to Zhu Yuan reciting scriptures, thus the Ame sect's internal skills also bore traces of the Nine Yang divine art. Upon closer inspection, I found that there were indeed similarities with the Nine Yang divine art I practiced. Although Master Yusheng attacked with both sword and palm, Jin Yong remained unhurried, gradually wearing her down. After nearly half an hour, Master Yusheng's swordplay began to show signs of disarray, and her anxiety grew. She thought to herself, if she couldn't even defeat such a child, what face would she have left to show others? This thought further opened up vulnerabilities in her swordplay, and Jin Yong seized the opportunity to strike again, aiming for her right wrist. It was evident that if Master Yusheng didn't relinquish her sword, her wrist would surely be struck. Jin Yong shouted, "Drop your sword." Master Yusheng responded, "If you say to drop it, then I shall." With a loosened wrist, she let go of her long sword. We felt a chill in our hearts, only to see a flash of cold light as she raised her right wrist, swiftly pulling out the heavenly sword from her back. With a crisp sound, Jin Yong's sword was reduced to half its length. Master Yusheng now wielded her sword like a glimmering autumn water, exuding a chilling aura, the sword light dazzling. A truly remarkable sword. At this moment, the unexpected change took everyone by surprise, and Jin Yong stood dumbfounded with his half-broken sword. Dongfang Xiao called out, "What of the heavenly sword?" Jin Yong, bowing, replied, "Yes, master." He raised his sword once more. Master Yusheng's face turned pale with rage and asked, "Do you dare to look down on the heavenly sword?" With that, they resumed their fierce duel, swords clashing again. This battle was different from before. Both wielded swords, but one held the unparalleled heavenly sword, while the other brandished a broken, ordinary blade. The disparity in status was vast. Logically, with such an advantage, Master Yusheng should have had no chance of losing, yet Jin Yong navigated carefully to avoid the heavenly sword, ensuring it did not sever his own broken blade. As the saying goes, a short length brings great danger. With his sword over a foot shorter than Master Yusheng's, Jin Yong's strikes were fraught with risks. The heavenly sword was extraordinarily sharp, capable of cutting through anything. If even the slightest part of it made contact, it would surely slice through silently. Thus the two swords clashed without a sound. Master Yusheng, unable to gain the upper hand after a prolonged fight, grew restless. Despite wielding the heavenly sword, she still could not secure an advantage. In the midst of their fierce fight, Jin Yong launched another strike, which was astonishing. Master Yusheng was caught off guard and nearly got hit again. Suddenly, I felt a breeze beside me. Yin Wei Fan had already darted out his long sword, aimed at Jin Yong's broken sword with a loud clang, blocking it. Having just escaped from danger, Master Yusheng stood aside, panting heavily. Yin Wei Fan said, "Master, please take a rest. Let me experience this young brother's unparalleled swordplay." Master Yusheng shot a fierce glare at Jin Yong, but knowing she was outmatched, had no choice but to step back. Jin Yong glanced at Yin Wei Fan in astonishment before turning to look at Dongfang Xiao. Dongfang Xiao said, "This must be the leader of the Wudong sect, Yin. The founder of the Wudong sect, Zhang Sanfeng, is renowned throughout history, and I have great admiration for him. Jin Yong, change your sword and spar with leader Yin." Jin Yong replied, "Yes, master." He promptly exchanged his sword. Yin Wei Fan remained calm, thinking to himself, the Wudong sword technique focuses on defense with intricate maneuvers and minimal flaws, it should be a worthy match. Feng Qingyang stood with his sword angled and Yin Weifan chuckled. Are you going to let me have 3 moves too? Feng Qingyang declared, the junior dares not. Though he said this, it implied an acknowledgement of allowing 3 moves. Yin Weifan smirked slightly and lunged at Feng Qingyang with 3 quick thrusts, saying, 3 moves have passed, let us begin. Feng Qingyang replied, after you, senior. Knowing that his opponent would not strike first, Yin Weifan executed a move called Salutation to the Golden Buddha, feinting twice before suddenly unleashing a fierce strike toward Feng Qingyang's left shoulder. The speed of his attack was like lightning. Feng Qingyang remained unhurried, shaking his sword to deflect Yin Weifan's strike, then seized the opportunity to thrust at an angle toward Yin Weifan's thigh. Yin Weifan dodged to the side, but the sword seemed to curve, slashing around Feng Qingyang's shoulder and aiming for his back. I sensed this as the Rao Ji Ro Jin technique, which I had seen used by the Wudong 7 heroes in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. This technique, created by Zhang Sanfeng, allowed the sword to bend and strike the enemy, showcasing its astonishing nature. Feng Qingyang appeared to struggle with this sword technique. Yin Weifan's sword moved like a spirit snake, clearly aimed at Feng Qingyang's lower abdomen, yet the tip suddenly curved to stab at his left thigh. Caught off guard, Feng Qingyang had no choice but to retreat step by step. Dongfang Xiao suddenly shouted, Qingyang, attack, where the enemy must defend. Feng Qingyang's spirit lifted, and he transformed his swordplay into a proactive offense, thrusting at Yin Weifan's ankle. This thrust came unexpectedly low, startling Yin Weifan, who had to step back to avoid the incoming blade. Seizing the moment, Feng Qingyang launched another thrust with angles that were difficult to predict. The situation reversed, forcing Yin Weifan to adopt the Tai Chi sword technique for defense. Fortunately, this technique, created by Zhang Sanfeng, offered a tight defense, and no matter how Feng Qingyang attacked, he could not breach Yin Weifan's sword circle, while Yin Weifan found it challenging to counterattack. This sword duel lasted for over half an hour, yet neither side emerged victorious. Yin Weifan, utilizing the Tai Chi sword technique, firmly held off Feng Qingyang's flowing onslaught. Mingfa and I exchanged glances, both filled with silent joy, thinking that as time dragged on, Feng Qingyang's energy would wane, leading to his eventual exhaustion. The crowd on our side was silent as night, while those accompanying Dongfang Xiao cheered loudly, rallying support for Feng Qingyang. In contrast, our morale was notably diminished. After another half hour of fighting, the sun had passed noon. Feng Qingyang, being young and with limited inner strength, relied solely on the unpredictable Duga 9 swords, which could not compare to Yin Weifan's decades of profound inner strength. Seeing that Feng Qingyang was about to falter, Yin Weifan increased the intensity of his sword strikes, thrusting forward to injure his opponent. However, Feng Qingyang unexpectedly unleashed a swift strike aimed directly at Yin Weifan's chest. Caught off guard, Yin Weifan tried to dodge, but this thrust had no prior indication. In a critical moment, he could only awkwardly shift to the left, and with a puff the sword pierced into Yin Weifan's right shoulder joint, blood gushing forth. In this sudden turn of events, though Feng Qingyang seemed on the verge of defeat, he had unexpectedly injured Yin Weifan. Only a few could discern that Feng Qingyang's feigned fatigue was a strategy, as Yin Weifan's swordplay did not display any flaws, forcing him to make an offensive move, providing Feng Qingyang with an opportunity. I couldn't help but gasp in awe. The Duga 9 swords was truly fearsome. Yin Weifan, clutching his wound, looked pale and said, Excellent Duga 9 swords, it truly lives up to its name. I humbly bow to your prowess. He silently returned to our side, where a Wudong disciple approached to bandage his wound. Feng Qingyang had already defeated 2 of our skilled fighters, standing with his sword at an angle, while our side fell silent, in stark contrast to the jubilant cheers from the opposing side. Mingfa and I exchanged glances, Mingfa sighed, stepping forward, and said, Ba, young practitioner, your swordplay is divine. I fear, even I am no match. He silently returned to our side, where a Wudong disciple approached to bandage his wound. Feng Qingyang had already defeated 2 of our skilled fighters, standing with his sword at an angle, while our side fell silent, in stark. Feng Qingyang bowed and nodded. Abbot, Mingfa said, with such martial arts, Dongfang, you should not disturb the peace of the martial world. I advise you once more turn back to the shore. Dongfang Xiao chuckled, Master, no need for so many words. I aim to benefit the martial world, unifying it for all. What is wrong with that? I secretly shook my head, thinking that even at this point Master Mingfa remained obstinate. Dongfang Xiao chuckled, Master, no need for so many words. I aim to benefit the martial world, unifying it for all. What is wrong with that? He stepped forward, striking down with his palm. Feng Qingyang did not dare to be negligent, knowing that the Shaolin abbot was stronger than the previous two. He turned and unleashed his sword, and the two engaged in battle. I thought to myself that Shaolin's martial arts are the best in the world. At this moment, I saw Mingfa's wide sleeves fluttering, each palm sent fierce winds scattering. Though we were 4 or 5 zhang away, I could still feel the gusts as Mingfa's sleeves brushed down with his palms. The decades of cultivation by the Shaolin monks indeed lived up to their reputation. Feng Qingyang wielded his long sword, thrusting east and west, often exploiting the flaws in Mingfa's palm techniques. Occasionally, he would thrust, targeting critical points, forcing Mingfa to slow his palm strikes. Mingfa fought for a long time, but did not rush, taking lessons from Yin Weifan's earlier experience. He ensured not to give his opponent any opportunity, intending to wear down Feng Qingyang with his inner strength. Mingfa's palms flitted about, and the gusts from his real palm caused Feng Qingyang to feel stinging pain. I noticed Feng Qingyang was retreating step by step, when suddenly Dongfang Xiao shouted, "Qingyang, you are no match for Master Mingfa, step back." As Feng Qingyang attempted to retreat, Master Mingfa unleashed a series of rapid palm strikes, not allowing Feng Qingyang any chance to withdraw. Feng Qingyang found himself unable to quit, struggling to hold on. Dongfang Xiao laughed, saying, "Master, are you truly going to make things difficult for a child?" As he spoke, he drew his long sword and thrust it toward Mingfa's left chest. His sword technique mirrored Feng Qingyang's, yet the power behind it was vastly different. This thrust was powerful, its cutting sound sharp, forcing Mingfa to retreat in avoidance, allowing Feng Qingyang a chance to back away. I was taken aback. Dongfang Xiao's swordplay seemed to have improved significantly since our last encounter at the Yin Wang mansion. I feared it would be difficult to contend with. Moreover, having just witnessed Feng Qingyang's prowess, I could only imagine what his master was capable of. Over there, Mingfa and Dongfang Xiao were already locked in battle. In this fierce fight, Mingfa could no longer rely on inner strength to win as he had against Feng Qingyang. Although Dongfang Xiao's inner strength was not quite as strong as Mingfa's, it was not far off. Moreover, his swordsmanship was beyond what Mingfa could match, and compared to Feng Qingyang, he was undoubtedly superior. The situation became dire. Mingfa had only the ability to defend, but no capacity to catch. Seeing that after fewer than 10 moves Mingfa would surely fall beneath Dongfang Xiao's sword, in the midst of combat, Dongfang Xiao thrust out another sword strike. Mingfa shifted and dodged, but he could not escape the point of Dongfang Xiao's sword. Dongfang Xiao let out a long laugh, advancing with his sword, and it seemed Mingfa was about to be injured by his blade. I felt a rush of urgency and couldn't help but leap forward, but I was unarmed. In a moment of panic, I activated the Juyang divine skill combined with the 7th layer of the Qinkuan Great Shift, and with a wave of my hands created a stance to hold Dongfang Xiao's long sword between my palms. The sword was 5 inches away from my hands, yet pressed by my pure yang true power, it could not advance, even a fraction, hovering in the air between my palms, while Mingfa took the opportunity to retreat. Using the Qinkuan Great Shift, I attempted to disarm Dongfang Xiao, but he changed his technique with lightning speed, clasping the sword's hilt with both hands and twisting it. His sword spun in the air several times, and my pull weakened, allowing Dongfang Xiao to draw his sword, his expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. I smiled slightly and said, "Dongfang Xiao, long time no see." Dongfang Xiao finally recognized me and said, "Odd is young hero Yang. It has been a month and your skills have advanced greatly. I too congratulate you on your swordsmanship improvement, Dongfang Xiao," I replied with a smile. Dongfang Xiao said, "With your skills, young hero Yang, why wade into this muddy water? I do not wish to harm you." This implied he did not want to be my enemy. I said sternly, "Dongfang Xiao, though this matter does not concern me, as I am in the martial world, I cannot remain indifferent. I advise you turn back to the shore." Dongfang Xiao laughed heartily, saying, "Such a talented person is truly a pity to waste." His words implied I would surely be defeated by his sword. I smiled faintly, but did not respond. At this moment, the sun was already setting. After the intense battle, hundreds of spectators filled the square, their blood boiling, yet uncertainty lingered in their hearts. Dongfang Xiao stood proudly with his sword while I stood with my hands behind my back, a tense atmosphere enveloping the entire square. The opposing crowd had fallen silent, and a great battle was about to erupt. Amidst the square, smoke lingered in the air as I stood facing Dongfang Xiao, with hundreds holding their breath in anticipation of a fierce duel. After a long silence, the square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, Dongfang Xiao let out a hearty laugh and said, "The sky is darkening, let us rest for the night and duel again tomorrow, shall we?" I was taken aback, unable to fathom why he would propose such a thing. For a moment I was at a loss, and turned to Master Mingfa, who appeared equally confused. Dongfang Xiao continued, everyone is tired today, why not conserve our strength for tomorrow's contest? I thought to myself, if you choose to refrain from fighting, I cannot force you to engage. Thus I replied, your words resonate with me, Master Dongfang, let us duel tomorrow instead. Dongfang Xiao clasped his fists and turned to leave the temple. As the others saw Dongfang Xiao depart, they surged out like a swarm, leaving only my group behind. It was then that the crowd began to buzz, and Yu Dashin stepped forward saying, Dongfang Xiao must have feared Brother Yang, which is why he fled with his tail between his legs. At this, dozens of people instantly chimed in support. I, however, remained unconvinced and asked Master Mingfa, Master, what do you think Dongfang Xiao's intention is? Master Mingfa pondered, Dongfang Xiao's actions are indeed puzzling. It seems he fears you, but you two have yet to clash, which is truly. Yin Weifan interjected, Dongfang Xiao surely harbors ill intentions. He must not be confident he can defeat Brother Yang, and is seeking a way out. Master Mingfa nodded, saying, that is a possibility. Sighed Dongfang Xiao's martial prowess is indeed unfathomable. Had you not been here, we might have already faced defeat. I humbly replied, Master, you flatter me. I fear Brother Yang may also be lacking in strength. Master Mingfa said, if not, your presence has surely disrupted Dongfang Xiao's entire plan, leading him to change his decision at the last moment. We still have a night to regroup and strategize. I nodded, and by this time the sky had darkened. Everyone returned to their camps to prepare meals, drink, and feast, while Master Mingfa returned to the main hall to make arrangements. I felt restless and sat alone at the podium. Indeed, Dongfang Xiao's martial skills were difficult to gauge. The Duga 9 swords were incredibly formidable. Today, although I only witnessed the battle between Dongfang Xiao and Master Mingfa, it was clear that Dongfang Xiao had not given his all. I nearly lost my grip on his sword due to surprise. If we were to truly fight, I would have no confidence at all. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. Turning around, I saw Zhang Minor, who inquired, Yang Master is looking for you. What are you doing here? I was taken aback and replied, it's nothing much. Master is looking for me. Let's hurry. I quickly followed Zhang Minor to the main hall. In the main hall, the leaders of various factions had gathered. Upon seeing me arrive, Master Mingfa quickly said, Yang, if Dongfang Xiao dares to attack tomorrow, we have no one who can match him save for you. We just discussed that you will hold him off while the rest can handle the situation. Thus our chances of victory are quite high. I had no objections and said, I will follow Master's arrangements, but I fear my ability may not suffice. I will do my best. Yin Weifan added, if you fail, our situation will be dire, and we will have to leave it to fate. Just as everyone was speaking, a figure suddenly flashed at the door and entered. I steadied my gaze and recognized Feng Qingyang, the head of the Yamei and Wudong sects who had been defeated earlier. As Feng Qingyang appeared, everyone stood up. Those with fiery tempers were already gearing up for a fight, but Master Mingfa remained composed and joined his palms, saying, Ba Master Feng, what brings you here? Feng Qingyang smiled slightly and replied, I am not here to be your enemy, but my master has sent me with an invitation for you, young hero Yang, to discuss some matters. He then handed over a letter. I reached out to take it, feeling a mix of suspicion, and handed the invitation to Master Mingfa, saying, Master, what do you think? Master Mingfa took the invitation and examined it for a while before saying, we are currently embroiled in conflict, and Dongfang Xiao invites you out of the blue. This is quite puzzling. Yu Dashin suddenly said, could it be that Dongfang Xiao, seeing he cannot win against you, is trying to curry favor? He Zhizhou added, this must be a trap. Brother Yang must not go. I too was unsure and asked, Master Mingfa, what do you think? Master pondered for a moment before saying, without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? If he has invited us, and we do not go, it would only make him look down upon us. Young hero Yang, you may go. If you can persuade him to give up his intentions, that would be a great achievement. I had the same thought, and said, so you mean I should go? Master Mingfa nodded slowly. I turned to Feng Qingyang and said, lead the way. Feng Qingyang turned to lead the way. Just as I was about to follow, I felt a pair of delicate hands tugging at me. I turned to see Zhang Minor looking at me with great concern. I smiled and said, don't worry, Sister Minor will be back safely. Zhang Minor, reluctant to let go, said, you be careful, he'll wait for you here. I nodded, squeezed her hand, and turned to leave. After exiting the Shaolin Temple's mountain gate, I followed Feng Qingyang to a clearing halfway up the mountain, where banners were flying indicating that Dongfang Xiao and his group had set up camp. Feng Qingyang led me to an open space where Dongfang Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Feng Qingyang approached and said, Master, young hero Yang has arrived. Dongfang Xiao responded with a grunt and waved his hand, prompting Feng Qingyang to step back. I stood behind Dongfang Xiao, who remained silent, staring blankly at the distant mountains and the setting sun. My heart was heavy with confusion, wondering what scheme he was planning. After a long while, the sun finally dipped behind the mountains. Dongfang Xiao recited, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it is close to dusk." I did not understand the meaning of his words and remained silent. Turning to me, Dongfang Xiao remarked, "Young hero Yang, look at this sunset, how beautiful it is. But once it falls, nothing will be visible." I grew increasingly bewildered as he continued, "Life passes in a rush for several decades, just like this sun. Once a person dies, nothing remains." I replied, "Master Dongfang, you didn't invite me here just to talk about the sunset, did you?" Dongfang Xiao chuckled, "Of course not. Young hero Yang, think about it. If a person lives their life aimlessly, isn't that a waste of decades? In one's lifetime, accomplishing a few remarkable deeds is what gives life meaning." I retorted angrily, "You are merely making excuses for yourself. For your own selfish desires, you have stirred chaos in the martial world, causing untold suffering. Can you truly feel at ease with that?" Dongfang Xiao replied, "I wish to ask young hero Yang a question. What is the purpose of martial arts practitioners?" I thought it was simple and answered, "According to the high monks of Shaolin, it is merely for strengthening the body. In the view of the people of the martial world, it is to help the weak against the strong and uphold justice." Dongfang Xiao chuckled, "Young hero Yang, that is a naive perspective. In my view, the ultimate goal of martial arts is to conquer others with force. There is a saying in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. We practice martial arts to be invincible and dominate the martial world, becoming the only ruler." I felt a surge of anger and said, "As long as you harbor such thoughts, I fear there is nothing more to discuss." I turned to leave. Dongfang Xiao called out, "Young hero Yang, wait a moment." I turned back in surprise as Dongfang Xiao smiled and said, "I wish to collaborate with you on a grand endeavor. Are you interested?" I knew it couldn't be anything good, but I was intrigued and said, "If you wish to collaborate, please elaborate." Dongfang Xiao's face lit up with joy as he said, "Looking across the land today, who can match our martial skills? Though Zhang Wuji once shook the world, he has not been heard from in 20 or 30 years, so he must have passed away. Therefore, if we join forces, there is nothing we cannot achieve, right?" I began to understand, saying, "Are you suggesting that I help you become the leader of the martial world?" Dongfang Xiao smiled mysteriously and said, "What is the title of the leader of the martial world? That is merely a stepping stone. I have already gained the trust of Zhu Di. First we will conquer the entire martial world, and the next goal. Hey young hero Yang, you are a clever person. You need not have me spell it out for you, right?" I was increasingly astonished. Dongfang Xiao's ambition was indeed vast. I maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "Does Master Dongfang have a complete plan?" Dongfang Xiao replied, "You need not worry about that. To be honest, my martial skills may not necessarily surpass yours, but if we join forces, there is great hope for success." I silently thought to myself, "You have such ambition, yet seek to recruit me. It shows your earnest intentions, but how could I assist you? I will not engage in actions that I know are unwise." Seeing my expression change, Dongfang Xiao must have sensed my indecision. He continued, "Let me tell you something else, and I believe you will be compelled to make up your mind." I replied, "Master Dongfang, please go on." Dongfang Xiao said, "Do you know who my father is? He is the Han Wang who once dominated the Jianghan region." I was stunned and exclaimed, "Jin Yong." But I quickly added, "But your surname is?" Dongfang Xiao smiled and said, "Actually, my surname is Chun. Dongfang Xiao is merely a guise to disguise my identity. I have gathered all the remnants of my father's old faction and am just waiting for the right moment to rise up. At that time, I will be the leader of the martial world. With a single call, everyone will respond. How could I fail?" I thought to myself, like father, like son. Jin Yong was a scheming man with grand ambitions. Dongfang Xiao is likely not a good person either. So I said, "Since Master Dongfang has arranged everything so meticulously, why do you need my assistance?" "I would advise you, Master Dongfang." I spoke seriously, "Everything is determined by heaven. There is no need to force it. This world is destined to belong to the Zhu family. I advise you to abandon this endeavor, Master Dongfang." Dongfang Xiao's expression changed several times as he shouted, "This world should belong to the Qin family. If it weren't for Zhu Yuanshang's schemes, how could my Han army have been defeated?" I replied, "Victory belongs to the victor. This has been the rule since ancient times. Let me tell you something else, Master Dongfang. 3 years from now, the ruler of the Ming dynasty will be Zhu Di." Dongfang Xiao was taken aback and said, "Isn't Zhu Yunwen the one taking the throne? How could it be Zhu Di?" I smiled mysteriously and said, "The reasons for this are not for outsiders to know. Master Dongfang, take care of yourself." With that, I turned to leave. Dongfang Xiao said, "Young hero Yang, are you determined not to assist me?" I paused and replied, "Master Dongfang, turning back is the way to safety." Dongfang Xiao laughed loudly, saying, "If you refuse to be my friend, then you are my enemy. In tomorrow's battle, I will show no mercy." I said, "Tomorrow I will await Master Dongfang's esteemed presence." With that I stepped away. I hurried back to the Shaolin Temple, and by nightfall I saw Zhang Minor standing elegantly at the mountain gate, clearly waiting for my return. Upon seeing me, she rushed into my arms without hesitation, saying, "You were gone for so long, I was so worried. Are you all right?" I patted her shoulder and said, "Silly sister, I'm back safe and sound." Zhang Minor looked up and scanned me from head to toe. Seeing that I was unharmed, she finally smiled and asked, "What did Dongfang Xiao want with you?" I briefly recounted Dongfang Xiao's words to her, and upon hearing them, she too looked puzzled. "Master and the others are still waiting for you. Shall we go listen to what they have to say?" I walked alongside Zhang Minor to the main hall. Originally there were about 10 people in the hall, but as it was getting late, the leaders of various factions had returned to rest, leaving only Ming Fa, Wei Fan, Yusheng Shirtai, and He Zhizhou, who were evidently waiting for my news. As soon as Ming Fa saw me enter the hall, he stood up and said, "Master Yang, you have returned. We were still discussing whether to go and assist you." I smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm fine." He Zhizhou, the leader of Kunlun, impatiently asked, "What did Dongfang Xiao want with you?" I sat down, took a sip of tea, and recounted what Dongfang Xiao had said to me. Ming Fa and the others looked grave, and after a long pause, Ming Fa finally said, "So Dongfang Xiao is actually a descendant of Han Wang Qinyuliang. No wonder he has such ambition. If that's the case, becoming the leader of the martial arts world is not his ultimate goal. He wants to be the ruler of the world." I replied, "Exactly. Dongfang Xiao is well prepared, I'm afraid." Ming Fa said. I smiled slightly and said, "Master, have you forgotten the story I told you? He who goes against the heavens shall surely fail." Ming Fa was taken aback and then laughed. "Indeed, I forgot. But in tomorrow's battle, how confident are you, Master Yang?" I was taken aback and said I hadn't thought about that. Dongfang Xiao's sword techniques are formidable. I truly have no confidence at all. If it really comes to worst, we can all rush in together and have a brawl. Young Master Yang can hold Dongfang Xiao off, while we take care of the rest, said Yusheng Shirtai. Ming Fa shook his head slightly and said, "We are all from the same martial arts lineage. I don't want to start a conflict because of one person. Alas, a single selfish thought can disturb millions." After much deliberation, everyone was at a loss for a plan, and they could only rest individually in preparation for the battle the next day. The next day the sun shone brightly, and the warmth of winter felt particularly pleasant. As dawn broke, Dongfang Xiao led a group of people into Shaolin Temple, maintaining the momentum from yesterday. Dongfang Xiao still exuded confidence, seemingly having forgotten our conversation from the previous night. He slowly strolled into the square, hands behind his back, standing proudly, as if looking down upon all the heroes of the world. I knew that none of my companions could match him, so I did not hesitate and leaped onto the square. Dongfang Xiao glared at me and said, "Young Master Yang, regarding last night's matter, I hope you will reconsider." I replied, "There is no need for further discussion, Master Dongfang. I have made myself very clear yesterday. As long as you do not abandon this thought, there will never be a possibility for cooperation between us. Since you refuse to turn back, it is destined that we can only be enemies. In that case, in today's battle, I must eliminate you, my most formidable opponent, to prevent you from becoming a stumbling block in the future," Dongfang Xiao said. I remained silent, standing my ground, as the morning breeze blew, causing the corners of our garments to fly. Dongfang Xiao swiftly drew his long sword, executing a move called Li Guang, shoots the stone. The sword's momentum was like lightning, and in an instant it had lunged towards my chest. I did not expect him to strike so swiftly, and by the time I wanted to evade, it was too late. In a moment of desperation, I activated the 9-yang divine art, pulling my chest muscles inwards by 2 inches. Dongfang Xiao's sword pierced through 2 layers of my clothing, but due to that 2-inch distance, I was not injured at all. My feet shifted back, and I slipped out of the range of his sword. Dongfang Xiao praised good skill. He advanced again with his sword, but this time I was prepared and dodged, striking towards his rear shoulder with a palm. Before my palm could reach him, the wind of my strike had already arrived. Dongfang Xiao did not dare to be careless, sidestepping to avoid it and countering with a horizontal slash aimed at my knee. This strike came from an unexpected angle, and I was taken aback, suddenly leaping off the ground. However, Dongfang Xiao was relentless, taking advantage of my moment in the air to slash at my calf. With no way to exert force midair, I descended, and his sword precisely severed my 2 thighs. In this critical moment, I had to take a gamble. Timing my leap, I aimed my toes at the flat surface of the sword, and with a slight push from my right leg, I leaped into the air. The blade was dull, and it could not harm me, but had I missed by even a fraction, I would have lost my feet. The crisis was not yet over. I leaped into the air again, but this time Dongfang Xiao did not perform a horizontal slash. Instead, he held the sword upside down, forcing me to land on the tip of the blade and stab myself through. Seeing I had no way to evade this time, I suddenly heard a thud. A small stone flew through the air and landed perfectly beneath my feet. I used it to leverage myself, flipping over and landing steadily on the ground. I couldn't help but look gratefully in the direction the stone had come from, seeing Zhang Minor smiling brightly. I realized she had thrown the stone to assist me. Such cleverness was unmatched save for the grand skill of the great shift of heaven and earth. Having narrowly escaped death, I became even more cautious. In terms of sword techniques, there was too great a gap between me and Dongfang Xiao, so I had to find a way to compete through inner strength. As I saw Dongfang Xiao thrust his sword toward me again, I mustered my spirit and fought back. After a few exchanges, I suddenly remembered that yesterday I had used the 9 Yang True Qi to suppress his sword, preventing it from penetrating. This method might be useful, so I combined the 9 Yang Divine Art with the 7th layer of the Great Shift of Heaven and Earth, continuously drawing circles with both hands. The 9 Yang True Qi formed a flow of energy in front of my chest. When Dongfang Xiao thrust his sword, it no longer advanced directly, but instead angled to the side, while his body moved closer to me. This was exactly what I wanted, and I struck out with a palm towards Dongfang Xiao. Dongfang Xiao had no choice but to extend his palm to meet mine. When it came to a contest of inner strength, he was no match for me. His cultivation was merely that of an ordinary person after decades of hard training, while mine was the profound 9 Yang Divine Art. Moreover, the Great Shift of Heaven and Earth is the most marvelous technique in the Western regions, capable of manipulating inner and outer forces with ease. After several exchanges, Dongfang Xiao's techniques began to falter, and his swordplay grew sluggish. Dongfang Xiao suddenly realized the situation was not favorable. He was attacking my strengths with his weaknesses, and over time this was greatly disadvantageous to him. However, he was entirely under my control, unable to take any initiative. I felt a surge of joy as the 9 Yang True Qi flowed smoothly. Suddenly, Dongfang Xiao altered his sword technique, no longer targeting my upper body, but instead aiming for my face, lower regions, and legs with unexpected thrusts. This forced me to spread my 9 Yang Divine Art defenses, and I could no longer protect myself from his sword under the flow of the 9 Yang True Qi. He no longer needed to engage in direct conflict with me. As we exchanged blows, the fight raged on for hundreds of moves. My Great Shift of Heaven and Earth adapted to the situation without a fixed set of techniques, while his Duga 9 sword sought to exploit my weaknesses, resulting in a fluid exchange of strikes. Though we had exchanged hundreds of moves, none were repeated. Each strike was an unpredictable surprise, leaving the spectators enchanted, their cheers rising and falling. In the heat of battle, my 9 Yang True Qi surged. With each palm strike, it generated immense airflow. Originally, the onlookers stood about 5 zhang away, but most could no longer withstand the pressure and gradually retreated, leaving only a few like Ming Fa standing firm, watching the fierce duel between me and Dongfang Xiao. Dongfang Xiao's sword techniques were ever-changing and often defied logic. Whenever I could not defend, I would exert my 9 Yang Divine Art to deflect his sword, slightly escaping from his enveloping sword momentum. Dongfang Xiao secretly lamented in the whirlwind of my palm strikes. A prolonged combat was not to his advantage due to his inferior inner strength. This fierce battle lasted for over 2 hours without a clear victor, and the spectators were left gasping for breath, their blood boiling, unsure of when it would end. By midday, Dongfang Xiao grew increasingly alarmed. My 9 Yang Divine Art flowed effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. In the heat of battle, Dongfang Xiao suddenly turned the tip of his sword upward and thrust it toward my chin. This move was exceedingly strange, coming after 1,000 exchanges. I was taken aback and hurriedly tilted my head back to avoid the strike. As my eyes looked toward the sky, I silently cursed my misfortune, feeling a sharp pain in my chest. I had been pierced by the sword. In a moment of crisis, I did not have time to think. I tightened my chest muscles, clamping down on the blade, preventing it from penetrating further, and followed with a palm strike aimed at Dongfang Xiao. Dongfang Xiao was trying to push his sword into my chest with force, unprepared for my full-strength counterattack, which landed squarely on his chest. How powerful was the 9 Yang Divine Art! With a crack, several of Dongfang Xiao's ribs broke, and he was sent flying backward more than 3 zhang, his face pale, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword tip had penetrated about 2 inches into my chest. As Dongfang Xiao fell away, the sword remained lodged in my chest, shaking violently. I felt my energy draining rapidly, and with great effort squeezed out the sword. Blood gushed from my chest like a fountain, splattering everywhere. Zhang Minor cried out Yang Yang and rushed over to support me. Seeing the blood gushing from my wound, she panicked, pressing down on my injury, but the blood continued to seep through her fingers, staining her hands bright red. My clothes were already soaked in crimson. I smiled faintly and said, Sister Minor, don't worry. I'm not going to die. Yet my body grew weaker, and I longed to close my eyes and sleep. I knew that the sword wound to my chest was severe. If it had truly pierced my heart, I would be doomed. In my blurred vision, I saw Ming Fa rush forward, pressing several acupoints on my chest with both hands. I felt a wave of dizziness and then lost consciousness. I felt my heart fluttering as if adrift, my soul on the verge of departing, my chest suffocating unbearably. My eyes could not open, my mouth could not speak, as if trapped within a nightmare, consciousness wavering between sleep and wakefulness. I knew I had been struck by Dongfang Xiao's sword. The wound lay directly over my chest, and I was uncertain if it had pierced my heart. In an instant, memories of my life flooded my mind. Modern day's football and all the experiences of ancient times flashed past like lightning. A peculiar life, yet vibrant and full of color. If I were to die now, the only regrets would be for Zhang Minor and Yang Yue, my two cherished confidants. How long this state lasted I could not say. Suddenly, I felt my mouth pried open, followed by someone forcing an unknown pill into me. I swallowed it without resistance. Soon my entire body burned, as if engulfed in a blazing furnace, seared by fierce flames. I wished to scream aloud, but was powerless to do so. Just as the unbearable heat overwhelmed me, another pill was thrust into my mouth. Before long, a chilling cold spread through me, as if immersed in an icy tomb, piercing to the bone and nearly intolerable. Suddenly, I felt my mouth pried open, followed by someone forcing an unknown pill into me. I swallowed it without resistance. Soon my entire body burned, as if engulfed in a blazing furnace, seared by fierce flames. I wished to scream aloud, but was powerless to do so. Just as the unbearable heat overwhelmed me, another pill was the Nine Yang true chi surged left and right, but could never break through the alternating assaults of the cold and heat energies. My body swelled as though about to burst. I wished to faint, but remained painfully aware of this hellish ordeal. After a long while, the Nine Yang true chi grew denser until it suddenly engulfed the cold and heat energies. A wave of refreshing coolness swept over me, a stark contrast to the previous fiery torment. The blended energies flowed through my meridians like quicksilver, heat arising when needed, cold descending on command, a truly wondrous phenomenon. I suddenly felt my hands move and my eyes open. The first sound I heard was Zhang Minor's tearful exclamation of joy, Yang Yang, you have finally awakened. The second was Master Mingfa's solemn chant, Michuofo. Opening my eyes, I saw familiar faces before me. He Zhizhou, In Weifan, Master Yuxing, and Lin Xia. Each bore deep concern, and in that moment, I felt the warmth of human kindness. I opened my mouth and said, am I not dead? Zhang Minor rejoiced. Thank heavens, it was all thanks to the Zimu Longfeng Dan and Master Abbot. Confused, I asked, Zimu Longfeng Dan. Master Mingfa interjected, Zimu Longfeng Dan is truly a rare earthly treasure. Even with a wounded heart, Yang patron can be brought back from the brink of death. The Jiegu medical immortal indeed lives up to the name. At last I understood much of it. The Zimu Longfeng Dan, that who Suo sacrificed his life to create, saved me when I was near death. No wonder I felt such unbearable cold and heat just now. I suddenly recalled something and asked, what about Dongfang Xiao? Master Mingfa joined his palms and smiled. Dongfang Xiao was severely injured by your palm strike. It will take at least 1.5 years to recover. Yang patron, you have done a great deed for the martial world. Joy filled my heart. As long as he does not come again, what merit do I have, a mere junior? Master Mingfa said, no, if not for your repelling Dongfang Xiao, all living beings would have perished. You are now the hope of all, Yang patron. Please rest assured and recover. Suddenly Zhang Minor burst into tears. You scared me to death. Do you know how worried I was? If you had not survived, I would not want to live either. Touched, I said, Sister Minor, you have truly suffered. At that moment Master Mingfa said, Yang patron, please rest well. We will take our leave now. The others bowed and took their leave one by one. Finally Lin Xia stepped forward. Young Master Yang, please take care. I am leaving now. Guilt filled my heart. Lin Xia's eyes were reddened clearly from crying several times. I said, Miss Lin, thank you. She stared at me for a long moment, then suddenly turned and left without looking back. Zhang Minor sat beside my bed, took my hand, and said, Yang Yang, you have finally awakened. I. Her voice choked, unable to continue. I smiled gently. It was my fault, Sister Minor. I promise I will never let you worry again. Zhang Minor said, do you know how long you were unconscious? 3 whole days and nights. You really are. Sigh. But now that you have awakened, I finally feel at ease. Zhang Minor said, do you know how long you were unconscious? 3 whole days and nights. You really are. Sigh. But now that you have, a thought struck me. Sister Minor, lower your head. I have something to tell you. Startled but obedient, Zhang Minor lowered her head and brought her left ear close to my mouth. I suddenly leaned forward and kissed her left cheek unexpectedly. Zhang Minor gasped, pushing me with her left hand on my shoulder. Weak from injury, I fell backward, feeling a sharp pain in my chest, and involuntarily cried out. Zhang Minor hurriedly caught me and said, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself falling? I grumbled, chest aching. What do you think? Zhang Minor's face flushed. Who told you to? You. If it were up to me, it would be better if you fell dead. I laughed. I was just rewarding you for caring for me day and night. Who knew you were so heartless? Zhang Minor said, is that how you reward me? Next time you do that, let's see if I still care about you. I paused, then recalled that this was an ancient society, relatively feudal and conservative. Although we were betrothed, we could not break the rules or behave as casually as I and Yang Yu might. Seeing my silence, Zhang Minor thought I was angry and softly said, Yang Yang, I will marry no one but you in this lifetime. It's just, we have not yet had the wedding ceremony, so. Her face flushed, and she could not continue. Ashamed, I said, Sister Minor, it was my fault. I promise I won't dare do it again. Zhang Minor smiled, that's good. Tell me, did you hurt yourself falling? I groaned, clutching my chest. To be honest, it did hurt a little. We fell into a comfortable silence, yet it felt incredibly warm. Suddenly I said, Sister Minor, let me tell you a story. Zhang Minor's spirit lifted. Good, I'm listening. I smiled mysteriously. I once had a very close friend, but she was a bit foolish. She had a peculiar habit. Whenever asked anything, she would always say no. If asked whether she had eaten, she would say no. If asked if she had slept, she would still say no. Sister Minor, I think I told you this story before, didn't I? Zhang Minor was stunned, but replied without hesitation, no, you haven't. I suppressed a laugh and seriously asked again, really, no? Zhang Minor said, no, absolutely not. I continued, have you heard anyone else tell it? She still said no. I could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. But after 2 laughs, my chest hurt too much to continue. Although honest, Zhang Minor was no fool. Suddenly realizing, she shouted, all right, you're teasing me again. She raised her fist to strike, but seeing my pained yet amused expression, her hand froze midair. Then she suddenly laughed quietly and slowly lowered her hand, saying, I can't believe you came up with that. Looking at her slightly weary face, I felt pity. Sister Minor, let me sing you a song. Zhang Minor smiled, but no teasing me again. I solemnly promised, absolutely not. Zhang Minor nodded. I sang, you say you still like loneliness, but actually you're afraid I see through you. You fear our shared vessel drifting aimlessly, never reaching shore. Now there's no answer. My true heart accompanies you no matter how humiliating our meetings. Simply put, is it love or not? Trying to forget you is truly difficult. The pain of longing entangled within my heart, day and night, awaiting with no answer forever. Why did you choose to sever ties so decisively in the beginning? Simply put, is it love or not? Trying to forget you is truly difficult. The pain of longing entangled within my heart, day and night, awaiting with no answer forever. Why did you choose to sever ties? The melody lingered, resonating in the air. It was Su Yongkang's Loving Someone Is So Hard. Though the lyrics were somewhat melancholy, I liked it very much. I gently asked, Sister Minor, do you think this song is beautiful? No response came. Looking down, I saw Zhang Minor had already fallen asleep on me. I smiled softly, thinking that she must be utterly exhausted after guarding me day and night. Let her rest peacefully now. I gently stroked Zhang Minor's hair, thinking how fortunate I was. Several times I had escaped death, and now I had a confidant like Zhang Minor. Even in this Ming dynasty devoid of any modern facilities, I felt utterly content. Now that the issue with Dongfang Xiao was resolved, all that remained was to go to the Ming Palace to bring Yang Yu out along with the Princess of Yin, who happened to be Yang Yu's mother, and also a modern person. At that time we could find a secluded place to live a life of joy, and my life would not have been in vain. After indulging in such thoughts for a while, I gradually drifted into slumber. When I awoke the next day, I felt a numbness in my right arm. Zhang Minor was still asleep, leaning against me, which explained why my right arm had been her pillow all night. As I slightly moved my body, intending to withdraw my arm, Zhang Minor suddenly woke up. She lifted her head and asked, How did I fall asleep? Did you sleep well? I teased. After a whole night, Zhang Minor looked radiant. I moved my right arm, attempting to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through my chest, causing me to involuntarily exclaim, ouch. Zhang Minor hurried to support me and said, Who told you to move? Master Fang Zhang said that while your injury is no longer a concern, you must not move around for a month, otherwise the wound will not heal properly. Hearing this, my head started to spin, and I exclaimed, a month. Oh my. Zhang Minor shot me a glance and said, "You should be grateful to have your life back. With me taking care of you, just stay put." I could only smile bitterly in my heart. Suddenly, I heard a commotion outside, and I wondered what's happening out there. Why is it so noisy? Just then Master Mingfa pushed the door open and entered. "Yang, did you sleep well last night?" he asked. I smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm fine. But what is causing the ruckus outside?" Master Mingfa chuckled and said, "It's the people from the 13 sects. They are descending the mountain today and have come to bid you farewell. But my condition?" I replied with a forced smile. Master Mingfa reassured me, "Yang, focus on healing. I will tell them not to come in for farewells." Suddenly a figure rushed in, and I recognized it as Mei Changchun, the leader of the 5 Tigers Blade. He said, "Hero Yang is injured and cannot drink with us to celebrate. Our lives from the 13 sects are all thanks to Hero Yang. In the future, whatever you command, I, the 5 Tigers Blade, will dive into water or fire without a second thought. Brother, may you overpraise me. I am unworthy. Forgive me, but I cannot see you off due to my injury," I responded hurriedly. I felt moved and thought that these men were true heart. So I said, "Brothers, I am truly fortunate to have made such good friends today. If any of you face difficulty," I felt moved and thought that these men were true heart. So I said, "Brothers, I am truly fortunate to have made such good friends today. If any of you face difficulties in the future, as long as it is within my power, I will always help." Everyone responded in unison, and Mei Changchun said, "Hero Yang, we are leaving. Take care of your injuries. We will celebrate with wine another day." "That's right." I nodded. The 13 men clasped their fists together and said, "Until we meet again," and filed out. Afterward, Yin Weifan, Master Yu Sheng, and He Zhizhou each took their leave in turn. I bid them farewell one by one, but I no longer dared to meet Lin Xia's gaze. I silently watched her slightly trembling figure gradually fade away, feeling a wave of melancholy. The following month was truly dull and suffocating. The slightest movement caused my wound to bleed. Not to mention that it would immediately summon a lecture from Zhang Minor, making me feel utterly uncomfortable. Finally, the month passed, and the day I could get out of bed made me ecstatic. I had never felt such excitement, not even during the New Year. Finally, I could leave that detestable bed after lying on it for a month. I vowed never to return to that room or sleep on that hideous bed again. Zhang Minor supported me as we left Shaolin Temple. The sun was shining brightly outside. It was mid-February, and the weather was warming up. The snow on the mountains had melted and life was bursting forth everywhere. Grass was growing, trees were budding, and flowers were blooming. As I breathed in the fresh mountain air, my spirits lifted, sweeping away the gloom of the past month, and I couldn't help but want to dance with joy. However, just as I was about to raise my arms, Zhang Minor quickly pulled me back, saying, "Master Fang Zhang said that while you can get out of bed, your muscles are just starting to heal. You must not exert yourself. Definitely do not engage in combat." Ouch! I'm going to suffocate from boredom. "I can't do this and I can't do that," I exclaimed. Zhang Minor shot me a look and said, "If you want to go back to bed for another month, then go ahead and move as you please. But I must warn you, if you end up back in bed, I won't keep you company any longer." All right. I'll listen to you, but when can I finally show my skills?" I asked. Zhang Minor replied, "You'll have to wait until your chest muscles are fully healed. Then you can go fight tigers or leopards, and no one will stop you." Thus I stayed at Shaolin Temple for over a month. My injuries had long healed. The Mother and Son Dragon Phoenix pill truly had remarkable efficacy. Normally, anyone struck by such a powerful sword would have perished. Not only had I healed from the injury thanks to the pill, but the yin and yang energies within it had also benefited me greatly. Previously, my 9-yang divine skill was a pure yang internal skill. Now, due to the pure yin and cold energy from the Phoenix pill entering my body, the fusion of yin and yang made my inner strength rise to another level, becoming flexible as needed, and I felt incredibly at ease. During this month, I also read some Buddhist scriptures with Master Fangzong. Using modern theories to explain certain concepts from the scriptures actually made sense, and sometimes Master Mingfa, this old monk, would commend me for my wisdom, almost saying I was the reincarnation of the Buddha. As April approached, the mountains were filled with vibrant life, marking the season of warm spring and blooming flowers. In March, everywhere was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. One day, Zhang Minor, Master Mingfa, and I were in the square watching the monks practice martial arts, when suddenly someone ran in frantically. Upon closer inspection, it was Yu Dashin, his forehead covered in sweat and out of breath. I hurriedly approached and asked, "Brother Yu, what brings you here?" "There's been a major incident." "Oh, let me catch my breath first," Yu Dashin gasped. Once we were in the main hall after Yu Dashin had some tea, he said, "Emperor Hongwu Zhu Yuanzhong has passed away. The Crown Prince Zhu Yunwen has ascended the throne, and Prince Yan Zhu Di has fled back to Beiping. I came here to inform you." I was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? Zhu Yuanzhong is dead." Yu Dashin confirmed, "That's right. The court is in chaos. Zhu Yunwen has just assumed the throne and major matters are being handled by the left and right chancellors." Suddenly I recalled something and said, "Master Fangzhong, I need to hurry to Yingtian. Zhu Yunwen is my sworn brother and I have something important to tell him." Master Mingfa asked, "What is it? Can you tell me? I can help in some small way." I showed a troubled expression and said, "Since you ask, I won't hide it. Zhu Di has fled back to Beiping and will soon raise an army to rebel. I need to get to Ningtian to warn my brother to prepare." Upon hearing this, Master Mingfa Zhang Minor and Yu Dashin all gasped in unison. "Prince Yin is rebelling. How do you know this?" I knew this matter was lengthy to explain, and I said, "Master Fangzhong, this is urgent. Allow me to explain later. Sister Minor, we must leave now." Master Mingfa could only say, "Yang, be careful on your journey." Yu Dashin said, "Brother Yang, I will go with you." I nodded and waved farewell to Master Mingfa. As we exited the mountain gate of Shaolin Temple, the scene was vastly different from when I arrived. I had come to avoid pursuers, taking only deserted paths. Thus the journey was much longer, and fearing time was short, we changed horses without changing riders, traveling under the stars and rushing to Yingtian without pause. The streets of Yingtian were still bustling, but every household had a large white flower posted on their doors, signifying mourning for Emperor Hongwu. The three of us found a small inn and settled in. I thought that I might still be regarded as a fugitive at this moment. Although Zhu Yunwen had become emperor, it was still not advisable to make a grand entrance, so it would be better to wait until nightfall to sneak into the palace. We had a hearty meal at the inn, and then I bought a set of black clothes from a tailor for our nighttime entry into the palace. In the afternoon, I took the two of them to Tai Bai restaurant to enjoy the Tai Bai carp. The dish was still delicious, but I came here to see Fang Shiru. To my dismay, he didn't show up all afternoon. I thought perhaps the changes in the palace had kept him too busy to come. Escaping from Yingtian that day was a frantic affair, and now returning again, my sworn brother had become emperor. As long as I saw him tonight, I could freely enter and exit the palace. Although I had no intention of flaunting it, the change in status made me somewhat pleased. Moreover, tonight I had to meet another person, Yang Yu. After a year and more of separation, we had only spent a single day together before parting for several months. It was truly unfair to her. My desire to see Yang Yu had grown increasingly fervent. Finally, when the sky turned completely dark, I changed into my night attire and advised Zhang Minor and Yu Dashin not to roam about before heading towards the palace. The palace gates were guarded by numerous sentinels, likely due to the recent death of Zhu Yuanzhong, as they needed to prevent any attempts at assassination or unrest. I walked along the palace walls until I reached a secluded spot, leaped up the 3 to 4 zhang high wall, posed no challenge for me. The palace remained the same, with guards patrolling everywhere inside. It had been over half a month since Zhu Yuanzhang's passing, yet the palace was still adorned in white mourning attire, creating a somber atmosphere. I was uncertain whether to visit Zhu Yunwen first or to look for Yang Yu. As I pondered, I strolled aimlessly until I found myself in front of a hall, startled to see the sign, Tianxiang Palace, hanging above the entrance. Unbeknownst to me, I had arrived at Yang Yu's Tianxiang Palace. There were no guards here, so I leaped over the wall and entered. Inside, it was dim and lifeless, with only the occasional maid passing by without uttering a word. I vaguely remembered Yang Yu's chamber from the day of the prince examination, so I made my way in the dark. It struck me as quite amusing that with my proper status as a prince consort, I had to sneak into the prince's chamber at night. What a strange world this is. Upon arriving at Yang Yu's chamber and seeing no one around, I contemplated breaking the door down. However, reconsidering, I approached and knocked softly, but there was no light within and no one responded. As I stood there in uncertainty, I suddenly heard a woman's voice, "Brother Zhu, this is so boring. I've asked him so many times, yet he refuses to tell me where Yang Yang is." I was filled with excitement, recognizing the voice as Yang Yu's. Another woman's voice replied, "Princess, please do not worry. The emperor has already sent someone to find the prince consort. I believe news will come soon." As their footsteps drew closer, I made a decision and pushed the door open. Just as I hid behind a screen, the two women entered. I heard Yang Yu say, "Xiaolon, you can leave now. As soon as there is news, come back to tell me." Xiaolon responded, "Yes, princess," and exited. After a while, I heard Yang Yu sigh, "Alas, where could you be? Why did you leave me all alone?" I quietly approached Yang Yu from behind, reaching out to embrace her. She was startled and was about to scream when I covered her mouth, lifted her veil, and cheerfully said, "Yeah, do you see who I am?" Yang Yu was still in shock, but upon recognizing me, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Yang Yang, it's you. You're really back." "Yes, it's me, yeah, it's really me." Yang Yu, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears that streamed down her cheeks as she held me tightly, trembling with emotion. In such a moment, I could hardly find the right words. Suddenly I remembered something important and said, "Yeah, don't cry just yet. I have some incredible news to share that will surely make you ecstatic." Yang Yu looked up at me and asked what could make me happier than being with you. I replied, "Yeah, I found your mother." "It's true." Yang Yu jumped up and exclaimed, "What? Is that really true?" "My mother." I confirmed it's true. She, like us, was brought to the Ming dynasty by a meteor. Now she is the princess consort of Yan. Yang Yu joyfully said, "That's wonderful. Yang, will you take me to see my mother?" I hesitated and replied it might be a bit difficult right now. Zhu Yuanzhang has just died, and Yin Wang Zhu Di is fleeing north. He will likely rebel soon. Your mother has certainly gone with Zhu Di to Beiping. Once things settle here, I'll take you to find her, all right. Yang Yu's beautiful eyes filled with tears once more as she said, Yang, I miss my mother so much. You must take me to see her." I nodded and briefly shared the story of how I met her mother, making Yang Yu cry like a pear blossom in the spring rain. I added, "Yeah, I came to the palace to see Brother Zhu. With Zhu Dis impending rebellion, we need to prepare." Yang Yu wiped her tears and said, "I will take you to see Brother Zhu. Just follow me, but what about your clothes?" I smiled wryly and said, "I'm afraid they are still looking for me in the palace, so I had no choice but to resort to this strategy." Yang Yu replied, "Then we will have to make do. Come with me." Yang Yu led me to Zhu Yunwen's chamber, where I saw a man standing with his hands clasped behind him, wearing a wide-sleeved dragon robe. He was slender, and it was indeed Zhu Yunwen. I felt a surge of excitement, as I had missed this brother of mine dearly. Though he was now an emperor, our bond of brotherhood remained. Yang Yu called out, "Brother Zhu, look who I've brought." Zhu Yunwen abruptly turned, and the moment he saw me, we stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, a rush of emotions from our long separation flowing through us. After a long moment, I called out, "Elder brother." Zhu Yunwen responded, "Virtuous brother." I rushed forward and embraced Zhu Yunwen tightly, filled with excitement, unsure of what to say. Zhu Yunwen choked out, "Virtuous brother, you have returned. I've missed you so much." I joyfully replied, "Elder brother, I missed you too. I was framed and had to escape." Zhu Yunwen said, "I've already cleared this up. You have been pardoned. However, grandfather would never forgive you until his dying breath." Alas! At that moment I cared not about anything else. As long as our brotherly bond remained, I would be content. Yang Yu smiled and said, "Now this is great. A joyful reunion." Zhu Yunwen replied, "Yes, virtuous brother, don't leave tonight. Stay in the palace and let us enjoy a night of drinking and heartfelt conversation." I said, "All right. Elder brother will not return until we are drunk tonight." Zhu Yunwen laughed, "Then I must apologize to sister-in-law. You all have just reunited, so do not blame your elder brother for taking the lead." Yang Yu laughed, "Elder brother, don't say that. I will not let him escape again. Tonight, I will also accompany you both without rest." Zhu Yunwen and I exchanged a glance of surprise, then laughed. "All right, let us three converse through the night." The three of us laughed heartily. The shadows of the past months swept away, replaced only by the joy of reunion and laughter. Soon we had a table prepared with exquisite dishes. After a few rounds of drinks, I recalled the situation with Zhu Di and said, "Elder brother, Yin Wang has escaped back to Beiping. We must be cautious of any strange movements from him." Zhu Yunwen paused. "You mean my fourth uncle has unusual movements?" "That cannot be. With grandfather just passing, my fourth uncle wouldn't dare do anything treasonous, would he? Elder brother, the Yin Wang is extremely ambitious, and he has always been at odds with you. Now that you are the emperor, how could he be content?" Zhu Yunwen chuckled, "Virtuous brother, you worry too much. Although my fourth uncle does not favor me, my ascension as emperor was done at grandfather's command. He wouldn't dare disregard grandfather's wishes, would he?" I felt anxious, thinking that while Zhu Yuanzhang was alive, Zhu Di might have held back. But now that Zhu Yuanzhang had died, Zhu Di would have no reservations about raising an army to rebel, which would likely occur any day now. Yet Zhu Yunwen did not believe Zhu Di would rebel. What was to be done? But I could hardly blame him. In a society where imperial power reigns supreme, how could anyone believe my one-sided words? Seeing my contemplative expression, Zhu Yunwen smiled and said, "Virtuous brother, today, as we reunite after a long separation, we should focus on our brotherly bond and not discuss state affairs." "Elder brother, the Yin," I started, but Zhu Yunwen interrupted. "Alas, virtuous brother, why have you become It would be better if sister-in-law were more straightforward." I forced a smile, and Yang Yu gave me a knowing glance, chuckling, "Elder brother, you tease." I silently sighed. How could I blame them? Raising an army to rebel was indeed a colossal matter. How could they believe my mere words? Especially considering the one planning to rebel was the emperor's own uncle. Anyone would find it hard to believe. Thus I had to think of another strategy. It seemed today they would not believe me. So I said, "All right, elder brother, let us only discuss our past and refrain from political matters today." Zhu Yunwen joyfully replied, "Good. That is what a good brother is for." I asked, "Where is Mr. Fong?" Zhu Yunwen replied, "He has been very busy these days." Just an hour before you came he was still here. I saw he was exhausted, so I told him to go home and rest. I said honestly I have very few friends in Ingtian. I particularly miss you elder brother and brother Fong. Zhu Yunwen said Mr. Fong often talks about you. Later the fact that you were framed by my fourth uncle was also something Mr. Fang's people found out. I truly appreciate both you and Mr. Fong. After several drinks Yang Yu's lovely face turned crimson, resembling a beautiful jade. I asked Yi, are you alright? If you can't drink, then don't drink. Yang Yu laughed. Today, I want to drink to my heart's content with you both. That night we drank until our cups were empty. A grand emperor was joyfully toasting with two modern people, which was truly an unusual sight. During the meal, I shared my experiences and encounters from the past few months, omitting the part about Zhang Minor, thinking I should discuss that privately with Yang Yu. When I recounted being stabbed by Dongfang Xiao's sword, Yang Yu's face changed. I showed them the wound on my chest, and they both gasped, exclaiming that I had survived a great calamity and must have good fortune ahead. We continued eating and drinking until late into the night, all three of us thoroughly intoxicated. The next day upon waking, I found myself in bed struggling to recall the events after our drunken revelry, but I couldn't remember anything. Just then a girl who looked like a maid entered the room and said, Prince Consort, did you sleep well last night? I nodded, preparing to get out of bed, when I suddenly realized I was completely naked and exclaimed, how come? The maid laughed and said, last night you were so intoxicated that you were unconscious. It was I who assisted you with your bath and helped you to bed. I was taken aback and exclaimed, a bath? And to bed? Well, the maid laughed. These are all things a servant should do. Prince Consort, you needn't be so polite. I inwardly lamented, thinking that if she had bathed me, she must have seen everything. What a humiliating moment this was. Although I had thick skin, my face turned red as I struggled to find words. The maid added, shall I assist you in getting dressed, Prince Consort? I quickly shook my head and said, no, I can do it myself. Please leave me for now. The maid replied, are you dissatisfied with how I attended to you, Prince Consort? I forced a smile and said, no, it's just that you attended to me too well, and I am not quite used to it. The maid then smiled and said, Prince Consort, you certainly know how to joke. Then I shall take my leave for now. After she left, I couldn't help but sigh at the extravagant and superficial nature of the feudal palace, where women were treated with utmost poverty. There was no equality between men and women like in modern socialist policies. I sighed again, got up, and put on my clothes. The fabric was neither silk nor satin, but it felt incredibly comfortable. When I looked in the mirror, I appeared like a graceful young gentleman. Upon exiting the chamber, I found no sign of Zhu Yunwen. After inquiring, I learned he had gone to the morning court. Just as I stepped out of the palace gate, I saw Yang Yu approaching with a smile. Yang, did you sleep well last night? I recalled the incident with the maid, my face flushing as I replied, I slept well, very well. Yang Yu asked curiously, why are you blushing? Did you not wake up from last night's wine? I had to change the subject and said, let's not talk about that. I want to take you to meet someone. Yang Yu asked, who is it? Why so mysterious? It's Sister Minor. Yang Yu exclaimed, really? Then hurry and take me to her. I suddenly halted and said, yeah, I haven't told her about us yet. She might be surprised to see you, so you need to take the initiative. Yang Yu laughed, don't worry, she will certainly like me. I thought to myself that would be the best outcome. Yang Yu and I arrived at the inn where Yu Dashin had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing me, he said, Brother Yang, after not seeing you for a day, why are you dressed so splendidly? Let's not talk about that for now. Where is Sister Minor? Yu Dashin glanced at Yang Yu and replied, Miss Zhang has been awake all night. She is asleep now. I pulled Yang Yu over and said, Brother Yu, this is Yi, also known as the Princess of Heaven's Gift. Yu Dashin was taken aback and exclaimed, You are the princess. Yang Yu smiled sweetly and said, hello, Brother Yu. Yu Dashin's expression changed, unsure of what to say. I approached the door of Zhang Minor's room and knocked. Her voice came from inside saying, come in. So the three of us pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing me, Zhang Minor beamed with joy and said, you're back. Did anything happen? I replied, Sister Minor, everything went smoothly. Yang Yu chimed in, this must be Sister Minor. I've often heard Brother Yang talk about her. She is indeed beautiful, gentle, and considerate. Zhang Minor looked surprised, her gaze filled with questions. I said, this is a long story, and let me explain it to you in detail, Sister Minor. Yu Dashin understandingly walked out, closing the door behind him. I said, Sister Minor, I've actually been wanting to talk to you about Yaya, but I didn't know how to start. Now I brought her here, I hope you can understand. Zhang Minor replied, how could I possibly take offense? Yang Yu laughed, I already knew Sister Minor is kind and wouldn't hold it against you, right? Sister Minor. This little girl had a sweet tongue, continuously calling her Sister Minor. Zhang Minor, however, remained expressionless. I continued, both of you are the best people in this world to me. I don't know how many lifetimes of good fortune it took for me Yong to have two beautiful confidants at once that truly makes this life worthwhile. I recounted the reunion between Yang Yu and me only changing our hometown from modern times to ancient times. After listening, Zhang Minor did not show any sign of joy or anger. She simply said, I am very glad that Yang has such a sister to take care of him. Yang Yu said, Sister Minor, I am not his sister. I want to come to take care of you together. We are all in this together. What do you think? Zhang Minor replied calmly, sure, what's wrong with that? I felt the atmosphere was somewhat unusual and was about to speak when Zhang Minor said, I am a bit tired. Ooh, I want to sleep for a while. I knew she hadn't slept all night waiting for me, and now that I brought Yang Yu, she might not be able to accept it all at once. I could only say, all right, you rest well. I exchanged a glance with Yang Yu, who said, Sister Minor, please don't overthink it. Ooh, I really like you a lot. Zhang Minor's face paled slightly, and she merely nodded. Yang Yu and I came downstairs and sat at a table. Yang Yu rested her chin in her hands and said, what should we do? Sister Minor must be angry, I can tell. I replied, she won't be, as she isn't that petty, but this all happened too suddenly, as she may not be prepared for it yet. Yang Yu's expression turned gloomy, and she looked unhappy. I wanted to cheer her up, but felt something heavy in my heart as well. After a moment of silence, Yang Yu suddenly asked, Brother Yang, do you like Sister Minor? I mean, is it a brother-sister bond or romantic love? I replied seriously, actually, Sister Minor and I have gone through so much hardship together, facing life and death side by side. I have long gotten used to being with her. I think that might be what love is. Yang Yu said wistfully, I truly envy Sister Minor. She can travel the world with you, caring for you and looking after you even when you are gravely injured, while I feel like I can't do anything. I gently said, don't say such foolish things. We have come here together, isn't that sharing the hardships? We are meant to be together by heaven's arrangements. Yang Yu said, Brother Yang, promise me one thing, okay? I replied, just say it, even if it's 100 things I will promise. Yang Yu said, take me to find Mother. At that time you, Mother and Sister Minor will find a place to live in seclusion, ignoring everything, and we can live happily together, alright? I understood her intentions and softly said, alright, I promise you, after Brother Zhu's matters are settled, we will no longer care about worldly affairs and just live happily. Yang Yu's smile blossomed like a flower, her face full of happiness. Just as we were talking, we suddenly saw someone walk into the small inn. I looked and was overjoyed, rushing over to hug him, exclaiming, Brother Fong, why are you here? The newcomer was Fong Xiaoru, who looked as spirited as ever, though he seemed slightly haggard. It seemed that after Zhu Yuanzhang's death, many matters had fallen to him to manage, which had caused him some strain. Yang Yu's smile blossomed like a flower, her face full of happiness. Just as we were talking, we suddenly saw someone walk into the small inn. I looked. Fong Xiaoru, upon realizing it was Yang Yu, hurriedly bowed, saying, so, it's Her Highness the Princess. I quickly helped him up and said, Brother Fong, there's no need for formality. Yaya is not an outsider. Fong Xiaoru, upon realizing it was Yang Yu, hurriedly bowed, saying, so, it's Her Highness the Princess. I quickly helped him up and said, Brother Fong, there's no need for formality. We three gathered around the table, and Fong Xiaoru said, I met with the Emperor today. He was all smiles. Upon seeing me, he immediately said you had returned, and without delay he asked about your whereabouts, and rushed over. Brother Yang, it's been several months since we last met. Are you doing well? I replied with a bitter smile, I almost lost my life returning to see you, Brother Fong. Fong Xiaoru exclaimed, what happened? I recounted the events of the Shaolin battle, and he listened shocked. I said, Brother Fong, I came this time to tell Brother Zhu about a major matter, but he refuses to believe me. I hope you can lend me a helping hand. Fong Xiaoru asked, is it regarding the Prince of Yin? I was taken aback and said, you know about it. Fong Xiaoru replied, the Emperor mentioned it to me in the palace. In my opinion, although Zhu Di is bold, I don't think he would openly rebel. That would be a crime punishable by annihilation of his clan. I urged, Brother Fong, just trust me this once. You know I never speak falsehoods. Fong Xiaoru pondered and said, while it is suspicious that the Prince of Yin left Tian once he returns to his native ground in Beiping, it wouldn't justify taking action against him, would it? I replied, after the late emperor passed away, if Zhu Di had no guilty conscience, why would he rush back to Beiping so urgently? Fong Xiaoru said, but without evidence, how can we convict him? I replied, after the late emperor passed away, if Zhu Di had no guilty conscience, why would he rush back to Beiping so urgently? Fong Xiaoru said, but without, I said, with Qingming festival approaching, the emperor could take advantage of the late emperor's passing to ask all officials to go pay their respects. At that time a decree could summon Zhu Di to Yingtian to pay respects to the late emperor. If he has no guilt in his heart, he will come immediately. If he has ulterior motives, he will surely not dare to come. Then we can know whether Zhu Di is guilty of treason or not. Fong Xiaoru chuckled and said, this plan is brilliant. I can go discuss it with the emperor. I smiled and replied, actually, whether or not we test him doesn't matter, because I know Zhu Di will definitely refuse to come. This plan is merely to let Brother Zhu realize Zhu Di's wolfish ambitions, so he can prepare early. Feng Xiaoru said, with such a good brother like you, the emperor must be quite pleased. I smiled and said, we share blessings and hardships as brothers. Being the emperor with no one to confide in would be quite dreary, wouldn't it? Feng Xiaoru laughed and said, well said. Come on, Brother Yang, let's go to Taibai restaurant for some fish. I thought to let Zhang Minor rest well for a while and discuss things with her later in the afternoon. So I said, that sounds great. Yeah, let me take you to try the renowned Taibai carp from Ingtian. I guarantee you will want more. Yang Yu laughed and said, look at how eager you are. Feng Xiaoru chuckled heartily and said, if I go 2 days without eating Taibai carp, my stomach will rebel against me. Princess, I guarantee you won't find this authentic flavor even in the palace. Yang Yu said, if Brother Feng praises it like that, I must go try it. So the three of us left the inn and headed straight to Taibai restaurant. This meal had us all smiling and praising the food. Feng Xiaoru was knowledgeable and eloquent. When it came to literary talent, I couldn't hold a candle to him. Thus Yang Yu and I listened to his lengthy discourse, which was filled with grandeur. As a scholar who studied Confucian texts, he was brimming with ambition, and I couldn't help but admire him. The meal lasted for 2 full hours before we broke up. After eating and drinking to our heart's content, I suddenly remembered Zhang Minor and said to Feng Xiaoru, Brother Feng, I have some personal matters to attend to. Let's drink together another day. Feng Xiaoru smiled and said, there will be plenty of time in the future. Brother Yang, feel free to go handle your matters. I responded, then I will leave first. Remember to discuss what we talked about with Brother Zhu. Feng Xiaoru assured me, don't worry, I won't forget. I bid farewell and returned to the inn with Yang Yu. Yu Dashan was still sitting downstairs. I asked Brother Yu, is Sister Minor still not awake? Yu Dashan replied, I've been here the whole time, she hasn't come out of her room. I took Yang Yu to Zhang Minor's door and knocked, saying, Sister Minor, have you slept well? There was no response. I called again, but still no one answered. I thought that as a martial artist, even if she were in a deep sleep, she should be able to hear me. Could something have happened? Feeling anxious, I pushed the door open, and it swung open without any resistance. I stepped inside the room, only to find it utterly empty. Where was Zhang Minor? The person had long gone, and my heart jolted as I called out, Sister Minor, Sister Minor. Suddenly Yang Yu said, Brother Yang, there's a letter here. I was taken aback, thinking something was wrong. I reached out to take it, and saw the 4 elegant characters on the envelope for Yang Lang personally opened. I opened it, and couldn't help but exclaim, this is bad. The letter read, Yang Lang, upon receiving this letter, know that I now have someone by my side. My heart's wish has been fulfilled. From now on, with her looking after you, I can leave with peace of mind. I wish you a long life filled with peace and joy. I will always remember you in my heart. I am leaving Minor. In that instant, I felt the world spinning. Holding the letter in my right hand, my body softened, and I slumped into a chair, murmuring, Why? Why did you leave? Yang Yu snatched the letter from my hand, and upon reading it, her expression changed dramatically. She said, Sister Minor has left. How can this be? She called out, Brother Yu, Brother Yu. Yu Dashan rushed up, asking what happened. Your Highness. Yang Yu questioned, when did Sister Minor leave? Yu Dashan looked bewildered and said, I've been downstairs the whole time. I didn't see Miss Zhang leave at all. I felt as if my heart was being sliced, continuously asking myself, why? Why did you leave? Yang Yu anxiously said, Brother Yang, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have come. I replied, this has nothing to do with you, it's my fault. Yu Dashan urged, you both stop blaming yourselves. We need to find Miss Zhang quickly. I was suddenly startled, realizing he was right. So I went downstairs to ask the innkeeper, but no one had seen Zhang Minor leave. I thought she must have jumped out of the window. In this vast sea of people, where could I search for her? My heart was in turmoil. What should have been a joyous reunion now ended with Zhang Minor leaving me. Yang Yu held my hand and said, Brother Yang, you're panicking. Oh, let's go find Brother Zhu and have him send someone to search. That would be much quicker, right? I was lost in thought and replied, you go arrange it, do I? I'm too confused. Yang Yu looked at me with concern, but my eyes were vacant, scattered. Indeed, with Zhang Minor gone, my mind was in chaos. Zhang Minor's sudden departure left me in a state of deep anxiety. Zhu Yunwen sent people to search everywhere, but there was still no trace of her. For several days I felt like an ant on a hot pan, restless and uneasy. Yang Yu stayed by my side, equally troubled. On the other hand, Zhu Yunwen adopted my strategy, using the Qingming festival as a pretext to issue a decree inviting Zhu Di to come to Ingtian for the sacrifice. Nearly a month passed, and scouts reported back, all saying they had not found Zhang Minor. One day, Zhu Yunwen, Yang Yue, and I were in Zhu Yunwen's study feeling anxious, when suddenly Feng Xiaoru rushed in. I stood up and asked, what news, Brother Feng? Is there any? Feng Xiaoru replied, there is still no news of Miss Zhang, But there is a much bigger piece of news to report to His Majesty. As my fourth uncle refused to come, Zhu Yunwen's expression changed. Indeed, the Prince of Yin claimed he was too busy with affairs in Beiping to come, and instead set up a sacrificial altar at his residence in Beiping. Your Majesty, what do you think? Zhu Yunwen slumped down, saying Yangxian's words are indeed correct. My fourth uncle must have something to hide. The Prince of Yin is ambitious, and just this act of defying the decree is enough to condemn him. Brother, don't hesitate any longer. Zhu Yunwen said, but he is still my fourth uncle. Your Majesty, you see him as your fourth uncle, but he does not recognize you as his royal nephew. In this situation, we must act decisively and not let emotions cloud our judgment. Fang Xiaoru urged. Zhu Yunwen remained indecisive. I anxious for Zhang Minor said, brother, this matter is urgent. We must prepare early. If he seizes the opportunity, first it will not end well. As the saying goes, prevent troubles before they arise. Preparing early is the best plan. Zhu Yunwen gritted his teeth and said, what you say is true, being prepared, but not needing it is also acceptable. I sighed, thinking that after a month without any trace of Zhang Minor, she must be deliberately avoiding crowded places. Continuing to wait was not a solution. So I said, brother, this matter requires caution, but I have personal matters to attend to. I wish to go out and search for her myself. I understand your feelings. My people have already searched around Yingtian and even sent people to Suzhou and Wuxi, but there has been no news. I suspect Ms. Zhang must have left this place, Zhu Yunwen replied. Brother Minor has a special background, and the world of Jianghu is perilous. I truly cannot relax for a moment. I glanced at Yang Yu and said, Yaya, please take good care of my brother. Before Zhu Yunwen could speak, Yang Yu said, no, I want to go with you. I was taken aback and said, the Jianghu is very tough. You don't know martial arts, and it would be inconvenient for you to wander around with me. Yang Yu's eyes turned red as she said, you fear I will be a burden, but Minor left because of me. I am uneasy if I cannot find her. I hesitated, wanting to take Yang Yu with me, but fearing she could not endure hardship. Moreover, the Jianghu is fraught with danger. What if something went wrong? Yet seeing her determined expression, I could only say, all right, but you must pay attention to one thing. Do not stray too far from me, or I won't be able to protect you. Yang Yu's face lit up with joy as she nodded eagerly. Zhu Yunwen and Fang Xiaoru were very reluctant. I grasped their hands and said, having such two brothers like you in my life is enough. You must take care of yourself, my dear brother. When we meet again, I hope you remain the same as today, Zhu Yunwen said. I replied, the same goes for you, brother. Do not push too hard, remember. These words were inexplicable, and I thought he wouldn't understand. Fang Xiaoru said, brother Yang, when you return, let's go to Taibai Tower to eat carp again. All right, brother Fang, brother, I take my leave. The two waved goodbye. Yang Yu and I left the palace, returned to my room to pack a few things, and found Yu Dashan still at the inn. I said, brother Yu, we are going to search for Minor. Would you like to come with us? Yu Dashan patted his chest and said, I know the roads well, let me lead the way. But where are we going to look? I paused, honestly not knowing where to search. Yang Yu suddenly asked, brother Yang, where did you meet Minor? Suddenly inspired, I said, right. Could she have gone to Butterfly Valley? Let's check there first. We hurried along the way, reaching Butterfly Valley, but though the scenery remained unchanged, it was deserted. Dust covered the rooms, indicating no one had been there. I felt lost as I paid my respects at Husua's grave, not wanting to linger a day longer. Yet not knowing where to search further, I saw Yang Yu looking travel-worn and somewhat haggard, but she remained silent, clearly trying not to worry me. I felt pity, though anxious I could not let Yang Yu become exhausted. So I said, everyone has been tired for several days now, let's rest here for 2 days. But Yang Yu insisted, brother Yang, we shouldn't rest. For each day we rest, Minor moves further away from us. If we find Minor, but wear out my Yaya, that would be a loss rather than a gain, I replied with a smile. Yang Yu said, you were so nice to me, but I can't help much since I don't know martial arts. Without you talking to me along the way, I fear I would become too bored, I said. Yu Dashan went to start a fire and cook while Yang Yu and I sat in the room. Suddenly she asked, do you think where Minor might go? I don't know. She once mentioned wanting to find the footprints of the hero Zhang Wuji, but after the events at Kunlun, there was no further news, so I have no idea where she could go next. Do you know about Minor's background? Yang Yu asked. I said, haven't you read The Heaven Sword and the Dragons? Her father was the legendary hero Zhang Wuji, and her mother was a Mongolian princess. Her mother betrayed her father and brother, ultimately becoming attached to Zhang the hero. Truly admirable. Yang Yu sighed with longing, saying ancient people could forsake everything for love, which is far more admirable than our modern people. I nodded in agreement. After a while, Yang Yu suddenly said, brother Yang, you said Minor was looking for the hero Zhang's trail. Do you think she might now be searching for her mother's trace? I slapped my forehead and exclaimed, right. Why didn't I think of that? She must be heading to Dadu. Yang Yu asked, where is Dadu? Dadu was the capital of Mongolia back then. It is now called Beiping. Yang Yu exclaimed, so great. Then I can also see my mother. My heart was filled with joy. Although I couldn't be certain that Zhang Minor went to Dadu, there was hope, which was better than wandering aimlessly. Then let's go now. I really want to see my mother soon. Yang Yu said. I laughed, silly girl, let's rest for one night. First, I don't want to wear out my good yaya. Yang Yu smiled like a blooming flower, and we each went to our rooms to sleep. The next morning we set off again, and the journey was uneventful. Although Yang Yu had no martial arts, she held up well. One day we arrived at a small town at the junction of Hunan and Hebei, only to see a crowd of ragged people rushing in. I found it strange and stopped a relatively well-dressed person, asking, brother, what has happened? Why are there so many beggars? The person looked me over and said, you're from the south, aren't you? No wonder you don't know. The Prince of Yen has rebelled, and within 10 days he has already occupied over 20 towns in Jili. These are all refugees from the north. Alas, the world is about to descend into chaos again. I was taken aback and said, what? Zhu Di has rebelled so quickly. The person looked at me and said, I advise you to return to the south. If you go further north, it will all be under the control of the Prince of Yen. I felt anxious and said, thank you, brother, but I have urgent matters that require me to go to Beiping. The man shook his head and sighed before leaving with the crowd heading south. The Prince of Yan's rebellion was something I had anticipated, but hearing it confirmed so soon still shocked me deeply. I knew that for the next 3 years wars would ensue, the people would suffer, and countless would perish in the struggle between emperors. Alas, such is the world, and I couldn't help but feel once more the benefits of socialism. Seeing me standing there in a daze, Yang Yu urged, don't think too much. Finding Minor is our priority. Let's not concern ourselves with the war, especially since we can't do anything about it. Yu Dashan said, if we go further, we'll be in Hebei. It's only 2 days' journey to Beiping, but that person said the Prince of Yen is rebelling. I fear there will be troops stationed on the main road, so we can only take the small roads, which will take us 3 days. I appreciate your help, brother Yu. Yu Dashan laughed, brother Yang, you're too polite. Along the way we encountered several groups of refugees heading south, all tattered and emaciated. I couldn't bear to look too long and gave the remaining food and money we had to them, but it was merely a drop in the bucket and couldn't solve their problems. My hatred for Zhu Di's ambition deepened, yet I knew he would ultimately prevail. I could only sigh inwardly. Beiping is present-day Beijing. The Prince of Yen, Zhu Di, was granted a title at the age of 11 and stationed in Beiping. He was a legendary hero keen to consolidate his stronghold. Thus, during Zhu Yuantang's reign, Beiping had already taken shape, offering a different view compared to Nanjing. At this time, as the Prince of Yen first rebelled, everyone in Beiping was in a state of panic. People hurriedly passed each other, and when encountering acquaintances they merely nodded and rushed by, fearing disaster would soon strike. Although the tall buildings and blue tiles of Beiping stood proud, the atmosphere felt extraordinarily tense. On the bluestone streets, people often galloped past on horseback, clearly reporting the latest military developments to the royal residence. The 3 of us found an inn to stay in, but the business was sluggish, and it was only us 3 eating. I couldn't help but ask the innkeeper, why is your business so bleak? The innkeeper looked around and walked over to whisper, alas. In this chaotic time, who would dare to come to Beiping? You're from the south, right? You must be careful. Careful of what? I asked. The soldiers in the city are rigorously checking guests from the south. If anyone seems suspicious, they are thrown into prison. I took out a 5-tael silver ingot and handed it to him, saying, then we'll head upstairs first. If anyone comes asking, just say there are no guests and you're in all right. The innkeeper hesitated, but was ultimately unable to resist the temptation of silver and nodded. We entered the room and soon heard soldiers coming in to check downstairs. The innkeeper was smooth-tongued and managed to deceive them, which made me feel somewhat relieved. This place is Beiping, also known as the Yuan Dadu. However, we haven't seen any trace of Minor on our way here. I plan to investigate the Prince of Yan's residence tonight. Yang Yu said, Zhu Di has just rebelled. He must be on guard against assassination. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I smiled and said, although my martial arts are not the best in the world, I can protect myself. Don't forget, there's also the Princess of Yen. Yang Yu paused for a moment and then said, then I will go with you. I replied, tonight I will go to investigate first. If everything is clear, we can meet tomorrow evening. You must also be prepared. Yu Dashan was left in confusion, not understanding what was going on. I said to him, brother Yu, it will be hard for you to protect Yaya tonight. Brother Yang, don't worry. Even if my life is at stake, I will ensure the prince's safety, Yu Dashan said. I smiled and felt grateful, not needing to express thanks. Yang Yu said, you must be careful. I will wait for you here. I nodded. Finally, as the night fell into complete darkness, I donned my attire and made my way towards the northern Ping Yan Wang mansion. The mansion was easy to find. I simply followed the main road. The northern Ping Yin Wang mansion was vastly different from the Nanjing Ing Tian Yin Wang mansion. Its entrance was adorned in golden splendor, exuding a majestic aura resembling that of a royal palace. Guards stood in formation, and although it was already night, the sound of hoofbeats echoed, indicating urgent military affairs that could not be delayed. I reached a wall, noticed no one around, and quietly climbed over it, gently landing inside. Inside the Yin Wang mansion, the grandeur was even more pronounced. I found myself in a vast garden filled with countless exotic flowers and plants. The intoxicating fragrance of the blossoms enveloped me, and the intricate carvings and rockeries surrounding me even in the night rivaled the royal palace in Yingtian. I moved stealthily as guards patrolled in tight formations. There was a significant difference between this northern Ping Yin Wang mansion and the Yingtian Yin Wang mansion. I was unaware of the location of Zhu Di's sleeping quarters, nor did I know where the Yin Wang Fei resided, which made me anxious. Just as I was at a loss, I suddenly heard the sound of hooves approaching the main gate, and a figure resembling an officer rushed inside. A thought crossed my mind, and I followed him, seeing him rush through several corridors and courtyards, arriving at a grand hall. Inside the hall, lights shone brightly, and upon closer inspection, I saw Zhu Di seated prominently, with civil and military officials flanking him. I thought to myself, isn't this a declaration of his ascendance to the throne? Although he wasn't wearing the dragon robe, his intentions were clear to all. The man rushed inside, and I quickly glanced around before stealthily slipping into the hall through the inscription above, a perfect spot to observe the proceedings without being noticed. I saw the scout kneel and report, "Your Highness, the Jiangwen Emperor has dispatched Li Jinglong to assemble 500,000 elite troops in Qingdao Shandong and is expected to launch an attack tomorrow." As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in a flurry of discussions. Zhu Di waved his hand and commanded, "Do not panic. That Zhu Yunwen is just a child. How could he understand the ways of war? Li Jinglong is an incompetent fool of no use at all. Zhu Yunwen only knows how to appoint treacherous ministers, leading to chaos in the court. Thus, I am raising troops under the banner of clearing the ranks, aimed at purging the traitors around him." Zhu Di is truly cunning, I thought to myself. Even now, he was seeking excuses for his rebellion, rallying the officials and soldiers of northern Ping to his side. An elderly scholar stood up and said, "Your Highness, although the Emperor has appointed treacherous ministers, we should offer sound advice. To rebel is a grave sin that can condemn entire clans. Furthermore, the odds are against us. There is no way we can win this battle." Zhu Di replied coldly, "What do you suggest we do?" The old minister said, "In my opinion, it would be better to speak candidly. Even if the Emperor does not agree, there is still room for reconciliation." Zhu Di retorted, "Now that I have raised my troops, what is the point of discussing peace? At such a juncture, to speak favorably of the enemy is to disturb the morale of our troops. Guards, take him away and execute him." At this proclamation, everyone in the hall was taken aback. Several individuals immediately stood up to plead for the old minister's life. Zhu Di declared, "If the morale is unstable, how can we defeat the enemy? Guards, take him away." Instantly, someone dragged the old minister away. He shed 2 lines of tears, crying out, "Your Highness, do not strike with an egg against a stone." Moments later, a guard presented the severed head of the old minister, his eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. My blood surged with rage, and I immediately thought of going down to capture Zhu Di, but I knew history could not be altered and could only lament the presence of treachery. At this moment, the hall was silent as a grave. Zhu Di said, "Do you all think I have been too ruthless? Listen well, from now on, anyone who dares to speak to waver the morale of the army will serve as a lesson to others." With that, he flicked his sleeve and withdrew. The others gradually exited the grand hall, and a few of the officials who were close to the old minister wept bitterly, but dared not speak in reproach. As I watched the crowd disperse, I gently leaped down and followed Zhu Di. He took many twists and turns until he arrived at a chamber. At that moment, I could easily kill him, but being from the modern era, I knew he would become the future Ming Xingzu. If I killed him, history would be overturned, and I would become a sinner through the ages. Zhu Di knocked on the door twice and called out, "My lady." My heart leapt with joy. This was indeed the sleeping quarters of the Yin Wang Fei, mother of Yang Yu. I heard the door creak open, and the Yin Wang Fei came out, saying, "Has the discussion concluded, Your Highness? It has been tough these past few days." Zhu Di smiled and replied, "Not tough at all, but it has indeed been hard on you, my lady, spending the nights alone without my company." The Yin Wang Fei asked, "So, Your Highness, you will not be leaving tonight?" Zhu Di nodded. My heart sank. With the two of them together, I could do nothing. Just then a guard stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, Lord Dongfang requests an urgent audience." Zhu Di's expression darkened as he replied, "What is it?" "We can discuss it tomorrow." The guard said, "Lord Dongfang said that Yang Yang has left Yingtian and arrived in northern Ping. This person possesses formidable martial skills and should not be underestimated. Upon hearing my name, Zhu Dis' expression changed, and he forced a smile at the Yin Wang Fei, saying, "My lady, look at this." The Yin Wang Fei smiled and said, "It's all right, you should go. Don't tire yourself out." Zhu Di nodded and followed the guard. The Yin Wang Fei gazed at Zhu Dis' retreating figure, remaining motionless for a long time before sighing and turning to enter the door. I swiftly emerged and called out, "Auntie." The Yin Wang Fei was startled but quickly recognized me, looking around before allowing me into the room. I sighed in relief and smiled, saying, "Auntie, did you think I would come to find you?" The Yin Wang Fei replied, "You are quite bold to dare come here. I had no choice. I have no other acquaintances in northern Ping, so I came to find you." The Yin Wang Fei asked, "What do you need from me?" I lost track of Sister Minor again. I specifically came to look for her. The Yin Wang Fei asked, "What? Has she been captured by the Wang Yi again?" "Not exactly. This time she left on her own." The Yin Wang Fei inquired, "What happened? Tell me slowly." So I recounted how I had arrived in Yingtian with Zhang Minor, and how I had introduced Yang Yu to her, as well as how she had left a message to say goodbye, and why we had come to find her in northern Ping. Yang Yu is her daughter, so she naturally cared about her. When I mentioned that I had come to northern Ping with Yang Yu, the Yin Wang Fei suddenly stood up, exclaiming, You mean Yu has also come to northern Ping?" "Indeed, I brought her here so that you two could meet." The Yin Wang Fei appeared exceptionally excited and asked tremulously, "Where is she?" "Don't worry, I will bring her to see you tomorrow night. You can decide the time and place." "All right, tomorrow night at midnight, I will wait for you two in the Buddhist hall to the east. That hall is where I usually recite scriptures, and even the Wang Yi is not allowed to enter. It will be absolutely safe." "Okay, Annie, we will definitely arrive on time tomorrow night." The Yin Wang Fei's heart remained agitated, evidently after being separated from her daughter for 7 or 8 years. They were about to reunite 600 years in the past. It was such a significant event filled with anticipation. I was also genuinely happy for her, but then I remembered about Zhang Minor and said, "Annie, about Sister Minor." The Yin Wang Fei interjected, "Yang, you must honestly tell me, what is your relationship with Miss Zhang?" In this situation, I could only tell the truth, saying, "Auntie, rest assured I treat you the same as I treat Sister Minor." The Yin Wang Fei replied, "In fact, I had noticed it the last time you rescued Miss Zhang." Sigh. In this situation, I could only tell the truth, saying, "Auntie, rest assured I treat you the same as I treat Sister Minor." The Yin Wang Fei replied, "In fact, I had noticed it the last time you rescued Miss Zhang." "I am delighted to hear that. Thank you, Annie. I will definitely treat you better than myself. I know you are a good child, but regarding your relationship with the Wang Yi, I think." Upon mentioning this matter, a thought crossed my mind, and I asked, "Annie, are you familiar with Ming Dynasty history?" "Of course I know. Therefore, I also advise you to follow the current historical trend. Although I have no desire for riches and glory, it is still necessary to protect oneself." I sighed and said, "Auntie, do you know that Jiangwen Emperor Zhu Yunwen is my sworn brother? I understand that history cannot be defied, but there are still 3 years left. Let's talk about it then. I know you are now skilled in martial arts, but you need to think about Yu. In this chaotic era, what can a weak sigh? I have been married to the Wang Yi for over 7 years, and I have never asked him for anything other than to live in peace and be content." "I understand, Auntie. It is already late, and I am worried about Yu at the inn. I must return now. Please take care of Sister Minor if she comes." The Yin Wang Fei nodded, saying, "Then be careful." I waved goodbye and left the Yin Wang mansion. Upon returning to the inn, Yang Yu and Yu Dashan had been anxiously waiting for me. As soon as they saw me return, they rushed over with Yang Yu, asking what happened. "Did you find any news about Sister Minor?" I replied, "I did not find any news about Sister Minor." You must be tired after a whole day. Go back to your room and rest." Yu Dashan nodded and withdrew. I embraced Yang Yu and said, "Where I have some tremendous news to share with you." Yang Yu looked both surprised and delighted, asking, "What is it?" "Tomorrow you will be able to see your mother." Yang Yu was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Really? You are not lying to me, are you?" I assured her, "How could I lie to you? I met Annie today, and she asked me to bring you to see her tomorrow night at midnight." Yang Yu was overwhelmed with joy, crying, Yang, thank you. I haven't seen my mother in 7 years. I can't imagine it. Is this truly the heavens arrangement?" I stroked Yang Yu's hair and said, "Perhaps it is. Where sincerity exists, even metal and stone can be moved. Your filial piety touched the heavens, allowing you to reunite with your mother." Yang, I certainly won't be able to sleep tonight. Will you stay with me until dawn?" I was taken aback, but quickly nodded, saying, "All right, I will keep you company." Yang Yu sighed, "I truly hope tomorrow night arrives quickly." Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water. The night was serene, and inside the room, lovers whispered sweet nothings, creating a quiet romance that lingered in the tranquil night until dawn. The long night slipped away in the blink of an eye. All romantic souls resent the fleeting passage of time. I talked with Yang Yu until dawn, and only after coaxing her to sleep did I succumb to fatigue and return to my room to sleep soundly. One day passed without incident, and I awoke only in the evening. After having dinner, I quietly awaited the arrival of night. Just after the hour of Hai Yang, you could hardly contain her excitement, insisting that I take her out. Unable to resist her, I checked the time and decided it was almost time, so I took her directly to the residence of the Prince of Yen. Beiping was a bustling metropolis at the time, but it was still early in the hour of Hai, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Occasionally messengers rushed back and forth, likely carrying news of battle, filling the hearts of the people with unease. Hurrying to the Prince of Yan's residence, I arrived at the same place I entered last night. Yang Yue, who did not know any martial arts, was held by my waist as I effortlessly leaped over the wall. Yang Yu let out a soft gasp, her body soared, as if riding the clouds, her wide eyes filled with disbelief as she stared at me, saying, "Brother Yang, am I dreaming? You can actually fly like in the TV shows, it's incredible." I smiled faintly, shook my hand, and signaled her not to speak. As I led Yang Yu towards the Buddhist hall indicated by the Princess of Yen, a shadow suddenly flew in from outside the wall. Startled, I pulled Yang Yu into the shadows to hide. The figure moved swiftly toward the main hall, piquing my curiosity. I tugged Yang Yu along behind, and the figure appeared to be a woman. I felt that her silhouette was quite familiar, as if I had seen her somewhere before. She seemed unaware of being followed, only paying attention to the patrolling guards ahead. Before long, I reached the entrance of the main hall with the woman in black. She hesitated for a moment before suddenly shouting, "Dongfang Shao, come out here." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and joy. That voice belonged to Zhang Minor, whom I had been searching for unsuccessfully for nearly 2 months. Yang Yu trembled all over, tightly gripping my hand. It was clear that the people inside had also heard the commotion and rushed out. The first to emerge was Zhu Di, followed closely by Dongfang Shao, as guards from all directions hurried out quickly, surrounding Zhang Minor. Zhang Minor stood proudly unafraid, glaring at Dongfang Shao with a fierce expression on her face. Zhu Di spoke. I wondered who it was. "So it is the daughter of the great hero Zhang. You come alone, what courage you have." Zhang Minor replied, "I came here today only to find Dongfang Shao, and it has nothing to do with anyone else." "Dongfang Shao, do you think you can hide behind others just because you have protection?" Dongfang Shao laughed heartily, saying, "Miss Zhang, you followed me from Amei all the way here, and I have not held it against you. Why are you being so ungrateful?" Zhang Minor's face turned cold as she declared, "Dongfang Shao, it's one thing to seize the Yitian sword, but why did you also kill Master Yusheng?" I am here to avenge Master Yusheng." Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. I had witnessed Master Yusheng's fierce righteousness at Shadasi, and though her temperament was fiery, she was still a respected leader. Now, hearing of her death, I couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. Zhang Minor grew more agitated as she drew her long sword ready to advance. Zhu Di waved his hand, and the surrounding guards stepped forward, attempting to seize her. Dongfang Shao addressed Zhu Di, saying, "Your Highness, this is a private matter between Miss Zhang and me. Let me handle it myself. I wouldn't want to trouble your Highness." Zhu Di nodded slightly, but the surrounding guards still formed a tight encirclement. Seeing Zhang Minor trapped in dire straits, I made up my mind to protect her at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing my own life. Zhang Minor huffed, holding her sword at an angle, and Dongfang Shao chuckled, saying, "Miss Zhang, if your father, the great hero Zhang, were here, I might still be cautious. But you are not my match. I advise you to go back." Zhang Minor shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, let's see your sword." With her right hand, she flicked her long sword and lunged at Dongfang Shao. Dongfang Shao had a sword slung across his back. I steadied my gaze and saw that the sword exuded an ancient aura, faintly shimmering with a blue light. It was indeed the indestructible Yitian sword. As Dongfang Shao saw Zhang Minor's sword approaching, he did not draw the Yitian sword from his back, but instead leaned aside, stretching out his right hand with fingers spread, swiftly attempting to seize Zhang Minor's long sword with a technique called minor capture. Zhang Minor, trained in her family's martial arts, was not easily disarmed. Her right wrist twisted rapidly, and the long sword barely grazed past, nearly slicing off Dongfang Shao's fingers. At this, Dongfang Shao no longer dared to underestimate her, realizing that this girl before him had received teachings from Zhang Wuji and possessed remarkable skills. However, he still held back, unwilling to draw his weapon against a young girl. As a result, his expertise in the Duga 9 swords could not be fully utilized, greatly diminishing his combat effectiveness. On the other hand, Zhang Minor's Taiji swordsmanship was executed flawlessly, and the two engaged in an evenly matched duel. I watched from the shadows, ready to step in and help at any moment, while Yang Yu beside me seemed to be watching with great interest, her expression clearly indicating she was enjoying a martial arts drama. I thought to myself that since Dongfang Xiao was not drawing his sword, Zhang Minor was momentarily in danger, and it wouldn't be wise for me to reveal myself lest I complicate things for Yang Yu. Dongfang Xiao was excellent in swordsmanship, but his hand-to-hand combat was not his strong suit. It seemed even the Wudong sect leader Yin Weifan was somewhat stronger than him. However, his internal strength far surpassed that of Zhang Minor, and since her Taiji swordplay emphasized defense, she was not good at offense. Thus, after battling for quite some time, the outcome remained a stalemate. Dongfang Xiao, realizing he could not win against this girl without drawing his sword, also felt the pressure of Zhu Di and the guards at the side. As the chief warrior of the royal residence, how could he be unable to defeat a young girl after such a long time? What face would he have left? As the fight reached a fever pitch, Dongfang Xiao let out a long howl, drawing the Etian sword from its sheath. With a sharp cha sound, Zhang Minor took 3 steps back. Her 3-foot-long sword had been nearly sliced off by the Etian sword, leaving her with only a half sword, staring blankly. Upon seeing Dongfang Xiao draw his sword, I knew it was bad. I whispered to Yang Yu, "Stay here and don't move." Fearing that Dongfang Xiao might injure Zhang Minor with a single strike, I rushed out and caught Zhang Minor. This sudden turn of events startled Zhang Minor, while Dongfang Xiao and Zhu Di were equally taken aback, their expressions changing drastically. I lowered my head and asked, "Sister Minor, are you all right?" Zhang Minor wore a joyful expression, just about to speak, when she suddenly remembered something, her face darkening, as she said, "Why did you come to save me? It would be better if you let me die." I urgently replied, "Sister Minor, I've searched for you tirelessly. Why did you leave without saying a word?" Zhang Minor retorted, "You have someone taking care of you. Why do you need me?" My heart raced, filled with 1,000 words, yet in front of everyone, I didn't know where to begin. Dongfang Xiao laughed. "Hey Yang, you really have a charmed life. That sword from Shaolin Temple couldn't kill you. I admire you." I smiled and replied, "We are both lucky, Dongfang Zongmin. You are also blessed." Dongfang Xiao chuckled. "Young hero Yang, you need to change your title. I am now the Grand Marshal of Pingnan Ha." I was taken aback and said, "That is disrespectful, Grand Marshal Dongfang." Turning to Zhu Di, I added, "Raising a tiger may bring disaster. Your Highness truly has an eye for talent." Zhu Di responded, "You need not worry about that, young hero Yang. May I ask what your intentions are for entering my Prince of Yan's residence at night?" Before I could speak, Zhang Minor interjected, "Yang, this evil Dongfang has killed Master Yu Sheng and stolen the Etian sword. You must avenge the master." I felt a surge of determination as I looked at Dongfang Xiao, asking, "Is that true?" Dongfang Xiao replied with a laugh, "Since I Dongfang Xiao have done it, I won't deny it." "That foul nun Yu Sheng," I politely asked to borrow the Etian sword, but she refused to cooperate, truly asking for trouble. I felt a surge of anger and said sternly, "So you killed her?" Dongfang Xiao replied, "It's worth mentioning that this matter partially involves you, young brother Yang." I was taken aback, asking me. Dongfang Xiao continued, "That day at Shaolin Temple, I could have won, but I foolishly used an ordinary sword. Otherwise, how would you still be alive today?" I angrily retorted, "Given the circumstances, can you still evade responsibility?" Dongfang Xiao laughed, "Actually, it no longer matters. With the Etian sword in hand, do you think you can walk out of the Prince of Yan's residence alive today?" I couldn't help but smile coldly, but refrained from speaking. My mind raced with thoughts how to ensure the safety of Zhang Minor and Yang Yu. Zhang Minor was no slouch, and as long as I could hold Dongfang Xiao back, she should be able to escape. But Yang Yu had no martial arts skills, which made things extremely tricky. Just when the Princess of Yin was most likely waiting at the Buddhist hall. As I pondered, Zhu Di suddenly said, "Young hero Yang, wise men know to adapt. As long as you and Mr. Dongfang assist me, what worries do I have about not achieving great things? In that case, riches and honor will be endless." Dongfang Xiao also smiled and said, "It is rare for the prince to have such good intentions. I can also overlook past grievances. How about we turn enemies into friends?" I turned to Zhu Di and said, "Your Highness, I would like to advise you, if the world falls into your hands in the future, I hope you will not act as you do now and refrain from doing things that benefit yourself at the expense of others." Zhu Di was extremely pleased to hear these words, saying, "So young hero Yang, you are agreeing to assist me?" I replied, "Your Highness is a wise man. Zhu Yunwan is my sworn brother, and no matter what, I cannot betray him. Even though I know it is unachievable, when we made our brotherly vows, we agreed to share both fortune and difficulty. Your Highness, please forgive me for my rudeness." Zhu Di was not easily dissuaded, but Dongfang Xiao said, "Your Highness, this person possesses formidable martial arts. Since he is unwilling to submit, he must be eliminated early. Today is the perfect opportunity. Oh, please allow me to capture him." Zhu Di gritted his teeth and slowly nodded. Dongfang Xiao turned and said, "Young hero Yang, you were lucky to escape death at Shaolin Temple, but today I fear you won't be so fortunate." I smiled slightly, gently pushing Zhang Minor aside, and shouted, "Dongfang Zhongmin, or rather Grand Marshal Dongfang, draw your sword." I focused intently on the sword in Dongfang Xiao's hand, not daring to be negligent. I knew that his Duga 9 swords were unmatched in their ferocity, and once unleashed, they would be fearsome indeed. Dongfang Xiao knew full well that he stood no chance against me unarmed. He drew the heaven-reliant sword with a sharp, ringing note, the blade exuding an aura of bone-chilling cold. I dared not underestimate him. Though I had cultivated the dual energies of yin and yang, cold and heat, I knew the heaven-reliant sword's edge was peerless should it pierce me. As before, I would fall silently, pierced clean through the chest. Even as I pondered, icy tendrils already brushed my chest. Dongfang Xiao had lunged forward, thrusting the heaven-reliant sword, its blade not yet upon me, yet its killing intent already pressing like frost against my skin. I swerved left, channeling the 9 Yang divine art into my right palm, and struck squarely at the sword's flat. This blow bore pure Yang force, though it landed only on metal. Dongfang Xiao felt searing heat flood his right side, nearly causing him to lose his grip. He recoiled instantly, face contorted in shock and disbelief, never imagining that in mere months my inner energy had transformed so utterly. This time I gave him no respite. My left palm followed swiftly, a yin strike laced with biting cold, aimed straight at his face. During our prior duel at Shaolin Monastery, my body held only the 9 Yang Qi, rendering every blow rigid and unyielding. But after ingesting the twin dragon and phoenix pill, my yin and yang energies harmonized, infusing the 9 Yang Qi with two opposing extremes, one blazing with scorching intensity, the other freezing with absolute chill, making them devastating beyond measure. Dongfang Xiao clearly struggled against this dual assault. His breath grew labored, sustained only by the peerless, ever-adapting techniques of the solitary sword art. Yet I now held overwhelming advantage, the first deployment of my yin-yang energies already proving decisive. That even the legendary solitary sword art would falter under their pressure far exceeded my expectations. Having earlier boasted confidently, Dongfang Xiao now panicked, as he found himself not merely overpowered, but shackled, unable to move freely. Newly appointed Grand Marshal, he had desperately sought merit before Zhu Di, yet now all stratagems failed. His eyes darted wildly, but no countermeasure could withstand the yin-yang currents governed by my 9 Yang divine art. With each exchange, dread deepened within him. Holding the heaven-reliant sword, he felt less mastery than during our Shaolin clash, and realized with mounting horror that he would not even wound me in mutual destruction, but fall beneath my palms. Though I held clear dominance, I remained wary. Dongfang Xiao was cunning beyond measure. Rather than risk reckless offense, I advanced deliberately, striking palm after palm, with unwavering precision, secure in inevitable victory. Mid-fury, I launched another palm strike. Dongfang Xiao sidestepped, but his footing wavered. Suddenly, he executed the Cloud Dragon triple manifestation. His blade trembled with blinding speed, appearing as 3 swords striking at once. Unable to discern illusion from reality, I retreated one step. Yet the moment he forced me back, he whirled, thrusting the heaven-reliant sword toward Zhang Min'er with lightning speed. She stood entranced, utterly unprepared. The strike came faster than thunder, leaving her no time even to raise a hand, steel already at her breast. My heart lurched. I hurled myself forward, striking at his most vulnerable point, his exposed back, to compel him to withdraw. But his lunge toward Min'er was feigned, a ruse designed to shatter my composure and throw my strike into disarray. My palm flung to save Min'er carried every ounce of my strength. I threw my entire body into the motion. Dongfang Xiao, sensing my desperation, reversed his thrust before it fully extended, pivoting to drive the heaven-reliant sword, its blade gleaming like frozen lightning, straight into my right chest. My body was already airborne, momentum too great to halt. Once again, I faced impalement. Yet this time the weapon was the heaven-reliant sword, the sharpest, most unbreakable blade under heaven. No matter how profound my inner energy, it would pierce me clean through. At that fateful instant, a figure flashed before me, blocking the fatal thrust. A soft, wet thud echoed as the blade pierced his chest, exiting through his back, transfixing him entirely. When I recognized who had sacrificed himself, my mind roared like thunder. Reality spun violently, and I lost all sense of place. It was Zhang Min'er who had thrown herself before me, letting the heaven-reliant sword pierce her heart. Even a celestial immortal would be powerless to reverse such a wound. Dongfang Xiao, stunned by the sudden turn, jerked his wrist to withdraw the blade. Grief-stricken beyond reason, I refused to let him pull free. My right hand sliced downward in a furious arc, cleaving directly into his right wrist. He was straining to extract the sword. My palm struck true. Infused with boundless sorrow and supreme inner force, that blow rivaled any blade. His right hand severed cleanly at the wrist, still clutching the heaven-reliant sword's hilt. Dongfang Xiao screamed, a raw animal cry, as he collapsed to his knees. Blood seeped from Minner's lips, her breath grew faint, thread-like. Helpless, I cradled her down onto the earth, my hands slick with crimson. A cry rang out, "Elder Sister Minner." And Yang Yu dashed forward, bursting into sobs before she even reached us. Minner smiled faintly. "Yang, do not grieve. To die for you fulfills my deepest wish." Tears streamed down my face as I whispered, "Elder Sister Min, speak no such folly. You shall not die. I will heal you." With great effort she shook her head and turned to Yang Yu. "Little sister, promise me, you will care for Yang always. Treat him with all your heart." Yang Yu wept uncontrollably, nodding fiercely, "Elder Sister Minner, you must not die. You must not die." Minta's eyes suddenly shimmered with unearthly light. She grasped my hand. "Yang, though we shared no marital vows, in my heart you have long been my husband. Will you? Her breath caught. She began to faint. Alarmed, I pressed my palm to her Jiang acupoint at her back, flooding her with 9 Yang divine qi. A faint flush warmed her pallid cheeks, and she whispered, "Will you kiss me?" Tears fell unchecked as anguish twisted my soul. Bowing low, I sealed my lips upon hers, soft, pale, damp with life's last warmth. Beneath the delicate fragrance of her skin lingered the iron tang of blood, a scent that shattered me. All present stood transfixed in silence. Not even Dongfang Xiao stirred, his own silence seeming a grim penance for that fatal thrust. The kiss lasted long, until fear she might suffocate compelled me to draw back. Her face glowed with serene joy as she gazed upward at the distant stars, eyes alight with ethereal radiance. Softly she murmured, "Mother, your daughter comes to meet you. I must tell you, I have found someone who cherishes me beyond measure. His name is Yang, and once we wandered together, Butterfly Valley." Her voice faded, growing softer and softer until it dissolved into silence. I stood frozen, unable even to touch her nose to confirm her passing. Yang Yu wailed aloud. I knew Minner was gone forever. Never again would I call her Elder Sister Minner. In that moment, only one thought consumed me: to follow her into oblivion. Without her, my world held no meaning. Memories flooded me. The boundless joy of our days together, her tender elder sisterly care, until her farewell letter in Ingtian revealed with brutal clarity just how irreplaceable she truly was. My mind went blank. Then Yang Yu cried, "You vile demon, don't run." I jolted upright to see Dongfang Xiao vanishing into the crowd. Rage erupted within me. "Dongfang Xiao, you murdered Elder Sister Minner." As he neared escape, desperation seized me. I drew the heaven-reliant sword and hurled it with all my might. The blade streaked like a comet. Guards and Zhu Di alike stared mouths agape. Only Dongfang Xiao, fleeing in panic, failed to notice. The heaven-reliant sword flew true, piercing his back, but 2 guards lunged sideways, attempting to intercept. Yet the blade cut steel as if it were silk, propelled by my titanic inner force. 2 soft thuds marked their deaths as it passed through both bodies, then, puff, buried itself deep in Dongfang Xiao's spine. His shriek tore the air as all 3 collapsed together. Onlookers gasped, jaws slack with awe. My mind reeled. Minner's death had shattered my spirit. Her body grew colder in my arms, yet I refused to accept her departure, clinging to the delusion she might awaken. If time itself could flow backward, perhaps resurrection was not beyond possibility. Through the haze, Zhu Di called out, Yang, you have slain my grand marshal for pacifying the South. I shall not hold it against you. Go, leave now. Fury surged. I glared, eyes wide, a choking rage demanding release. And fate chose him, Zhu Di, to ignite my wrath. In that instant I cast aside all restraint, future emperor or not. I roared, Zhu Di, had you not intervened, Elder Sister Minner would still live. Give me back her life. I charged forward, seizing Zhu Di's chest. Guards cried out in terror, but they were too late. Minner's face, her laughter, her gentle gaze, filled my thoughts. Enraged, I raised my palm to strike his skull. Just as my palm neared his brow, a woman's voice cried, Yang, spare him. I froze, hands suspended midair. Then Yang Yu leapt up, crying, Mother. She rushed into the arms of the Yin prince's consort. Overwhelmed by grief and joy, Yang Yu collapsed unconscious into her mother's embrace. The consort cried out, Yeah. Yang Yu revived instantly, lifting her head. Mother, I found you at last. I'm so happy. 2 clear tears traced her cheeks. The consort, overcome with emotion, choked out, At last I hold you again. How deeply I've longed. Watching mother and daughter reunited, grief curdled into bitter cynicism. I bellowed, Zhu Di, I will kill you. The consort, horrified by my frenzy, cried, Yang, stop. You must not slay him. Eyes burning red, I demanded, why? If not for him, elder sister Minner would still live. Give me back her life. My mind had fractured. I saw only loathing in every face. With Minner gone, I wished to slaughter all humanity, then end myself. The consort spoke calmly. You cannot alter history. Kill him, and you become a villain etched across millennia. Her words struck me like ice water. My right hand fell limply to my side. She continued, I know your heart bleeds for Miss Zhang. Should you persist, so be it. For if the prince dies, I shall not survive. Zhu Di, moved to tears, called my lady. She replied, my lord. These years you have treated me with such kindness. I shall repay you with my life. Yang Yu cried, mother, you must not die. If you do, I die with you. Then she turned to me, brother Yang Yong. You must not let my mother perish. The consort gently stroked Yang Yu's hair. Yeah, to see you again is heaven's greatest gift. Yang Yong is a good boy. Cherish him always. My heart churned. I looked at the consort, then at Yang Yu. My hands slowly released Zhu Di. Husband and wife, mother and daughter. What was I in this circle of love? A man who could not even protect the one he loved. What kind of hero was that? Grief erupted. I threw back my head and roared, shaking the heavens themselves. After several cries, anguish eased slightly, but I could no longer bear this place. Bending, I lifted Mindra's cooling body and leapt away. Guards started to pursue. Zhu Di raised a hand and commanded, let him go. Yang Yu cried, brother Yang Yang. Brother Yang Yang. I heard nothing. Vaulting over the wall, I vanished into the night. Clutching Minner, I ran wildly through empty streets, bursting beyond the city walls, then wandering aimlessly across rain-lashed fields. Dark clouds gathered, soon torrential rain drenched us both. Unheeding, I ran. Exhaustion unknown, driven only by the desperate need to hold her, to refuse separation even in death. Rain poured in sheets, soaking us completely, but I ran on. Only physical exhaustion could dull the agony within. Yet Minner's voice grew clearer in my mind, inescapable haunting. I carried her until dawn broke, but the rain persisted. Suddenly my foot slipped. I crashed face first into the muddy road, plastering myself in filth. Fists clenched, I hammered the earth, each blow carving deep craters. Through blurred, tear-streaked vision, I saw Minner's serene smile, and the sight tore me anew. I buried my face in the mud, biting into the wet clay, yet no act could quiet the storm within. A suffocating pressure built in my chest, unreleased, unrelenting. After a night of relentless flight, my spirit and strength finally shattered. With a final silent gasp, I collapsed, gazing skyward, before darkness swallowed me whole. Uncertain how long I had been faint, a sudden chill enveloped me. Rain poured from the heavens, and I could no longer care about my drenched body, though all that filled my mind were 4 words, Sister Minor. In my panic, I reached out and felt her beside me. Seeing her still smiling face, memories of our time together flooded my mind, and I couldn't help but burst into tears. Who says men do not shed tears? The truth is, they simply have not reached the point of heartbreak. When the one you love most dies before your eyes, when they perish while trying to save you, the pain and regret of surviving while they are gone is beyond what words can express. I and Zhang Minor were from different times. Our existence spans 600 years in culture and background. Yet perhaps by divine design we met 600 years ago. This might truly be a dream, a vivid dream. If I were to wake, perhaps I would not feel such sorrow. But at this moment, I deeply feel the presence of my beloved before me, yet I can never hear her voice again. My weeping was so intense that it felt as if the heavens had darkened, the sun and moon obscured. Rain fell upon my hair, coursing down my cheeks, mingling with my tears and the muddy water, and I could no longer discern any taste, of my heart had gone numb. The rain fell for a day and a night, finally subsiding only as dawn broke on the 3rd day. I had remained in the rain for 2 days and nights, yet I had no desire to move. But as my mind slowly returned to clarity, I realized this was not a way to continue. I needed to determine my course. The vast expanse left me feeling lost, until suddenly I thought of a place, Butterfly Valley. Zhang Minor's last words before her death were Butterfly Valley. Yes, I must return to Butterfly Valley, the place where we met. I will bury her there and stay by her side forever. With my decision made, I lifted Zhang Minor's lifeless body and headed south. As my fingers grazed her icy, rigid form, tears streamed down my face once more. I steeled myself, yet I had not considered the long journey from Beiping to central Anhui. How long would it take? My clothes were already soaked through, and I felt nothing, but having not eaten for 2 days and nights, my stomach was ravenous. I noticed a small stall by the roadside, and went over to order a few steamed buns and a bowl of tea, eating quietly. The owner, seeing me carrying a woman's corpse, dared not ask any questions. As I was eating, I suddenly heard the sound of hooves approaching on the official road. A group of 7 or 8 horsemen came galloping and dressed in fine armor, clearly soldiers. Upon dismounting, one of them shouted, "Innkeeper, slice us some beef and pour us some good wine. We are in a hurry." The innkeeper called back right away and went to prepare the meat and wine. I paid them no mind, having no interest in other matters. However, my peculiar situation caught their attention. After all, it was broad daylight and a big man was sitting there eating while carrying a woman. Was she dead or alive? Anyone would find it strange. Sure enough, the group fell silent, and one of them stood up shouting, "Hey, you, what are you doing carrying a girl in broad daylight?" I did not even glance at him, continuing to sip my tea. Seeing I ignored him, he walked over and said, "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Which family does this girl belong to? I can tell you don't seem like a good person." I still did not respond, and the man grew furious. "You scoundrel. In broad daylight you are abducting a girl. Since I caught you in the act, come with me." With that, he reached out to grab my shoulder. I felt a surge of anger. Someone dared to provoke me. It was their misfortune. My 9 young true chi stirred, and the man felt a jolt. I did not move, yet he was sent flying, crashing into a table with a loud bang. The others, who had been eating and laughing, immediately stood up, drawing their knives. One of them shouted, "Bold scoundrel. Do you know who we are? We are under the command of Prince Yen. How dare you harm someone? Brothers, let's go after him." As the 8 of them surrounded me, I sneered internally, not placing them in my eyes at all. I remained seated and did not move, waiting until they were less than a foot away before my right palm struck out. A gust of fierce wind rushed past, and they staggered, each one unable to maintain their balance, falling in all directions, some sprawling, others face-planting, all in a terribly embarrassing state. The leader saw my strength and shouted, "Good scoundrel, if you have the guts, don't run." With that, he turned and fled, and the others followed suit. I ignored them as they fled, having no desire to deal with such trivial matters. I did not even notice what the man looked like or what he had said. All I could think about was returning to Butterfly Valley and keeping Zhang Minor company. I had barely finished my steamed bun when I heard the thunder of hooves approaching on the official road. A large group of soldiers rushed in, halting abruptly at the inn's entrance. It appeared to be reinforcements for the earlier men. I felt a surge of anger. I had not wished to make things difficult for them. That would have been their good fortune. Yet they dared to disturb me. Moreover, I harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhu Di, who I despised anything and anyone related to him. The group consisted of about 100 men, and they quickly surrounded the inn to prevent my escape. The innkeeper had long since vanished. A man who appeared to be in charge walked in and shouted, "Bold flower thief. You dare to eat and drink here after injuring someone. Is there no law left?" I could only smile bitterly as I cradled Zhang Minor's body. Someone had called me a flower thief. I did not wish to speak, but the officer continued, "Come with me quietly, and perhaps I can spare your life." "Are you under Zhu Di's command?" I asked solemnly. The man's face changed, and he said, "This is Beiping territory. How dare you openly speak the prince's name? Do you want to die?" I laughed loudly, shaking the very building, and then coldly replied, Zhu Di. Zhu Di." Seeing my frenzied demeanor, the officer waved his hand, and immediately several men rushed in to seize me. A flash of light sparked in my eyes as I pulled out a pair of chopsticks from my bamboo tube, launching them like arrows. The first few men screamed as the chopsticks pierced their bodies, and they fell unable to rise. The officer was taken aback, hastily retreating from the inn while I continued to hold Zhang Minor and stepped out the door. The officer shouted, "Charge," and soldiers surrounded me. Though I despised Zhu Di, I was reluctant to kill. I wove through the crowd, striking at my enemies. My 9 young true chi surged, and they could not get close to me, falling one by one from my left and right fists. I did not wish to kill, otherwise they would have been crippled. Regardless, those I struck were groaning in pain. Yet the enemy was indeed too numerous, coming at me in layers. I had no desire to linger in battle, just as I was about to leap out of the encirclement, when suddenly one man approached me. As I turned, his blade unexpectedly changed direction and struck Zhang Minor's foot. My anger surged, and I shouted, "Whoever harms my sister Minor again shall have no place to be buried." As I spoke, another person came from behind and struck Zhang Minor's right shoulder with a knife. My rage boiled over. How dare you harm her body when she is already dead? You cannot blame me for being merciless. I shouted, "I want you all dead." With a strike of my right palm, the soldier who had attacked Zhang Minor fell dead, without uttering a sound, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. In my heart, I had already lost all rationality, feeling that everyone present was responsible for Zhang Minor's death. They were now here to harm her. I no longer showed mercy. With another palm strike, I killed another person. The remaining soldiers shouted and surged forward. My eyes turned red as I struck one after another. Those hit either had their ribs shattered or their brains spilled. In an instant, I had slain over 30 men, unstoppable. The enemy, having lost more than half their numbers, still surged forward like a tide. The more I killed, the more hatred I felt, seeing them all as murderers. Clutching Zhang Minor with my left arm, I struck with my right hand. Soon there were fewer and fewer opponents. I killed until the ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Yet I still did not wish to let go, and gradually only a dozen men remained fighting fiercely. Zhang Minor and I were splattered with the blood of the enemy soldiers. In less than a stick of incense, the last dozen were all sent to the underworld. Only the officer and a few wounded were left, the latter gravely injured and soon to perish. The officer looked up to the sky. Though he had fought many battles, he had never witnessed such a scene. Over 100 men annihilated by a single individual. He must have thought he encountered a ghost or monster. I roared, "Is there anyone else who wants to fight?" The officer did not hear, murmuring to himself, seemingly in shock. I raised my blood-stained hands to the sky and laughed maniacally, gazing at the field of corpses. I felt an inexplicable thrill in my chest. I had never killed before, but today I had taken so many lives. Zhang Minor's death had turned me into a killing machine. I laughed heartily, cradling Zhang Minor, and stepped over the bodies of the fallen, striding away, while the officer continued to mutter to himself. This text is from the mobile TXT novel download website. I walked along the main road, covered in blood, with Zhang Minor by my side. Many villagers working in the fields were terrified by our appearance. At that moment I regained a bit of clarity and realized that it would be impossible to continue holding Zhang Minor all the way to Butterfly Valley. I arrived at an empty, desolate spot, gathered a pile of firewood, and placed Zhang Minor atop it. As I watched her gradually disappear in the roaring flames, an indescribable sorrow surged within me. My mind spun, and I felt dizzy before losing consciousness. When I awoke, the fire had been extinguished. Enduring the pain, I tore off a piece of fabric from my clothing and carefully wrapped Zhang Minor's ashes, placing them close to my body before finally getting up and continuing my journey. The journey back was uneventful, and I had no heart to enjoy the scenery. In less than a day, I returned to Butterfly Valley. The valley remained beautiful, with flowers blooming and bees buzzing, yet everything had changed. I reminisced about the days spent with Zhang Minor, admiring flowers and catching butterflies, practicing martial arts together. It was such joy. Now she was gone, leaving only a suffocating air of bitterness. My nose tinged with sorrow, and I fought back tears. I gathered a shovel and other tools and dug a pit beside Husua's grave. I gently laid Zhang Minor's ashes inside and covered them with soil. Using my sword, I carved a wooden plaque that read, "Grave of my beloved wife Zhang Minor," with a smaller note beside it that said, "Jin Yong respectfully erected this." Although Zhang Minor and I were not formally married, in my heart I had long regarded her as my wife, and I wished to accompany her here forever. I built a bamboo hut not far from Zhang Minor's grave, never stepping out of the valley, spending my days admiring flowers beside her. I planted countless fresh flowers at her grave, and I wrote a biography about her father Zhang Wuji, which I burned at her grave. She had always wanted me to tell her about Zhang Wuji, yet I never had the chance. Now this was the only way I could comfort her spirit in the afterlife. Perhaps she had met her father in the underworld and no longer needed it, but I sought peace for my heart, feeling that I had done nothing for her while she was alive. After her death, I felt compelled to do something to make amends. Months passed, and the pain in my heart gradually subsided, no longer as anguishing as at the beginning. One day a stranger arrived in the valley. It was Guanming. He had stayed in my valley for about 20 days before leaving. Subsequently, many figures from the martial world came, all heads of the 13 sects from Shaolin Temple. It seemed Guanming had spoken of me, but I had lost interest in the world. They all urged me to step out and showcase my skills in this chaotic era, yet I politely declined. Later, Yin Weifan, the leader of Wudong, and even Master Mingfa from Shaolin visited. The two spent over 2 months in Butterfly Valley discussing with me, but seeing my heart as still as water, Yin Weifan often sighed, lamenting that I was so young and possessed exceptional martial skills, yet chose to spend my life in this desolate valley. Master Mingfa, however, strongly approved of my choice, stating that there was no rush in life, which resonated with Buddhist philosophy. He nearly invited me to join his sect. Seasons changed, and I had been in Butterfly Valley for over 2 years. During this time I had never stepped out of the valley, so I had no idea what was happening outside, nor did I wish to know. One day, while I was lost in thought at Zhang Minor's grave, another person arrived. I felt he looked familiar, but I couldn't recall who he was. Upon seeing me, he bowed deeply and said, "I am Guanming. Greetings to you, young Master Yang." I was taken aback, and he continued, "Young Master Yang forgot. I was the one who approached you that day when you selected a horse." I then remembered noticing that 2 fingers on his right hand were indeed missing. I couldn't help but exclaim in joy, "So it's Brother Guan. May I ask how his brother's you doing?" Guan Ming's expression turned grave as he replied, "It's not good. Over these 2 years we have been at war with the Yin King, and the Emperor is deeply worried. This time I was sent to invite you, young Master Yang, to come out and assist us. I sighed and said I would very much like to help Brother Zhu, but I have my own unavoidable troubles. Please tell Brother Zhu that this battle can still be fought for another year, and I will certainly come to aid him when the time comes. Guanming still wished to say more, but I waved my hand and said, Brother Guan, please return. If you wish to stay here for a few days, that's fine, but please do not mention the war again. Seeing that I was not swayed, Guanming relented, saying, all right. Young Master Yang, military matters are urgent, so I will take my leave. Take care. I nodded and Guanming turned and left the valley. Brother Zhu, it's not that I do not wish to help you, but rather I know the course of history, and history cannot be changed. When that time comes, I will certainly come to save you. Flowers bloom, and wither time flows like a shuttle. Another day I sit alone before Zhang Miner's grave, murmuring, Miner sister, it has been over 2 years since you left me. Are you well over there? Do you know how much I miss you? The grass on the grave is lush, and the blue smoke rises in front of the tomb, yet there is no response from Zhang Miner. I sighed inwardly when I suddenly heard the sound of hooves approaching. I put away my sorrow, thinking it must be an old friend visiting again. I stood tall and went to the front yard. The sound of hooves grew closer, stopping abruptly at the door. Someone dismounted, and I saw a figure. I smiled in my heart, it's him. Indeed, the visitor pushed the door open, and it was Yu Dashin. Yu Dashin was covered in dust, his expression showing worry. As he entered, he shouted, Brother Yang, something is wrong. I quickly stepped forward and said, Brother Yu, how have you been? What's the matter that has you so alarmed? Yu Dashin wiped the sweat from his face and said, let me drink some water first. These past 2 days and nights have nearly killed me. I led Yu Dashin into the inner room. While drinking water, he muttered, Brother Yang, this is serious. Zhu Di is in trouble. I was startled and quickly asked, Brother Yu, please explain in detail. After Yu Dashin quenched his thirst, he began to recount the events. It turned out that since Zhu Di raised his army, he has been outnumbered and has only the nearby territories to rely on. His troops consist of just a few of Zhu Gaoqi's sons. If it weren't for Zhu Di's exceptional talent and ability to turn the tide, he would have already been wiped out by Li Jinglong's 500-strong army from Shandong. The two sides have been at a stalemate on the Luli border for 2 years, with victories and defeats on both sides. Zhu Di, suffering from a lack of soldiers despite having a mind full of strategies, found it hard to exert his skills. Meanwhile, the southern army, though numerous and well-supplied, is led by incompetent generals. Li Jinglong, a mediocre talent despite being vastly outnumbered by the northern army, has suffered repeated defeats. If the court hadn't provided sufficient troops for him to squander, he would have long been defeated. After 2 years of stalemate, Zhu Yunwen, seeing that his 500 troops could not overpower Zhu Di's fewer than 100 rebels, in a fit of rage dismissed Li Jinglong and brought him back to the capital, assigning his trusted general Chao Yong to take over Li Jinglong's command and stationed him in Shandong. Chao Yong, seasoned from countless battles and well-versed in military strategy, due to his years with Zhu Yunwen, felt immense pressure to not slack off in this mission. Upon arriving in Shandong, he adjusted his strategy, no longer taking the initiative to attack, but instead advancing steadily step by step. Consequently, Zhu Di lost his edge in executing surprise tactics, and several attempts at ambush were thwarted by Chao Yong, resulting in heavy losses. Zhu Di had no choice but to retreat back to Beiping, while Chao Yong pursued and reclaimed lost territory, ultimately arriving at the gates of Beiping on the 3rd day of May this year. The news spread like wildfire, bringing joy to the entire nation. Zhu Yunwen was delighted, holding a banquet in the palace to celebrate the frontline victory and issuing a decree to promote Chao Yong to the title of Great Marshal of Pacifying Bandits, elevating all soldiers and officials by 1 rank and rewarding them with countless silver. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel puzzled. This is not how history goes. How could Zhu Di find himself in such a predicament? What exactly happened? I am not well versed in history, only knowing that in the end Zhu Di emerges victorious, yet the details in between remain a mystery to me. Thinking about this, I suddenly felt a jolt. I thought, today is June 5th, the siege began on May 3rd. It has been over a month. What is happening in Beiping now? Yu Dashin replied, I just broke out from Beiping. I was surprised and asked, you managed to escape from... Yu Dashin's face turned red as he said, this story is a bit long. Earlier this year I passed by Beiping and suddenly thought of the heavenly princess, so I decided to visit her. Upon hearing I had come, the princess was overjoyed and immediately asked about you. I told her the truth, and she was moved to tears, pleading with me to take her with me to find you. Remembering your instructions, I naturally could not agree. In the end, seeing my insistence, the princess had no choice but to give up. However, she wouldn't let me leave, either providing me with food and drink at the Yin Wangfu. Brother Yang, please don't blame me for staying at the Yin Wangfu. I hold no goodwill towards Zhu Di, but for the princess I would not hesitate to give my life. Thus I stayed at the Yin Wangfu for several months. With a decree from the princess, I became her personal attendant. Brother Yang, I believe the princess cannot be without protection, especially since she is not Zhu Di's biological child. Imu. After listening, I smiled bitterly and said, Brother Yu, thank you for protecting Ye. I am grateful to you and would never blame you. You. Ye, is she doing well? Yu Dashan smiled and replied, the Yin Wangfu has a wealth of delicacies. How could she not be well? She misses you dearly. I shook my head and sighed. Yu Dashan continued, but the good days are coming to an end. Not only are the good days over, but I also wonder if there will be any days left to live. I was startled and asked, what do you mean? Yu Dashan said, didn't I just mention it? The siege of Beiping has been ongoing since May 3rd, and now it's June. Life in Beiping is truly unbearable. Since the siege began, there have been 4 major battles and countless skirmishes, each one exceptionally brutal. The casualties on both sides have been severe. If it weren't for the high walls and thick fortifications of Beiping, it would have long been trampled by Chao Yong's iron hooves. I exclaimed, what happened next? Yu Dashan said, later all the citizens of the city were mobilized to defend it. Even women, children, and the elderly were dragged to help carry bricks and tiles. It was truly an all-out defense. By the 1st of June, the city had run out of ammunition and food. Everything edible was gone, and even the Yin Wangfu could only provide 2 meals a day. Zhu Di was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, unable to sleep, yet he had no means to remedy the situation. The princess, seeing her fate, summoned me and said, Brother Yu, Beiping cannot be defended any longer. I have one request before I die. I wish to see Brother Yang one last time. Can you help me find him? I naturally patted my chest and promised wholeheartedly. I asked, with the siege so tight, how were you able to break through and come here? Yu Dashan smiled and said, this is all thanks to you, Brother Yang. As soon as I exited the southern gate of Beiping, I encountered the southern army. In a flurry, I was overwhelmed and captured. They took me for a northern army spy attempting to break out for help and brought me to Chao Yong's tent awaiting my fate. However, Chao Yong didn't say much, only asking, who are you? I thought there was no need to hide, so I told him the truth. To my surprise, he was very interested and kept asking me questions. Knowing he had a good relationship with you, Brother Yang, I spoke candidly. When he heard the whole story, he even got down from his seat, helped me up, untied my bindings, and invited me to sit down. I felt a surge of joy knowing that my life had been spared. Indeed, after a while he let me go. Brother Yang, I see Chao Yong as a man of principle, clear about his grievances and favors. I nodded, finally piecing together the whole story. I stood up and paced back and forth thinking, what should I do now? Ye is in imminent danger. I must rescue her. Yet since Zhang Miner's death, my heart has been like still water, completely detached from the affairs of the martial world, only wishing to accompany my beloved in the grave. But Ye, she is Ye. I cannot turn a blind eye to her plight. Now I can say she is my only family left here. Oh, and there's also Annie. I suddenly turned around and said, Brother Yu, I will go with you to Beiping. Yu Dashan jumped up, his face full of joy, saying, great. I knew Brother Yang is not heartless. Now the princess will be saved. I said seriously, but on this trip I will only see Ye and the princess, while I will not meet Zhu Di or anyone else. You will arrange this for me. Yu Dashan nodded and said, you can rest assured. Do you think I enjoy seeing Zhu Di's ugly face? Time is of the essence. We must set off immediately. After saying this, he took a big step, but stumbled slightly. I hurried forward to support him, saying, Brother Yu, you are too exhausted. Oh, let us rest for a day and set off tomorrow. Yu Dashan urged, saving a person is like putting out a fire. I am fine. Seeing him struggling to stand, I insisted, it's better to rest for a day. As I pressed down on his shoulder, Yu Dashan exhaled a breath and slumped into the chair. Indeed, after 2 days and nights without sleep, he must have barely eaten or drunk anything. Even someone as strong as him would not withstand it. That night, Yu Dashan fell into a deep slumber in the mountains, yet I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Rising and donning my robe, I made my way to Min'er Zhang's grave, carrying a small flask of wine. There I poured and drank alone, feeling the gentle night breeze as I murmured softly, Elder Sister Min, Yang must leave you for a while, no longer able to visit you each day. Please take good care of yourself while I am gone. As soon as I rescue Ye, I shall return to you. Will you wait for me? Min'er Zhang had been gone for over 2 years, yet I felt she remained close beside me, able to hear my voice, sense my warmth, and feel the steady rhythm of my heartbeat. Lost in quiet reverie, I suddenly detected the faintest breath emanating from a large tree 5 meters beyond the wall. My inner cultivation had long since reached perfection. The dual forces of yin and yang surged ever more powerfully within me. And in that profound stillness of midnight, even the slightest exhalation rang with startling clarity. A cold smile flickered across my lips as I called out, voice resonant and unwavering, "If you have come, why skulk like a shadow?" A figure blurred upon the tree, then vaulted gracefully over the wall. A man clad entirely in black, his face unmasked. I paused, startled. It was Feng Qingyang, disciple of Dongfang Xiao, whom I had met at Shaolin Monastery. He approached slowly and said, "Master Yang, your renown is well deserved. Though I suppressed my breath to the utmost, I could not evade your keen perception." Feng Qingyang bows in deepest admiration. "Do you recall me, Master Yang? We parted ways at Shaolin." I remained impassive, offering no reply, and instead asked coolly, "To spy in the dead of night is no act of a nobleman. What brings you here, young Master Feng?" Feng Qingyang's voice turned icy revenge. My heart tightened. "Is it for Dongfang Xiao?" He answered firmly, "The murder of one's master demands retribution, no less, no more." I spoke solemnly, "Young Master Feng, heed my counsel, setting aside whether your martial prowess can match mine. Dongfang Xiao is a wolf in human guise, ambitious, cruel, and complicit in tyranny. Though he bestowed upon you peerless sword, art, his moral character is despicable. To avenge such a man dishonors your own integrity." Feng Qingyang snarled, "Spare me your honeyed words. My master's grace outweighs heaven and earth. I owe him my very life. If I cannot slay you, let you strike me down instead." Before I could speak again, Feng Qingyang drew his long sword. The sharp whistle of its cleaving air announced his assault. It was but an ordinary blue steel blade, yet the force rippling from its tip startled me. Such internal energy could not belong to an ordinary youth, unless he too had cultivated the 9-yang divine art. Yet that was impossible. In that single thrust, I sensed an overwhelming, domineering chi, an energy so potent I dared not underestimate it. I sidestepped lightly, the blade missed entirely. Instantly he shifted to a sweeping cut. I leapt backward, evading once more. Seeing both strikes fail, Feng Qingyang abruptly changed tactics. His sword arced upward in a vicious, gutting thrust. Still I withheld my counter, retreating another step. The blade sliced empty air before me, not even brushing my hem. Yet the fierce chi it unleashed sent my robes fluttering wildly. Undeterred, he lunged forward, unleashing 3 rapid, seamless strokes, all drawn from the solitary sword art. I retreated left, right, then back again, evading the entire sequence without raising a hand. Yet each stroke pulsed with formidable inner power, stirring genuine awe within me. How had he attained such strength in just 2 years? At Shaolin he had shown no such mastery. What extraordinary trials had forged him? Though still inferior to me, his latent potential was staggering, his cultivation already rivaling Dongfang Xiao's at his prime. And judging by his bearing and features, he could not be more than 18. Eager to observe the solitary sword art's subtleties, I continued evading, never striking back. Feng Qingyang too seemed intent on testing its limits. He knew full well he could not kill me, or should I retaliate, defeat would be certain. Yet he also wagered, correctly, that I would not harm him. Thus every stroke was aggressive, unrelenting. Truly the solitary sword art was ineffable. Hundreds of moves flowed without repetition. Had we fought on for hours, no technique would have recurred. He wielded it with effortless mastery. I evaded with serene composure. As if master guiding disciple, through forms our movements harmonizing flawlessly. After half an hour I flicked a finger against the blade. Crack. It snapped cleanly in two. Stepping back, I commanded, "Enough." Feng Qingyang stood frozen, staring blankly at the broken hilt in his hand. Calmly I said, "Young Master Feng, you cannot kill me, and I have no wish to kill you. One final plea: avenging such a master serves no justice. Let this vendetta rest." He glared at me, eyes burning with hatred. "One day, I will defeat you." I smiled faintly. "You seek vengeance for a tyrant. How will the world judge you?" He waved dismissively. "Say no more. I know my path. Your lectures are unnecessary. So long as you spare me, I will kill you." He picked up the shattered blade and vanished over the wall. I sighed wryly. 2 years without combat, yet today's brief engagement felt effortless, my inner energy having deepened imperceptibly. Never before had my martial arts soared to such heights. Yet beneath triumph lingered a quiet, hollow melancholy. Returning to Min'er Zhang's grave, I gazed at her tombstone and whispered, "Elder Sister Min'er, did you see? I wish only to live apart from the Jianghu's turmoil. Yet the Jianghu finds me nonetheless. Visitors come and go all day. How then may we remain together? Sometimes I truly wish I bore no martial skill, to be an ordinary man. Then you would never have left me. We might have lived freely, simply, joyfully, as ordinary people do." I poured and drank until the fourth watch drowsiness, softening my senses until finally I drifted into slumber beside the grave. In dreams I saw Yu, standing atop the city gate of Beiping, gazing into the distance. Brother Jin Yong. Yaya can only meet you again in our next life. With those words she leapt. I cried out, Yaya, Yaya. Yet she receded farther still, until a thunderous bang jolted me awake. Cold sweat soaked my body. Dawn had broken. Rising I stretched, and felt vibrant, refreshed, utterly free of fatigue. Yet she receded farther still, until a thunderous bang jolted me awake. Cold sweat, well indeed, he replied. Never better. Truth be told, these past 2 days I've fretted endlessly that you'd refuse. Only when you agreed yesterday did the weight lift from my heart. This rest surpassed all others. I laughed. Brother Yu, your sincerity moves me deeply. I am humbled. He said, Brother Yang, say no more. Time waits for no man. Let us depart at once. I nodded, fetched a satchel, mounted my horse, and we rode forth side by side, dust rising behind us like a fleeting sigh. I left Butterfly Valley after 2 years, decisively, without looking back, fearing sorrow would weaken my resolve. I knew I would return one day. Oh, for now my sole vow was to rescue Yu. What came after remained unwritten. One step, then the next. After leaving Butterfly Valley, it was a flat expanse. Yu and I traveled by day and rested by night, reaching the outskirts of Beiping City in 3 days. On this day, as we were walking, we saw countless tents ahead, stretching as far as the eye could see. The imperial army of 500,000 surrounded Beiping City tightly, making it truly impossible for a bird to pass or a drop of water to leak. At this moment, with my martial skills, crossing the camp would be no difficulty at all. However, with Yu accompanying me, it became a challenge. I surveyed the surrounding terrain. The southern army was divided into 3 large camps guarding the east, west, and south gates of Beiping. We were currently outside the southern camp, situated between the southern and western camps. There was a small hill seemingly without any guards, but there were several tents in the open area near the city wall. It appeared that the only way to enter Beiping City was through this point. I said to Yu, Brother Yu, this hill between the southern and western camps is our path to enter Beiping tonight. You must remember to stick closely to me when the time comes. Approaching the city wall will surely involve a fierce battle, but I have my strategies to enter the city. Just stay close to me and don't stray too far. Yu replied, You can rest assured, Brother Yang. We found a clearing where Yu lay down to sleep. I sat quietly for a moment before practicing my skills. At this time my internal energy was flowing freely, and I could sense any movement within several miles, so I was not afraid of ambush. Around 2 in the morning I woke Yu and we prepared to head towards the western hill. The path was rugged and steep, and indeed it was unguarded. We silently made our way to the back of the tents in front of the city. Upon seeing this, I couldn't help but exclaim how troublesome. For although there were only a few tents, the patrolling soldiers numbered in the hundreds. It seemed that Xiao Yong was aware of the precarious terrain here, fearing that someone might break through from the city. As the soldiers patrolled back and forth, we estimated that we had waited for about half an hour without a single opening. I thought to myself, this cannot go on. Suddenly an idea struck me, and I whispered to Yu, Brother Yu, I will throw a stone to divert that group of soldiers. You must sprint towards the city wall as fast as you can. Remember, you must be quick. Yu nodded, and said, I will use all my strength. I smiled, picked up a stone the size of an egg from the ground, and hurled it forcefully to the right. The stone struck a tent's roof, making a loud noise and creating a large tear. I saw several patrol soldiers rush towards the tent, and I softly urged, Go quickly. Yu dashed towards the city wall without a care for his life. Some of the soldiers turned around and spotted him, shouting, There's a spy over there. Quick, chase him. As a group of soldiers turned to chase Yu, he followed my instructions and ran wildly towards the city wall. Seeing the opportunity, I leaped out to follow him. The soldiers also noticed me and yelled, There are 2 spies. Everyone come quickly. I quickly caught up to Yu just as the soldiers reached us. 8 spears lunged towards us simultaneously. I utilized Qian Kuan de Nua E and dodged all 8 spears. Then I exerted a downward force, and with several loud clangs the 8 spears fell to the ground. The 8 soldiers were taken aback and jumped back in surprise. I laughed and said, Everyone watch closely. Then I turned to Yu and warned, Brother Yu, be careful. I grabbed Yu and with a loud shout, it was as if I struck with thunder. Yu nearly 200 Jin body felt weightless in my hands. I quietly channeled Jiu Yang Shingon along with the 7th level of Qian Kuan de Nua, throwing Yu upwards with great force. He soared into the air like riding the clouds, reaching a height of over 10 zhang. The southern soldiers below were dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to comprehend such divine power. Yu landed steadily on the city wall, and I laughed heartily, calling out, "Brother, you are UI." Yu Dashin shouted from the city tower, "I'm perfectly fine. Brother Yang, your skills are truly unrivaled." The soldiers below were still in awe of what had just happened, uncertain whether to press forward or retreat. I clasped my fists and called out, "Everyone, please convey my regards to General Chao. Just say that old friend Yang Yang passed by, without visiting, and I hope for your understanding." With that, I pushed off the ground and executed the unparalleled lightness skill, Tiyun Zong, of the Wudong sect. Having been taught by Zhang Minor, I had now mastered it to perfection. Scaling a mere Tianzhong high city wall felt as easy as walking on flat ground. With a few leaps, I reached the top. Looking back, I saw a group of soldiers behind Yu Dashin. He said, "Brother Yang, they all recognize me. Please follow me to my residence, and tomorrow I will take you to meet the princess." I nodded and ignored the group of soldiers. To be honest, my hatred for Zhu Di had not diminished in the slightest over the past 2 years, instead it had grown stronger. Thus I had no fondness for his soldiers. Yet they showed me exceptional respect, their gazes filled with admiration, likely due to the skills I had just displayed. Yu Dashin and I arrived at his residence. It wasn't large, but it had everything we needed. That night we spoke little and fell asleep until dawn. Early the next morning, I was awakened by the sounds of chatter outside. I stepped out to see Yu Dashin approaching, whispering, "Brother Yang, Zhu Di has come personally." I frowned and asked how could he know I was here. Yu Dashin hurriedly replied, "It's definitely not because I told him. It's likely because your display of skills last night was too astonishing and the officials had to report it. Zhu Di is exceptionally intelligent. He must have guessed it was you." I turned away and said, "If he has come, I will not see him." Just as I finished speaking, I heard Zhu Di's loud laughter. "Young hero Yang has arrived at Beiping City. Surely you won't deny this king the courtesy of a host." As the voice approached, Zhu Di entered through the main gate, smiling broadly as he walked forward. He added, "It has been over 2 years since we last met, and young hero Yang's charm surpasses the past. Truly a young hero with an illustrious reputation." I maintained a serious expression and replied, "I have other important matters to attend to. If the prince has no other business, I kindly ask you to leave." Zhu Di smiled and said, "The matters of Beiping City are precisely my affairs. Whatever young hero Yang intends to do, it may very well concern me. Since you have come from afar and must be tired, why not let me host a banquet to welcome you and wash away your fatigue?" I replied, "I think it's unnecessary. The military affairs in Beiping are pressing. The prince should focus on his important matters. I am just a mere traveler and do not wish to trouble the prince." Zhu Di remained undeterred, saying, "Are you still holding a grudge against me for the death of Miss Zhang 2 years ago?" "Alas, the death of Miss Zhang pains me as well. It was never my intention. The true culprit Dongfang Shao has already been dealt with by you. Do you not consider forgiving me?" I retorted angrily, "If you hadn't mentioned this matter, it would have been fine. However, since you have brought it up, I can never forgive you. There's no need to say more. Please leave, your highness." Zhu Di said, "Why must young hero Yang act with such emotion? For the sake of Yeya and her mother, let's consider ourselves family. Why must young hero Yang be so unable to see through this?" I turned away and said, "If it weren't for Yeya and Auntie, I would have long since torn you to pieces and scattered your ashes. The hatred between us cannot be resolved in this lifetime. You should give up on this." With that, I pushed the door and entered the room, leaving Zhu Di looking helpless and somewhat irritated. "I heard Yu Dashin advising your highness you should leave now." Zhu Di said nothing further, and his footsteps gradually faded as he left in frustration. After ensuring he was far away, I stepped out of the room and said, "Brother, let's go see Yeya." Yu Dashin nodded and led the way. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, I arrived before a grand courtyard. Looking up, the 3 bold characters Tianxiang Palace caught my eye, rivaling the Tianxiang Palace of Yingtian in both grandeur and magnificence. Yu Dashin approached the entrance, and the guard stepped forward, bowed, and exclaimed, "Head Yu, it's been a few days since we last saw you. You have returned." Yu Dashin nodded and asked, "Is the princess inside?" The guard replied, "The princess has just been summoned by the prince and left in quite a hurry without leaving any messages." Yu Dashin glanced at me and said to him, "This is Sir Yang, a close friend of the princess. Please take us inside to wait." The guard looked at me with a puzzled expression, but dared not ask further, leading us to a side hall to wait. I surveyed this Tianxiang Palace. Its overall layout was almost identical to that of Yingshan's Tianxiang Palace, but the smaller decorations and antiques were even more luxurious and resplendent, showcasing that Zhu Di was indeed wealthy enough to rival nations. His own palace was likely several times grander. We waited from morning until afternoon, had lunch, and continued waiting until dusk, yet Yang Yu still had not returned. Yu Dashin remarked, "The princess does not frequently visit the royal palace. What could be the matter today?" Having been gone for so long, without returning, the sky was darkening. If she did not come back now, it seemed unlikely she would return today. Should we come back tomorrow instead? I felt puzzled. Could she be discussing matters with the princess consort? I was lost in thought, and as night fell I had no choice but to return to Yu Dashin's residence to wait for the next day. Little did I know, for 3 consecutive days Yang Yu did not return to Tianxiang Palace, and even the guards at the entrance had no news. This could not be a coincidence. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, I said this must be Zhu Dis doing. Brother Yu, you should head back first. I need to make a trip to the Yin Wangfu. Yu Dashin nodded and said, Brother Yang, be careful. I acknowledged and headed towards the Yin Wangfu. The Yin Wangfu in Beiping was no stranger to me. As soon as I approached the entrance, a guard in brocade stepped forward, bowed, and asked, could this be Sir Yang? I was taken aback and replied, how do you know? The guard said the prince sent me specially to wait for Sir Yang. I have been waiting for 3 days and finally you have arrived. I scoffed internally, thinking indeed Zhu Di is playing tricks. With a composed expression, I said, I came to find the heavenly gift princess. Please relay my message. The guard responded, please follow me, Sir Yang. I thought to myself, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Regardless of how perilous the Yin Wangfu may be, I was undaunted. I strode in confidently. The Yin Wangfu retained its elegance. The guard brought me to a grand hall, and before I could enter, I heard Zhu Di's hearty laughter. Recently this king came specifically to invite Sir Yang, but Sir Yang rejected my invitation at the door. What wind brought you here today, Sir Yang? This king is truly honored. Do please take a seat. As I stepped through the door, I was met with the rich aroma of food and wine. Inside the hall was a large table filled with delicacies. Zhu Di stepped forward to assist me, but with a wave of my hand he missed. I heard him say with a laugh, knowing Sir Yang would come, I specially opened a jar of Shaoxing Newer Hong that I have cherished for many years. This has been buried for 10 years, you know. In my life I have only drunk it twice. Come, Sir Yang, please. I did not follow his lead, and responded, Prince, I am here to see Ye, not to dine. Please let Ye come out to see me. Zhu Di smiled, and said Ye is currently in her chamber, discussing matters with her mother. Let us drink a few cups first. When the time comes I will certainly let Ye meet you. Are you so eager to see my daughter, Sir Yang? Haha. I thought to myself, Zhu Di truly has no shame. Do I fear that you might poison my drink? If I must drink, then so be it. With that thought I sat down at the dining table. Zhu Di's face was all smiles as he waved his hand, clearing the hall of people. He personally filled my cup with wine, then filled his own, and raised his cup, saying, since the incident in Beiping, this is the first time I have dined with Sir Yang at the same table. The past grievances and disputes are complicated and cannot be clarified in a moment. I hope Sir Yang will drink this cup, and we can wipe the slate clean. From now on we are like family, never to be separated. Upon hearing this I scoffed coldly, and said, Prince, if you can bring my sister Minor back to life, not only can I overlook our past grievances, but I would also serve you, and Yang would have no complaints. Zhu Di replied, Sir Yang, I have already said Miss Zhang has died, and it is not my fault. Do you not think it unfair to place this hatred upon me? I retorted angrily, unfair. Is Dongfang Shao not your man? Does he not act on your orders? The principal offender may be dead, but the mastermind remains. For me to forget the hatred for Sister Minor is but a dream. Zhu Di frowned, realizing he could not convince me on this issue, and said, since you are unwilling to forgive me, then I need not say more. Now I wish to make a deal with you, Sir Yang. I was taken aback and asked, oh, please tell me. Zhu Di said, I want you to kill someone for me. I chuckled coldly, and replied, I'm not asking whom the prince wishes to kill. I just want to know why you think I would agree to this. Zhu Di smiled, and said, what about Ye? I was stunned, and then filled with rage, suddenly standing up, and saying, Zhu Di, you. Zhu Di said, rest assured, Ye is the daughter of the princess consort, and thus my daughter. In life, we must be together, and in death, of course, we must die together. I shouted angrily, Zhu Di, do you disregard the deep feelings the princess consort has for you? Is this how you treat them? Zhu Di said, if you do not agree with me, you will not see Ye, and even the princess consort will not be able to see her. Let me tell you the truth, if I die, the princess consort will definitely not survive alone. As for Ye, she will surely follow her mother. Therefore helping me is helping Ye, you must think this through. I thought rapidly, it seems he is not lying. The princess consort has wholeheartedly devoted herself to Zhu Di, and I need not mention Ye's feelings for her mother. Even if I see Ye, the princess consort may not leave, and it may be futile. Zhu Di continued, having reached this point, I am also forced. The southern army is at the gates of Beiping, and the eastern, western, and southern camps are surrounding it. Beiping has held out for more than a month, running out of ammunition and food, and is on the verge of collapse. In such a dire moment, who would wager their wife and daughter? I scoffed coldly, and said, to stoop so low as you have in life, there are probably not many like you in this world. Seeing my tone soften, Zhu Di said, Qiao Yong has been through many battles, is well-versed in military strategy, and is skilled in tactics. If this person is not dealt with, Zhu Di will have no chance of turning things around. If you can help me eliminate this person, there will be no good generals in the Southern Dynasty, and the 500,000 troops will be nothing in my eyes. I truly felt it difficult to decide. On one side was my sworn brother's righteous forces, and I had a fair relationship with Qiao Yong. On the other side was Zhu Di's rebellious army. Yet Ye was my beloved confidant whom I had to save. Agreeing to Zhu Di would mean a breach of my brotherly bond, making it hard to face Zhu Yunwen again. But if I did not agree, Qiao Yong would surely attack Beiping, leading to a bloodbath, and Zhu Di's family would surely not escape. Moreover, knowing Zhu Di's cunning, he would not let me save Yang Yu and the princess consort easily. Even if there was a chance, the princess consort might not follow me, most likely choosing to die with her feelings. Even if I saved Yang Yu, she would inevitably suffer for life. Sometimes a single thought can determine many things, yet at other times, even after thinking for a year or two, you may still find it hard to make that decision. What should I do? Should I agree or refuse? I was caught in a dilemma. Although I had many thoughts in my heart, only half a cup of tea had passed. Zhu Di leisurely drank his wine, smiling as he gazed at me, seemingly confident that I would agree to his request. I sighed inwardly and said, Zhu Di, this time you have won again. When it comes to cunning and strategy, Yang Yang truly admires you. Zhu Di, unfazed by my sarcasm, laughed heartily and said, young hero Yang is indeed a person of loyalty and righteousness. I waved my hand and replied, I have agreed to this matter, but I will have no face to see my sworn brother again. The words loyalty and righteousness truly do not apply to me. Zhu Di said earnestly, otherwise those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. With young hero Yang's assistance, how could we not achieve great things? Haha. I replied earnestly, Your Highness, I agree to this matter alone, and from now on it will have nothing to do with me. I hope Your Highness will keep his promise. Zhu Di smiled and said, of course. I then asked, may I see you? I knew he would not agree, but I couldn't help but ask. Sure enough, he responded, after young hero Yang kills Qiao Yong, then you can be with you every day. I will not interfere. Haha. Anger surged within me, and I couldn't help but grab a cup of wine in front of me and down it in one gulp. Zhu Di laughed and said, young hero Yang is indeed straightforward. Come, let's drink another cup. I was startled, thinking how cunning Zhu Di was. How could I drink his wine? I secretly circulated my energy and found that there was no poison in the wine, which put me at ease. I thought that Zhu Di still needed to use me, so he wouldn't poison me. I said, Your Highness, can I see the princess? Zhu Di vaguely knew of my relationship with the princess, pondered for a long time, and said, what could be wrong with that? Come here. A servant pushed the door and entered. Zhu Di instructed, go fetch the princess. The servant complied and left. Soon someone was heard singing outside the door, the princess has arrived. With the sound of the door opening, the Princess Yin entered the hall gracefully. My heart skipped a beat as I looked her over. After 2 years, the Princess Yin was as enchanting as ever, though she appeared slightly thinner, her attire more splendid than before, radiating an air of nobility. In just 2 years, the mature beauty of womanhood was fully embodied in her. I stared at her blankly and could not help but think of Yang Yu. However, it was the Princess Yin who spoke first, saying, Yang Yang, it has been a long time. Do you know how much I and you have missed you? A pang of sorrow hit my heart, and I choked out, Auntie, I. The Princess Yin glanced at Zhu Di and said, Your Highness, I would like to talk to Yang Yang alone. May I have your permission? Zhu Di laughed heartily and said, you are closer to young hero Yang than to me. What could be wrong with that? I will take care of some military affairs. You just stay here and keep young hero Yang company. After saying that, he glanced at me, his gaze profound, leaving me uncertain of his intentions. After Zhu Di left, the Princess Yin stared at me for a while. After a long silence between us, she finally spoke softly, Yang Yang, dear child, you must have had a hard time these past 2 years. I forced a smile and said, Auntie, I have not stepped outside my door these 2 years. How could I have suffered? The Princess Yin replied, You has told me everything about you and Minor. Sigh, that Minor is truly a pitiful child. At first I could still hold back, but when the Princess Yin mentioned Zhang Minor, I could no longer control myself. I hugged her tightly, tears streaming down uncontrollably. For 2 years I had been trying hard to hold back my emotions. Every time the night fell silent, I would cry alone. I thought I had learned to control my feelings, but today, just a light mention from the Princess Yin broke down all my defenses. I cried out loud, pouring out all the grievances and frustrations of 2 years. I had long regarded her as my mother. In front of her, I felt no need for concealment and could fully release the vulnerable side of my humanity. After crying for a long time, the Princess Yin gently patted my shoulder, making me feel extraordinarily warm. After a while I gradually stopped sobbing and pulled my head away from her shoulder, embarrassed to say, "Auntie, I truly apologize for making you witness this." The Princess Yin gently shook her head and said, "Such a pitiful child. I know that you have been suffering greatly and feeling suppressed. It is not good for your health to keep it bottled up. I have already regarded you as my own child. What is there to be ashamed of for a son crying in front of his mother? Whatever pain you have, feel free to share with me. I will support you no matter what." I adjusted my emotions and slowly brought my thoughts back to reality, saying, "Auntie, concerning this matter, I fear you may not support me." I recounted Zhu Dis' earlier words to her. The Princess Yin was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? He, Your Highness, is actually using you to threaten you?" I nodded deeply and looked up to ask Annie, "I have already agreed to him. Now I beg you to tell me, where is Yu?" The Princess Yin said, 3 days ago Yu came to see me at the royal residence, and that evening she returned to the Tianxiang Palace. Haven't you ever been to the Tianxiang Palace? I secretly groaned, gasping. I waited at the Tianxiang Palace for 3 whole days, and today I couldn't help but come to the royal residence. It seems Yu has truly gone missing. The Princess Yan's expression changed, and she walked to the door, opened it, and called out, "Come here. Go summon the prince to see me. No matter what, make sure he comes right away." After giving her orders, the Princess Yin returned to her seat, murmuring, "Your Highness, are you really so heartless?" After a cup of tea had passed, footsteps sounded as Zhu Di strode in. The Princess Yin suddenly stood up and shouted, Your Highness, where have you imprisoned Yu?" Zhu Di appeared calm, as if he had anticipated her question, and replied leisurely, "Madam, rest assured Yu is quite safe. Even if Chao Yong breaks into Beiping City and kills both you and me, I can guarantee that not a single hair on Yu will be harmed." The Princess Yin sighed in relief and asked, "Then where have you taken her? I must know." Zhu Di glanced at me and smiled, saying, "As long as young hero Yang accomplishes that matter, I will ensure that Yu appears in front of you full of life." The Princess Yin angrily said, "Your Highness, have you truly made Yu a bargaining chip?" Zhu Di replied, "Madam, I had no choice. Chao Yong's army of 500,000 is at the gates of Beiping. The city has been under siege for over a month with no food left and no reinforcements. In the blink of an eye, the city will fall and countless innocent lives will be lost. Can you bear to let all the citizens of the city suffer for my sake? The only way now is to kill the bandit by first killing the king. Once Chao Yong is dead, the southern army will collapse without a fight, and the siege of Beiping will be lifted. At present, the only person capable of such a feat is none other than young hero Yang. May I ask, madam, do you have a better way to save the citizens from calamity? Do you have a better way to drive away the southern army besieging the city?" I couldn't help but admire Zhu Dis' eloquence. His words flowed like a well-rehearsed speech. Though he was clearly thinking of his own interests, each of his statements seemed noble, as if he were truly concerned for the citizens of Beiping. He was genuinely cunning and slick. After hearing Zhu Dis' reasoning, the Princess Yin fell into deep thought. While his underlying motives were for himself, every word he said was true. The lives and fortunes of the hundreds of thousands in Beiping City now rested in my hands. It seemed that if I did not agree, I would become the greatest culprit responsible for the death of these countless innocent citizens. I sneered and said, "Your Highness, since Yang has agreed to you, I will certainly fulfill this matter. You do not know that an explanation is merely a cover-up. What significance does it hold if it is said beautifully? Auntie, you need not say more. Just as he said, for the sake of the citizens, I shall regard this as my duty to the citizens. This way I will feel somewhat better in my heart." The Princess Yin said, "But isn't this too much for you, Your Highness? Can't we think of another way?" Zhu Di smiled and said, "I have long thought about it. I have considered all possibilities, and this is the only plan. If Madam can think of a better way, I would be more than happy." The Princess Yin looked at me with concern. My heart ached at her expression, and I said, "Auntie, for you, and for you, I must take on this responsibility. I only ask that after this crisis passes, you allow me to take Yu away." The Princess Yin said, "You want to take Yu away? Can't you stay live with us?" I shot Zhu Di a resentful glance and said, "Auntie, you understand my predicament. I hope you can grant my wish." The Princess Yin said, "All right, I won't force you. As long as Yu agrees, I will let her leave with you. I believe you will give her happiness." I said, "Thank you, Auntie. Then I shall take my leave for now." I no longer glanced at Zhu Di and strode out. Behind me, the sound of Zhu Di's hearty laughter rang out. I shall await young hero Yang's good news. As I walked down the street, it was mostly deserted, with only a few old men with white hair and barefoot children in sight, suggesting that all the able-bodied men and women were guarding the city. I sighed inwardly, thinking that indeed, for the sake of the citizens, I must venture into the Southern Army's camp. Once this city falls, countless innocent souls will be added to the depths of hell. Returning to the residence in the mountains, Yu was anxiously looking out at the door. When he saw me return, he finally sighed in relief and said, "You were gone all day, or it nearly drove me mad. Did you see the princess?" I walked into the inner room and sat down, saying, "This matter is rather long to explain." I briefly recounted the conversation between Zhu Di and myself, and Yu Dashin exclaimed in anger, "How despicable and shameless of Zhu Di to use the princess as leverage against you. It is truly outrageous." I waved my hand and said, "Brother, you try not to be angry." I was very upset at first too, but after leaving the Wangfu, as I walked along the desolate road, seeing the innocent faces, I realized that Zhu Di's words had some merit. It's just that his methods were too vile. What crime have the common people committed to deserve such calamity? At this moment, Beiping has not fallen, and yet it is like this. If the city were to be breached, the suffering would be unimaginable. Although the Southern Army claims to be righteous in the chaos of war, once Beiping falls, they would consider all the citizens as rebels and slaughter them indiscriminately. I can only imagine how tragic that would be. How can I just sit idly by? Rather than waiting for disaster to come, it is better to nip it in the bud and save the people of Beiping from their dire straits, from the fires and floods of calamity. My words left Yu Dashin speechless, and after pondering for a long while, he said, "All right, Brother Yang, I will go with you." I shook my head and smiled. "I can go alone." Yu Dashin was taken aback, and then said, Right. I am just a rough fellow with low martial skills, who I would only be a hindrance if I went." I said solemnly, "Brother Yu, your loyalty is admirable, and your courage is commendable, which earns the respect of all. While you are in the city, I entrust you with the search for Yeya. The Southern Army has besieged Beiping tightly, and I suspect Yeya has not yet been taken away. From Zhu Di's tone, it seems she is in an exceptionally secret location, so it will require some effort to locate her." Yu Dashin patted his chest and declared, "Even if I have to turn Beiping upside down, I will definitely find the princess." I said, "There is no time to lose, I will head to the Southern Army's camp tonight." That day passed without incident, and at midnight I changed into my night gear, concealing a small dagger in the sole of my boot. In truth, I rarely use weapons, but I kept the dagger for emergencies, like making a small hole in a wall. I certainly cannot use my internal force to punch a hole, can I? Such an action would make a loud noise and might create a large hole. I arrived at the southern gate, where shadows moved atop the city wall, coming and going. However, in these past few days they had come to recognize me, so they did not stop me. Utilizing my lizard technique, I quietly scaled down the wall, and as I reached the bottom, I lightly leaped over the moat and landed softly on the opposite bank. The Southern Army's camp was set up about 400 meters from the city wall, far enough that their arrows and cannons could not reach. As I approached the tents, I noticed that every few paces there was a flag, and behind each flag were large holes. I was taken aback. What were those large holes for? Then I realized the key point. The Southern Army had been unable to capture the city for a long time, and was likely attempting to dig tunnels. Those large flags must be hiding the entrances to the tunnels. I chuckled to myself, thinking, the moat is several feet deep. Digging these tunnels must be quite a project. I suspect not just the southern camp, but also the eastern and western camps must have similar strategies. Then I thought, the defenders of Beiping are united and well fortified. With an army of 500,000 struggling to breach the defenses, digging tunnels is their last resort. But what kind of person is Zhu Di? Such a clumsy method could not possibly escape his notice. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. Yu Dashin had described the location of General Chao Yong's camp, which was situated at the center of the southern camp. I roughly estimated that I would have to cross through over a dozen military encampments to reach the general's tent. Although my lightness skill is excellent, I am not a ghost, and crossing through so many heavily guarded military camps without being discovered is simply impossible. An idea struck me, and I gathered my internal energy to leap to the top of the first tent. Just as I landed, someone shouted, "There's a spy, an assassin." I smiled to myself, paying no mind to it, and lightly jumped to the second tent. The soldiers below were in an uproar, confused and chaotic. I leaped over 5 tents in one go, and hearing the sound of the wind behind me, an arrow shot past with a whoosh, followed by a rain of arrows. I activated my Jin Yong True Chi and used the third level of Qinkuan Great Shift. Most of the arrows fell behind me, with only a few deflected by my hands. In the blink of an eye, I jumped over another 5 tents, and the grand flag of the general's camp was now just ahead. Just as I was about to leap onto another tent and prepare to land, I suddenly heard a cold shout from behind, "Get down!" Immediately, a strong force surged towards me. I was slightly startled, thinking that this person's internal strength was considerable. Without turning back, I exerted my internal force and met his palm with one hand. In the end, I did not fall, he did. As I crossed over the last tent, I was about to reach the general's camp when I suddenly saw 4 shadows blocking my path in midair. I halted my steps and surveyed the 4 individuals before me from left to right. All 4 were clad in military uniforms, wearing green cloaks and armor. From their attire, they must be deputy generals or minor generals. I was momentarily taken aback when one more person flew up and stood beside the other 4. I recognized him as the person I had knocked down earlier, whose right hand was swollen. The 5 of them lined up and said nothing, and the crowd below fell silent as well. The man on the left spoke first, saying, "You dare to break into our military camp at this late hour. What is your purpose?" I smiled and replied, "I am here to see General Chao. May I ask how to address the 5 generals?" The man on the left replied, "We are the personal guards of General Chao. I am Chao Zhong. I am Chao Xiao Chao Rin Chao Yi and Chao Li." The last person introduced himself as Chao Li, indicating that all 5 had given up their original names since following Chao Yong. I smiled and said, "So it is the 5 generals Chao? Please inform General Chao that an old friend has come to visit." The elder Chao Zhong said, "Your arrival in this manner lacks a certain openness, does it not?" Chao Li shouted, "If you want to see General Chao, you must first pass our test." His name is Chao Li, yet he displayed no courtesy whatsoever. I said, "I am truly an old friend of General Chao. Why do you not believe me?" Chao Li, who had just been struck by me, was extremely indignant and said, "Is this how an old friend behaves? Enough with the nonsense. Take my palm first." He clasped his palms together and struck out. I sidestepped and dodged, causing his palm to miss entirely. Seeing that I had just used a light touch to knock Chao Li down, Chao Zhong knew that Chao Li was no match for me. He waved his hand and called out, "Everyone attack together." The 4 of them drew their weapons and rushed at me all at once. To be honest, these 5 are quite skilled. In the martial world, they would be considered second-rate experts, significantly stronger than you, Dashin. With all 5 attacking together, they seemed to have formed a synergy, likely due to their frequent collaboration, which had created a tacit understanding. However, in my eyes, this was hardly worth mentioning. Even if 5 more came at me all at once, I could easily injure them. I wove through them, listening to the sound of the wind as 2 of them wielded swords. One swung a whip, and the other 2 attacked barehanded. No matter the punches or kicks or weapons, none managed to touch even the hem of my clothing. I intended to establish my authority in front of the soldiers, allowing them to attack for a stick of incense's time. Suddenly I struck out, and in an instant glints of blades flashed, 2 swords, and a whip flew into the air. Amidst their exclamations, I struck out with both palms. I only used 50% of my strength, but that was enough for them to suffer. They felt an overwhelming force rushing towards them, and all 5 instinctively struck out. The moment they did, my internal energy collided with their external force, instantly transforming into a tidal wave that surged towards them. Thankfully, they were well trained and recognized the danger, leaping back to evade. Otherwise, if they had stubbornly braced against it, they would have surely. Once the 5 landed, they exchanged glances and were about to charge at me again when a commanding voice rang out, "Hold on." I turned towards the voice to see a stout man with a bushy beard. It was none other than Chao Yong, whom I had not seen in a long time. Once a trusted guard of Zhu Yunwen, he was now a great general commanding an army of 500,000 and unstoppable. My eyes brightened as I was reminded of the morning I swore brotherhood with Zhu Yunwen in Butterfly Valley. Chao Yong's commanding voice halted the advance of Chao Zhong and the other 4 men. Upon hearing it, they froze in place, startled. He barked again, "Withdraw now." The 5 dared not utter a word and instantly retreated behind Chao Yong. Striding forward swiftly, he bowed deeply and said, "I was unaware that young Master Yang would grace us with his presence. I failed to welcome you properly from afar. Please forgive my negligence." I hurriedly grasped his arms to steady him and replied, "Elder Brother Chao, there is no need for such formalities. It is I who arrived unannounced and impetuously. I, Yang Yang, am truly ashamed." Chao Yong insisted on completing his bow, then gestured politely, "Young Master Yang, please enter the tent." I stepped ahead, and as I passed Chao Zhong and the others, I offered them a faint, enigmatic smile, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances, utterly uncertain of my identity. Inside the tent, I glanced around, save for a simple cot and a massive tiger skin thrown. The space held nothing else. Clearly, this command tent served both as sleeping quarters and council chamber. Evidence of Chao Yong's austere discipline and unwavering integrity, virtues so profound they rendered Zhu Di's eventual defeat all but inevitable. Chao Yong gestured me toward the tiger skin throne while standing respectfully at attention beside it, saying, "It has been over 2 years since we last met. Yet young Master Yang's bearing remains as distinguished as ever. Truly cause for celebration." I smiled and said, "Elder Brother Chao flatters me too greatly. Come, sit down first and let us catch up like old brothers." He replied, How could a humble man like myself presume to sit where young Master Yong sits? I shall remain standing while I speak. With a light laugh I rose and declared, since elder brother Chow refuses to sit, then Yong must stand as well. Reluctantly he fetched a stool, I resumed my seat, and only then did he slowly lower himself onto it. I asked, how fares elder brother Zhu? At the mention of Zhu Yunwen, Chow Yong immediately stood again and said, by young Master Yang's grace his majesty enjoys robust health. I smiled gently and said, please sit. You've eased my mind knowing his majesty as well. Yet court affairs weigh heavily upon him. He must have grown thinner these past years. Chow Yong nodded indeed. Fortunately, his majesty possesses exceptional vitality. Though burdened with countless state matters daily, he still governs with tireless devotion. Such diligence is the people's greatest blessing. I sighed softly. How I long to see elder brother once more. Alas, it has already been 2 years. Chow Yong added, his majesty misses young Master Yong deeply, but war demands his full attention, leaving no time for travel. Should young Master Yong wish to journey to Yingtian, I shall dispatch elite couriers to escort you without delay. I smiled and said, for now I cannot leave Beiping. Do you know why I've come? Chow Yong blinked in surprise. This servant knows nothing. Please instruct me, young Master Yong. Instruct is far too strong a word. I fear merely speaking of this matter may force elder brother Chow to turn against me on the spot. Chow Yong sprang upright, once more clasping his fists in solemn salute. This servant dares not even dream of offending young Master Yong. To me you are as revered as his majesty himself, whatever your command. I shall brave fire and flood without hesitation. I exhaled deeply. The origins of this affair stretch back far. I must begin at the very beginning. Chow Yong bowed slightly. I am all ears. I had long prepared my words, but conscience pricked me. Deceiving a man so loyal to me, and so devoted to Zhu Yunwen, felt profoundly unbecoming of a true gentleman. Yet necessity compelled me. I asked, elder brother Chow, do you know of the heaven-blessed princess? Chow Yong chuckled. How could I not? That imperial marriage selection stirred Yingtian like thunder. You forget, I even competed in the martial contest. You, young Master Yong, displayed unparalleled prowess and claimed the championship. Your triumph became legend across the capital. I smiled wryly. Truly I feel deep shame. Tell me, do you know what ties bind me to the heaven-blessed princess? Chow Yong paused, puzzled. What do you mean? Sensing his confusion, I rephrased, let me put it this way. Before she ever met the late emperor. Chow Yong recoiled slightly. You mean, you knew her before she became the heaven-blessed princess? I nodded. Precisely. So tell me, what is our relationship? He shook his head. This servant does not know. I smiled quietly. She is my betrothed, my future wife. Chow Yong gasped. What? I continued, in truth long before she entered the imperial court. Yeah. And yes, allow me to call her yeah, our princess feels too stiff. We grew up together in the same village, inseparable since childhood. Over 4 years ago I chanced upon an extraordinary opportunity and cultivated formidable martial arts. Yet this very path separated us for an entire year. When I returned I witnessed a sight that haunts me still, our village reduced to ash, its people vanished without trace, and Yaya gone without a trace. Grief shattered me. For over a month I searched desperately, finding no clue, until I met my elder brother, Hu Suo. Chow Yong interjected. Hu Suo, the master of Butterfly Valley. Yes, I confirmed. Tragically, elder brother Hu Suo was slain by Ren Daoist, the very henchman of Zhu Di, leaving me utterly alone in this world. Chow Yong frowned thoughtfully. Yet when we first met in Butterfly Valley you sought a maiden named Zhang Min'er, not the princess. My heart leapt. I quickly countered. Then, was Zhang Min'er the daughter of my master Zhang Wuji? Chow Yong shot upright, eyes wide. Zhang Wuji, the legendary hero Zhang Wuji. Is he your master? I smiled faintly. You've heard of him then? Chow Yong replied earnestly. At first I knew nothing. Only after meeting you in Butterfly Valley did I diligently investigate his deeds. I learned Zhang Wuji was a near-divine figure, peerless in martial cultivation, leader of the Ming cult's tens of thousands who drove out the Mongol invaders. Some say half the great Ming Empire was forged by his hand. Yet later all trace of him vanished. These tales are mere rumors, perhaps exaggerated. But seeing your own skill today, I now know the legends were true. Zhang Wuji is indeed a celestial being. A quiet thought stirred within me. Though Zhu Yuanzhang silenced official tongues, he could not silence the voices of the Jianghu. Justice, it seems, resides in the hearts of the people. Aloud I said with a gentle smile, I dare not speak further of Master Zhang's story. Let us return to the present. As I told you, Ren Daoist murdered elder brother Hu Suo and abducted my elder sister Min'er, compounding my despair. It was precisely then upon spotting your forces that I resolved to journey to Ingta. Chao Yong murmured. I begin to understand. By Rin Daoist's murder of Hu Suo and abduction of Miss Zhang may well be linked to the destruction of your village. I nodded exactly. That suspicion drove me to Ingtian, where by sheer twist of fate, I entered the imperial marriage contest. And yet another unforeseen miracle awaited the prize. The heaven-blessed princess was none other than Yaya herself. That is why I had to win. Do you see now? Chao Yong nodded vigorously, clapping his hands. That final riddle posed by the heaven-blessed princess. I'd heard whispers of it, yet found it utterly baffling. Who could possibly solve it? Who would even dare attempt it? Never imagined young Master Yang needed no answer at all. That riddle existed solely to frighten off lesser contenders. I smiled inwardly. This interpretation suited the moment perfectly. Would I confess I had answered it honestly? That would surely shock him into silence. I continued. After Yaya and I were reunited, an even more astonishing revelation unfolded. Her birth mother, long thought lost, had become the princess consort of Yan. Chao Yong cried out in disbelief. What? I explained. I too was stunned. Only later, from the princess consort's own account, did I learn the truth. When our mountain village fell to calamity, Prince Yin Zhu Di happened to pass by. He saved her life. Grateful beyond measure, and with her first husband deceased, she accepted his sincere devotion and wed him. Thus she rose to become princess consort. Chao Yong nodded slowly. So that is how it came to pass. I added, you likely know the rest. I brought Yaya back to Beiping to reunite her with her mother. Elder brother Chao, do you know why I withdrew from public life for 2 years? A pang tightened my chest. Chao Yong replied softly. His Majesty once mentioned it, to honor Miss Zhang. I inclined my head, voice heavy with sorrow. Yes. Miner loved me with unwavering loyalty, yet perished beneath the sword of Dongfang Xiao Jian. Though I avenged her by slaying that fiend, her life could never be restored. Chao Yong listened in solemn silence. Chao Yong fell silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up and said, Dongfang Xiao, are you saying that Dongfang Xiao has already been killed by you? I was stunned and replied, yes. At that time I pierced his heart with the Etian sword and killed him. How could this be? Chao Yong said, then it follows that the one who came last night could not have been Dongfang Xiao. I was taken aback and stood up, asking what? Dongfang Xiao came last night. Chao Yong nodded and said, last night at the hour of the rat, a sudden assassin appeared in the camp, wielding a sword in his left hand. His swordplay was elusive. He immediately killed over 30 of my soldiers. I called for strong bows and crossbows to shoot him down and summoned 10 guardians along with my 5 close bodyguards, yet he still managed to retreat calmly. As he was leaving, he loudly declared, Dongfang Xiao will surely come to pay a visit to General Chao, followed by a burst of laughter as he left the camp. I hurriedly asked, what did this person look like? Chao Yong pondered and said, he had a lean face, a long beard, and an appearance quite ethereal. By the way, it seems he was missing his right hand, replaced by an iron hook, and he wielded the sword with his left hand. I slumped down, murmuring, it really is Dongfang Xiao. It truly is him. How can this be? Thinking back to the situation at that time, the Etian sword penetrated both of them and was then driven into Dongfang Xiao's body. With the power of the Etian sword, it should have been impossible for Dongfang Xiao to survive. However, my mind was in chaos, preoccupied with Zhang Minor, and I indeed did not check whether Dongfang Xiao was truly dead. Thus it seems there is a high possibility that Dongfang Xiao is not dead. Chao Yong said, young Master Yang, what is wrong with you? I was jolted awake and replied, oh, it's nothing. The person you saw may indeed have been Dongfang Xiao. Chao Yong said, reflecting on it now, I still feel a lingering fear. This person's swordplay is truly elusive and unfathomable. Amidst thousands of soldiers, it is as if he moved through an unoccupied realm. Such swordplay, I fear only you, young Master Yang, could be his match in this world. I smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, I cannot match him either. The Etian sword he wields is indestructible. If it weren't for Minor blocking a sword for me, I would have long since perished. Recalling the moment Zhang Minor shielded me from the sword, my heart felt like it was being twisted. Chao Yong said, young Master Yang, after talking for so long, you still haven't said why you came to find me tonight. I was taken aback, adjusting my thoughts, and said, brother Chao, I came to visit tonight for the matter at hand. Chao Yong said, the matter at hand. Is it about the war? I replied, exactly. Chao Yong asked, do you blame me for failing to capture them, losing the majesty of our court? I laughed and said, brother Chao, you have been trying your best, achieving remarkable feats. There is no blame to be had. Chao Yong said, then what is your meaning, young master? I pondered, unsure of how to begin, and said, let me mention another matter. Brother Chao, do you know where Yaya is now? Chao Yong replied, She is the daughter of the princess of Yan'an. The princess is in Beiping City. I said, exactly. Xiao Yong said, I will instruct the army that once we enter the city, they must not harm the princess and the royal consort. As for Zhu Di, I interrupted, Brother Qiao, the situation is far from as simple as you think. Zhu Di is cunning and crafty. He has long hidden Ye away in some unknown location. Xiao Yong exclaimed, what? Then what shall we do? I said, I met Zhu Di at the Yan Wangfu in Beiping yesterday. Xiao Yong asked, what did he say? I replied, he actually used Ye's life to threaten me to make me. Xiao Yong interrupted me coldly, saying, to have you take Xiao Yong's head, is it not? I was taken aback and said, Brother Qiao. Xiao Yong stepped down from the stool and said solemnly, Young Master Yang, you are the sworn brother of the Emperor. I respect you as I would respect the Emperor himself. Zhu Di harbors ambitions and schemes to rebel. Though I am but a martial man, I understand the greater righteousness at stake. I, Xiao Yong, am but a crude man with a worthless life in your eyes. Taking my life would be as easy as pie for you. But will you just stand by and watch Zhu Di's conspiracy succeed? Let the common people suffer, and let the Emperor's great empire fall into the hands of a rebel. My heart tightened, and I said, Brother Qiao, you misunderstand. How could I kill you? Indeed, Zhu Di wants me to take your life, and I truly do not wish to comply. However, Ye is in his hands, and the people of Beiping are in panic. If the city falls, their homes will be destroyed, and corpses will pile up like mountains. For the sake of the common people in the city, I had no choice but to come to find Brother Qiao. Xiao Yong laughed heartily, saying, Young Master Yang, I respect you because I believe you are a steadfast man who can abandon everything for justice and truth. But today it seems I have misjudged you. I was startled and asked, Brother Qiao, why do you say that? Xiao Yong said, you for your own selfish reasons are aiding the rebels. You actually believe Zhu Di's words to assassinate me, all for the sake of a woman. You even shamelessly claim it is for the common people of Beiping. But do you know that once Zhu Di's conspiracy succeeds, how many cities and how many common people will suffer greatly? Beiping City is but one city, yet the entire Ming dynasty is far more significant. The Princess Tianxi is but one, yet there are countless people across the world. Young Master Yang, if you are so blind to the greater righteousness and act contrary to it, is that not proof that Xiao Yong has misjudged you? Xiao Yong's words made me break out in a cold sweat. Although I came from modern times 600 years later, after these few years of experiences, I had almost forgotten that I was not a person of this era. Because of Zhang Minor, I had deeply immersed myself in this time. My life and feelings had become inseparable from this era. After hearing Xiao Yong's words, I suddenly realized how selfish I truly was. For my own sake, I disregarded the lives of countless people. At this moment, as long as I took action, the world would surely fall into chaos once more, and the casualties would far exceed those of just Beiping City. At that time, would it not all be my fault? How would I bear the infamy among the people of the world? I stepped down from the tiger skin chair, bowed to Xiao Yong, and said, Brother Qiao, you are right. I feel deeply ashamed. Thank you for waking me from my dream with your words. My actions for the public have wronged the common people, and for my own sake, I have wronged Brother Zhu's trust in me. I understand now, Brother Qiao, I have acted rashly. I will take my leave here. With a fist salute, I left without looking back. Upon exiting the camp, breathing in the fresh dawn air with stars twinkling in the sky, I felt a weight lift from my heart, and I felt at ease. To be honest, since agreeing to Zhu Di's plan, I had felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After Xiao Yong's enlightening words, I felt incredibly relaxed. When I left the main camp, no one obstructed me. The construction of the tunnel outside the camp continued. I climbed up the city tower and returned to Yu Dashan's residence. Yu Dashan was already fast asleep, so I did not disturb him and went straight to my room to sleep. However, I could not fall asleep. Although I would not kill Xiao Yong now, I still had to rescue Ye. Finding Ye's hiding place would require considerable effort. After pondering for half the night, I finally fell into a hazy sleep just before dawn. Yu Dashan was also surprised to see me and said, When did you return, Brother Yang? The great accomplishment is done, and you didn't even notify me. I was startled and replied, Yu Dashan was also surprised to see me and said, When did you return, Brother Yang? The great accomplishment is done, and you didn't even notify me. I was startled and replied, What great accomplishment? Yu Dashan laughed and said, You still pretend not to know. Last night you went to assassinate Xiao Yong, and this early morning Xiao Yong's head has already been hung at the south gate. Isn't that a great accomplishment? Upon hearing this, I was utterly shocked, my mind boiling with blood, and I felt faint, losing all awareness. After a long while, I felt a sharp pain in my nose and suddenly woke up. Recalling the past events, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no," and upon looking up, I saw Yu Dashin standing in front of me, hastily asking, "Brother, what did you just say?" Yu Dashin asked in surprise, "Did you not kill Chao Yong?" I shook my head and replied, "Of course I didn't kill Brother Chao. I even regret having the thought of killing him." "Brother, you please tell me what exactly happened." Yu Dashin said, "I got up before dawn today, preparing to wait for your return at the city gate. But when I arrived at the city gate, I saw chaos in the enemy camp. And then something flew up from below the city and landed on the city wall. From a distance, it looked like a human head, and sure enough, someone shouted, 'It is Chao Yong, the Southern Army commander, Chao Yong's head.' I was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward to take a closer look. It really was Chao Yong. I asked in astonishment, 'Brother, do you know him?' Yu Dashin replied, 'Did you forget Brother Yong? During the Ying Tian martial arts competition, Chao Yong also fought on stage.' I exclaimed, 'Oh,' and Yu Dashin continued, 'When I saw Chao Yong's head, I thought you had succeeded. However, after waiting a long time at the city gate, you still did not return, so I had no choice but to come back. On the way back, I saw Zhu Di had already gathered the troops and charged out from the southern gate. My mind was in turmoil as I thought, what exactly is going on here? I left the southern camp just before dawn, and as soon as it was light, Brother Chao was killed. Who could be so powerful as to achieve such a feat in such a short time among thousands of troops? This person is truly unfathomable.' Seeing me lost in thought, Yu Dashin said, 'So Chao Yong really was not killed by you, Brother Yong. I truly wonder who in this world possesses such extraordinary abilities.' My head was pounding, and I could no longer think. I said, 'I can't make sense of this either, Brother Yu. Let's go check the southern gate.' Yu Dashin nodded, and the two of us left together. Arriving at the southern gate, I saw flags fluttering on the city walls, waving loudly in the southern wind. A massive flagpole extended from the center of the city gate with a human head atop, its eyes wide open, and a face full of bristles as solid as iron. Just this single trophy displayed Chao Yong's formidable presence. I recalled our first meeting in the Butterfly Valley, seeing him again in Yingtian, and our deep conversation last night. I couldn't help but feel a pang in my heart, tears streaming down as I thought, "Brother Chao, how could you leave like this? Your enlightenment had such a profound impact on me. Why did you have to depart? If you have a spirit in the heavens, please bless me to find the murderer and avenge you." My eyes were red and my heart was filled with uncontainable sorrow. Suppressing my heartbreak, I stepped forward, raised my hand, and struck the pole, breaking it. The soldiers on both sides were taken aback and rushed forward. A man who appeared to be the captain shouted, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Yu Dashin shouted, "Step back. This is the prince." The captain said respectfully, "Yes, but please allow the prince to return Chao Yong's head. The prince has ordered that this head be hung for 3 days and nights." I let out a cold laugh and exerted 70% of my strength, striking the protruding city wall. With a loud clang, half a brick flew out 10 or so feet and landed below. The soldiers were stunned, their mouths agape in shock. I shouted, "Aren't you going to get out of the way? Whose head is harder than this stone? Come and try." The captain shivered and instinctively stepped aside. As I stepped forward, just as I was about to descend the city tower, Yu Dashin suddenly pointed down and shouted, "Brother Yong, look." I turned around, and the scene before me became etched in my memory for life. Before coming to this time, I had seldom encountered death, even less so had I seen dead bodies. After arriving here and learning martial arts, I often witnessed others kill, but I myself had killed very few. It wasn't until Zhang Minor died that I killed several hundred people, but at that time in my rage, I didn't feel how tragic it was. But now looking back, I suddenly understood what war is. War results in death, and not just the death of one person, 10 people, or 100 people, but rather thousands, tens of thousands. Outside the southern gate of Beiping, it had become a scene of carnage. As Zhu Di's army advanced, hundreds, even thousands fell. Chao Yong had once forced Zhu Di to retreat in fear, but now, less than half a day after Chao Yong's death, the vast southern army camp was decimated by Zhu Di as easily as snapping dry twigs. The military strategy states confusion leads to collapse. Indeed, the southern army fell into chaos after Chao Yong's sudden death, with no leader to direct them. Zhu Di, a military genius, knew the importance of speed in warfare. He promptly rallied his troops, charging out of the city, slaughtering the enemy forces, leaving a sea of corpses, rivers of blood, and thousands of bodies piled up outside Beiping's southern gate. The entire wilderness was a mountain of corpses, while Zhu Di commanded his subordinates to pursue the retreating southern army further south. This battle showed that success and failure hang by a thread. It seems history is ultimately irreversible. I shook my head, unable to bear such a tragic sight, and said, "Brother Yu, let's go back." Without looking back at my residence, I asked Yu Dashin, "Brother Yu, may I use your backyard?" Yu Dashin replied, "Are you planning to bury Chao Yong? Is there anything wrong with that?" I see Chao Yong as a man of iron and steel. I respect heroes and strong men above all. I nodded and dug a pit in the backyard to bury Chao Yong's head. After a day of sorrow in the evening, I suddenly heard a commotion outside, with someone shouting the prince has returned in triumph. I bitterly smiled to myself, having no desire to join in the festivities. Suddenly a man walked into the hall. Seeing his unfamiliar face, I heard him say, "I am a guard from the royal residence, sent by the prince to invite young Master Yong to the victory banquet." I smiled bitterly and said, "I have no achievements to speak of, so I dare not attend. Please return." The man replied, "The prince has commanded that young Master Yong is the #1 contributor to this great victory, and I must ensure that young Master Yong attends." My mind turned, and I said, "You can return for now. Please tell your prince that Yong will certainly attend the banquet on time." The man bowed and said, "Yes, thank you, young Master Yong, for your kindness." Why did I suddenly change my mind and agree to attend the banquet with Zhu Di? I thought Yu is still missing. With this great victory, Zhu Di should allow Yu to meet me, right? Additionally, there was something the messenger said that caught my attention. Why did Zhu Di say I was the top contributor? Zhu Di is indeed cunning. He knew that I would definitely come upon hearing this. He must have instructed that person to say so beforehand. Alas, I am still far from being Zhu Di's match in wits. At the end of the hour, I walked alone to the Yin Wangfu. Zhu Di had returned in triumph, and the grand Yin Wangfu was bustling with activity, filled with nobles, ministers, and military generals, all gathered and animated, discussing today's great victory. It is no wonder Beiping had been besieged from the 5th of May to the 12th of June, a total of 39 days. Today they finally breathed a sigh of relief. How could they not be invigorated? As I reached the entrance, 2 gatekeepers immediately welcomed me. As soon as I stepped inside, one loudly proclaimed, "Yong, the great hero has arrived." In an instant, the entire courtyard fell silent, and I was met with dozens of gazes. I was secretly startled, wondering what this reaction was. Upon closer inspection, I saw admiration, gratitude, envy, and even jealousy in those gazes. I was extremely surprised and could only nod left and right as I passed through. In the distance, someone whispered, "He is the great hero Yong, the one who saved Beiping City." The voice was so soft that if my ears weren't particularly keen, I might not have heard it at all. I felt increasingly puzzled about what exactly was going on. Passing through the grand hall into the inner chamber, the crowd behind me erupted once more into animated chatter. Inside, Zhu Di stood side by side with the Princess of Yin. Upon seeing me enter, they hurried forward to greet me. Just as I opened my mouth to speak, Zhu Di took his wife's hand and declared, "My dear, come. Let us bow deeply to the great hero who saved Beiping." With that, the two bowed low. Startled, I rushed to lift the princess and said, "Auntie, how can Yong possibly bear such reverence? Please rise at once." The Princess of Yin replied, "Yong, you are truly a fine young man. This time, how shall I ever express my gratitude? You have saved every citizen of Beiping. Such merit is earth-shaking, heaven-defying. You most certainly deserve this bow." My confusion deepened. "Auntie," I asked, "what exactly did Yong do to warrant such treatment?" Zhu Di burst into hearty laughter. "Amidst 10,000 troops, you slew the enemy's supreme commander. Young Master Yang's valor and grace are unmatched in this age. Perhaps even Zhao Zilong of Changshan, who rode alone to rescue his lord, could not rival your feat today." I blinked in astonishment. "Your Highness, do you mean I killed Chao Yong?" Zhu Di smiled. "Indeed. From this day forth, young Master Yang's name shall resound across the vast lands south and north of the Yangtze River." I grew solemn. "Your Highness, your ladyship, this matter must not be mistaken. Chao Yong was not slain by Yong. To claim such a celestial deed would be an unforgivable presumption." "What?" the princess murmured. "Chao Yong wasn't killed by you." Zhu Di interjected, "Impossible. Who else but young Master Yong possesses such extraordinary prowess? Who else could enter and exit the southern camp's 20,000-strong army at will?" The gate officers reported that young Master Yong left the city at the 3rd watch and returned just before the 5th, personally presenting Chao Yong's severed head upon the ramparts. Could such a report possibly be false? Young Master Yong, this monumental achievement cannot be evaded. Even if you wished to flee, escape would be impossible. I was stunned. This morning Udashin had clearly stated the head had flown up from beneath the city wall, but Zhu Di insisted otherwise. Naturally, I trusted Udashin. Yet why would Zhu Di deliberately distort the truth? Zhu Di added, "To achieve such greatness, yet refuse credit. You embody the noble spirit of ancient sages. But now all Beiping knows your name. I have already ordered official proclamations posted throughout the city. Young Master Yong, you are now the savior and reborn parent of every citizen of Beiping." I recoiled in alarm. "What? Proclamations posted? That's terrible." Suddenly I grasped Zhu Di's design. He sought to ensure widespread belief that I had slain Chao Yong, the Southern Court's supreme commander, on his behalf. Once word reached Tian Zhu Yunwan would surely lose his composure. How unbearable it would be for him to learn that his trusted commander had been murdered by his own sworn brother. In fury, he might even perish on the spot, or at the very least collapse into paralyzing despair, unable to govern. Zhu Di, you have indeed plotted with meticulous cunning. Understanding this, indignation surged within me. I sneered coldly. Do you truly believe my elder brother will swallow such deceitful lies? My brother discerns truth from falsehood. He will perceive the full truth of this matter. Your treacherous scheme stands no chance of success. Zhu Di smiled faintly. Among the Southern Army's elite guards, the 5 brothers, was Chao Yong's personal retinue. I executed 4. One named Chao Zhong escaped. Young Master Yong, pray tell, how do you imagine he will report this to Zhu Yunwan? I snapped. How should I know? Zhu Di replied as the 4 brothers lay dying. One cried out, Elder brother, flee, return to his majesty, and warn him never again trust a brother. I gasped. What? Why would he say that? Zhu Di countered, do you suppose Chao Zhong could have fled had I not deliberately let him go? A chill ran down my spine. If Zhu Di spoke true, my innocence would be irretrievably lost. Yet why had the Chao brothers uttered those words? Never trust a brother. Was this a warning to Zhu Yunwan not to trust me? A vast, sinister conspiracy seemed to loom, and last night marked only its inception. After a long silence, Zhu Di chuckled. Come, it grows late. Let the victory banquet begin. The princess smiled warmly. Come, child, the first and greatest hero of Beiping's salvation cannot slip away. My mind reeled. Then I recalled something. Auntie, where is Yuma? She laughed. His Highness sent men to fetch her earlier. She should arrive shortly. I nodded stiffly and took my seat. The feast lasted until midnight. In the grand hall, civil officials and military commanders alike raised their cups to me. Admiration, awe, and heartfelt gratitude all poured into each toast. Yet I felt no desire to wear this mantle of heroism. The deed was not mine, and far from glorious. Though perhaps a boon to Beiping alone, to the realm and its people it might well sow the seeds of cataclysm. Near the end of the 3rd watch, slightly intoxicated, I departed the prince's mansion amid waves of praise, returning to Yu Dashan's home. He was already asleep. I retired to my room and slept soundly through the night. In my dreams, Zhu Yunwan brandished a long sword, shouting, Yong, the ungrateful wretch. I shall kill you. He lunged, yet I could not move, could not raise my arms. Desperate, I cried, Elder brother, listen to my explanation. He struck without pause, a blade piercing straight through my heart. I screamed, and jolted awake, drenched in icy sweat. A knock sounded at the door. Yu Dashan's voice called from outside, Brother Yong, are you awake? I rose, opened the door, and asked, Brother Yu, early indeed. Is something amiss? Yu Dashan wore a strange expression. Come with me. I laughed. What mischief is this? He led me to the threshold. As I opened the door, I recoiled. Before me knelt a dense sea of people, all the citizens of Beiping. I turned to Yu Dashan, who grinned. This was how it looked when I opened my door this morning. An elderly man, face etched with deep wrinkles, trembled as he spoke. Is this young Master Yong, the famed hero Yong? I replied, I am indeed Yong. Elder sir, what is the meaning of this? He turned and called out, the hero Yong stands before you. Why delay your beau's sons and daughters? Instantly, a unified cry rang out. All the people of Beiping bow in eternal gratitude to hero Yong for saving our lives. The phrase, recited in perfect unison, had clearly been rehearsed, and the thunderous chorus of thousands shook the heavens themselves. Hurrying forward, I lifted the old man and urged fellow townsfolk, please rise. Such merit humbles me. I am unworthy. Please all of you rise. The elder insisted, hero Yong, you are our reborn parent. This bow is yours by right. Turning back, he commanded, let us bow once more. Those 15 words echoed anew across the skies, as if even Beiping's heavens were moved by the spectacle. In that moment, protest was futile. Even if I could explain, I could not bear to shatter the hearts of an entire city. Their hero existed not for scrutiny, but for reverence and worship. Zhu Di, you have struck with lethal subtlety. You have sundered the bond between Zhu Yunwan and me, perhaps already succeeded. But think not that I will serve your ambitions. Once I see Yuma, I shall depart this place forever, return to Butterfly Valley, dwell beside my beloved sister Min'er, and renounce the mortal world. Let emperors vie for thrones. No longer shall it concern me. As I watched the dark crowd before me gradually disperse, I suddenly realized deeply the assassination of Chao Yong, which may seem like a great sin in Zhu Yunwan's eyes, is something I cannot shake off. It seems I am destined to bear this burden whether it is a white or black pot. Returning to the room, I was perplexed. The southern great camp was heavily guarded with countless soldiers and masters abound. Even I could not easily kill Chao Yong. Yet that assassin, after I left and before dawn, infiltrated the enemy camp and assassinated the general in such a short time. The means were truly chilling, and the intelligence used was beyond comprehension. It seems the intention was to frame me, causing a rift between Zhu Yunwan and me, leaving me with no place to stand. Thus, I would naturally turn to Zhu Di. The instigator must undoubtedly be Zhu Di. With this thought, I felt a surge of determination. I must sneak into the Yin Wang mansion tonight. This matter must be resolved, or I shall never find peace. Firm in my resolve, I closed my eyes to cultivate my spirit. In the afternoon, Udashin suddenly pushed the door open, holding a letter in his hand. I looked at him as he said, "A little boy just delivered this letter to me, saying it is for the hero Yang Yang." I was just about to ask for clarity when the child ran away. "What do you think this letter is about?" I took the letter. The envelope had no title. I opened it and pulled out a piece of pure white paper on which were written 8 characters: "Tonight at the hour of the pig in the western mountain maple forest." I glanced at Udashin and handed him the letter. He looked at it and said, "This letter has neither a beginning nor an end. Who exactly is inviting you to the western mountain tonight?" I have many doubts in my heart. This trip might resolve my uncertainties. I will arrive on time. "Brother Yu, what kind of place is this western mountain maple forest?" About 5 miles outside the west gate, there is a small mountain filled with maple trees. In October, the entire mountain turns red, making it a splendid tourist attraction. But now it is just the middle of June, and one cannot see the fiery scene. I am going to a meeting, not to sightsee, so why care about the splendid colors? I laughed. Udashin nodded and asked, "Are you going alone, Brother Yang?" "You should come with me. I know the way well." I shook my head and replied, "The purpose of this trip is unclear. It is better for me to act alone, Brother Yu. You need not accompany me." After resting for a few more hours at the end of the dog hour, I dressed lightly and set out alone through the... Indeed, after walking a few miles, a small mountain stood before me, its maple trees dense. I walked slowly up the mountain. The mountain was not very high, and as I reached the summit, a vast expanse opened before me. The mountaintop was spacious and devoid of tree cover, with the crescent moon on the 10th day of the month casting bright moonlight, illuminating the open space exceptionally well. I suddenly thought that if I were in modern times, I would never dare to come alone to such a desolate mountain at night. But now, with my martial arts skills high, my courage had similarly grown. I could even afford to enjoy the scenery. Truly, a scholar should be viewed with fresh eyes after 3 days apart. Just as I was feeling relaxed, a faint sound of footsteps came from my right. From the sound, the person approaching clearly had extraordinary lightness of steps. Before I could turn around, the person spoke. "Hero Yang is indeed trustworthy, coming as soon as you receive the letter. Feng Qingyang truly admires you." I frowned and turned around to see a handsome young man. It was Feng Qingyang. I coldly asked, "Brother Feng, why did you invite me here in the middle of the night?" "Brother Yang came alone. Are you not afraid of a trap in the letter?" Feng Qingyang smiled. "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Although there is wisdom in the ancient teachings, I Yang am confident that even if there are 1,000 troops ambushing here, I can retreat unscathed. So why fear? But Brother Feng, your actions seem less than honorable, inviting me at such an hour, which is not the way of a gentleman." "I have no other intentions. It's still about that matter, avenging my master," Feng Qingyang said. I sneered. "It has been less than 10 days. Do you really think you can strike me? Let's see if you can." Feng Qingyang laughed. From his demeanor, it was clear he was not here for revenge. His eyes sparkled with mirth, as if he were merely seeking a sparring partner. I stood with my hands hanging by my sides, not even glancing at him. Feng Qingyang shouted, "Watch the sword." The long sword, glinting with a cold light, swiftly thrust toward my right chest. I slightly shifted my body, causing his sword to miss. Feng Qingyang changed his sword technique, turning the thrust into a slash. The sword's edge came horizontally from left to right. I exerted force in both legs and stepped back, still not countering. Feng Qingyang took a deep breath, channeling energy into his arm. His sword trembled slightly, then he thrust toward my left rib. This thrust seemed to contain boundless sword energy, and the sword emitted a faint whistling sound. I was taken aback. This person's internal strength had evidently increased considerably in just a few days. A few days ago in Butterfly Valley, he did not seem to be at this level. What kind of martial art could lead to such rapid enhancement of internal energy? Could it be that Feng Qingyang consumed some miraculous herb? As my mind whirled, the sword tip shot toward my left rib at an incredible speed. This time it appeared slow, but suddenly became extremely fast. I discreetly channeled my internal energy and struck out a palm toward Feng Qingyang. The fierce wind swept across, and Feng Qingyang felt as if a wild wind had blown at him, causing him to relax his grip on the sword. I took a step back and glanced at him. Feng Qingyang smiled, finally made a move. I thought you would not bother to strike. I said seriously, brother Feng's internal strength has greatly improved. Congratulations. But to kill me, that would be exceedingly difficult. How about stopping here? No way. I haven't had enough fun yet. Watch the sword. Feng Qingyang insisted. The sword tip trembled, sending forth beams of sword light. In an instant, he thrust out 4 swords, each one a brilliant move from the Duga 9 swords. Caught off guard, I found myself in a frenzy, barely managing to execute the 7th layer of Qiankuan Dano to neutralize his attacks. Now I could no longer afford to underestimate him. I suppressed my thoughts of dismissing Feng Qingyang and focused all my attention to carefully observe his swordplay. After thrusting 4 swords, Feng Qingyang immediately unleashed 6 more strikes in lightning speed. Among these 6 strikes were thrusts, slashes, and chops executed seamlessly. With his abundant internal energy behind them, they came at me like a storm. I received from the left and defended from the right, channeling Jiuyang Shengong. Throughout my body, my palms flew in disarray, but each movement contained the shifting energy of Qiankuan Dano, causing all 6 strikes to miss. Although Feng Qingyang's internal strength had surged, it was still far from matching my Jiuyang Shengong. The waves of heat from my abundant Jiuyang, true Qi, combined with the techniques of Qiankuan Dano, forced Feng Qingyang to retreat 4 steps before he could withstand my fierce wind. Just as Feng Qingyang stopped his retreat, I was about to finish channeling my energy when I suddenly heard a very faint sound of breathing from 10 feet to my right. Had I not just been using Jiuyang True Qi to defend against those powerful 6 strikes, enhancing my hearing, I would not have been able to detect such a subtle breath. I couldn't help but raise my guard. My previous slight favor for Feng Qingyang instantly dissipated. So it was you, Feng Qingyang, who indeed had someone lying in ambush. Hearing that person's breath was so faint, almost imperceptible, I could conclude that the newcomer must be an exceptional master. I waved my hand and shouted, "Good kid, come at me again." Feng Qingyang did not respond, drawing his sword again. This time my anger surged, and I struck with increased force. Feng Qingyang swiftly thrust out 9 swords, yet could no longer breach my 3 feet. I clapped my palms together repeatedly. With the tip of his sword directed to the side, Feng Qingyang exposed his chest, leaving a wide opening. I had no intention of taking his life, stepped forward, and lightly waved a palm. Feng Qingyang felt a sudden ache in both hands, and with a clatter his long sword fell to the ground. I slightly turned my body and felt the large tree to my right move slightly, as if the person in the tree was quite concerned about Feng Qingyang. With a thought, I stepped forward, raised my right palm, and loudly declared, "Feng Qingyang, surrender. After all, you are a disciple of Dongfang Shao." My right hand fell, pretending to strike toward the top of Feng Qingyang's head. At that moment, I suddenly heard a rustling behind me as a powerful force surged toward me. I was taken aback. This person's inner strength was unfathomable. Although it might not surpass my 9-yang divine skill, it seemed to be quite comparable. I whispered just in time. I turned and struck out, intending to clash with him in terms of inner strength. Though your inner strength is profound, I have more confidence in my 9-yang divine skill. Unexpectedly, he sidestepped and my blow missed. As he landed, he swiftly grabbed the long sword that Feng Qingyang had dropped, and with a swift motion, he thrust it toward me. The air pressure from the sword made me feel extremely frustrated. Since I cultivated the 9-yang divine skill, I had never felt such frustration. I sensed my inner strength stagnate, and inwardly cried out in alarm. I quickly channeled my inner power and dodged to the left, but the sword pierced into my right clothing with a swish, almost brushing against my skin. I felt a chill in my right muscle, followed by a tearing sound as my clothing was shredded. Without giving me a moment to recover, the man attacked with his sword like a shadow. I was all too familiar with this sword technique, precisely the Duga 9 swords that Feng Qingyang had just used. However, in this man's hands, it was a completely different spectacle. In this situation, I could not afford to think too much. I channeled my full inner strength, reaching the 7th layer of Qiankuan Danu, but it only slightly deflected the sword tip. In just 3 moves, he had already severed pieces from my left and right sleeves, leaving me only a hair's breadth away from losing a hand or a leg. Such a fighting style and sword technique were truly ghostly and enchanting. Ever since Dongfang Shao's death, I had never encountered such a fierce sword technique. The thought of Dongfang Shao brought back memories of Chao Yong's words. The person claims to be Dongfang Shao. Could this person before me be? In that instant, my astonishment turned into hatred. In truth, I had not clearly seen the man's face, only vaguely noting his black clothing and masked visage. The moment he drew his sword, he unleashed an astonishingly unparalleled sword technique, forcing me into a position where I could not even contemplate my next move, let alone scrutinize him. His sword came at me like a relentless downpour, slicing and piercing, leaving me no opportunity to catch my breath. Such a blunder, such a miscalculation. It was indeed my own carelessness, underestimating my own martial skills, believing I had few rivals in the world. Little did I know that there are always greater talents, and if this person truly is Dongfang Xiao, how could I ever take my revenge? Thinking of Zhang Minor, I immediately transformed my sorrow and rage into strength. I was no stranger to the Duga 9 swords. After several fierce battles, I had gained considerable experience, and the most effective countermeasure was to seize the initiative, preventing the Duga 9 swords from being in a position of complete offense. If that were the case, the Duga 9 swords would be endless and unbeatable, leaving the one on the receiving end only the option of passively enduring and risking injury with the slightest misstep. At this moment, I was momentarily careless, losing the upper hand, and thus squandered the only opportunity to counter the Duga 9 swords. Finding another chance would be exceedingly difficult. The man pressed on with his sword moves. Although I was at a disadvantage, it was not so easy for him to injure me. I darted through the sword light, searching for an opportunity. Suddenly, I lowered my gaze to find Feng Qingyang sitting on the ground, intently watching the man wield his sword, seemingly lost in thought. An idea struck me. I quickly turned and leaped over Feng Qingyang's body. The man was momentarily stunned, and with Feng Qingyang blocking his line of sight, I took the chance to scrutinize the man in black. To my disappointment, he appeared no different than before. Clad entirely in black with a black headband and a black mask covering his face, only his pair of black eyes were visible. Truly, aside from the long sword, he was entirely shrouded. I watched as the man pushed Feng Qingyang aside and charged at me again. This time, I learned my lesson and could not allow him to seize the initiative. Before his sword could reach me, I summoned my Yang inner energy and struck out with my palm. He felt a wave of heat rushing at him, causing him to hesitate momentarily, and his left-hand sword also paused, but it was only for an instant. After that brief moment, he surged forward once more. I was startled. Over the past 2 years, I had diligently cultivated my inner strength, and under the aid of the 9 Yang divine skill, the dual energies of Yin and Yang within me had reached a peak level. If I wanted Yang, it would be Yang. If I wanted Yin, it would be Yin. Any surge of inner energy would likely leave even a top-tier master gasping for breath. Yet to my astonishment, my 7/10 inner strength embodied in a Yang palm barely affected this person. I concentrated all my energy and struck again with an Yin palm, unleashing a chilling wave of energy. This time the effect seemed significant as the man hastily dodged the palm wind passing through him. He appeared to shiver from the chill, and his sword's momentum slowed. I was overjoyed and launched a series of consecutive strikes with my cold Yin palm energy, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly we found ourselves back at Feng Qingyang's location. I had unleashed more than 10 consecutive strikes, and the man began to falter, retreating a step until he was in front of Feng Qingyang. I struck once more, and Feng Qingyang extended his hand toward the man's back. With a swish, a cold gleam flashed, and Feng Qingyang unexpectedly drew a long sword from the man's waist. I heard the man roar, "Qingyang, make your move." Upon hearing this voice, my mind exploded with a bang, and memories of the night 2 years ago when Zhang Minor died flooded back. The person before me was indeed my arch-nemesis Dongfang Xiao, and his voice was something I would never forget even 100 years later. After the man's command, he seemed suddenly unafraid of my cold, true energy. He raised his sword, and with a speed so swift it was as if lightning struck, stabbed toward my right chest. At that moment, hearing his voice startled me, and I hadn't anticipated that he would counter while retreating. There was no time to block. I could only slightly shift to the right. In that fleeting moment, Feng Qingyang's long sword had already shot toward me like lightning. The position I dodged into happened to intersect with his sword's path. Their combined attacks were seamless, as if they had been rehearsed beforehand. I inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad." In a desperate attempt to escape danger, I exerted force through my legs, trying to push off the ground and fly diagonally, while simultaneously striking out with my right palm to deflect the long sword slightly, hoping to evade this deadly thrust. These two had clearly rehearsed this, precisely timing my dodging direction and the point of attack. Feng Qingyang's earlier strike was merely a feint. Midway, he suddenly changed his attack, lifting the sword tip. I had no way to avoid this. I could only take a risk, clamping my palms together toward the unsharpened side of Feng Qingyang's sword. Suddenly, I noticed a hint of a smug smile at the corner of Feng Qingyang's mouth, and I thought to myself, though your plan is clever, it doesn't necessarily mean you can harm me. Just as I thought, my palms clamped down on the sword blade with incredible speed. I felt the blade was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. Under my grip, the long sword halted for a moment. Suddenly, an immense force surged forth, and the sword pierced through with ease. I was taken aback. With the strength of my grip, it was akin to a steel clamp holding an ordinary long sword. No matter how high the sword wielder's inner strength, they should have been unable to press forward another fraction. Yet I had already gauged Feng Qingyang's inner strength clearly, which was why I dared to grip the sword with both hands. However, I was mistaken. With a slight exertion, Feng Qingyang's long sword effortlessly slid through my hands, piercing easily into my lower abdomen. I was utterly shocked, my eyes wide open, unable to believe that this was truly happening. It wasn't until the sword passed through between my hands and stabbed into the right side of my abdomen, exiting from my back, that I caught a glimpse of the sword hilt, which was engraved with two large characters, Etienne. My legs went weak, and I fell backward. Am I dead? No, I feel a severe pain in my lower abdomen. I still have sensation, which means I am alive, but why does this pain linger on so long, unbearable, as if my mind is burning like fire, yet my thoughts are so clear? I distinctly remember Feng Linyudu and Feng Qingyang using the heavenly sword. Yes, that was indeed the heavenly sword. The blade pierced through my hands and into my lower abdomen. Just the thought of my hands makes the palms feel like they are ablaze, the sensation truly unbearable, akin to being scorched by fire. With the heavenly sword being so sharp, how could it not kill me? Could it be that I have already died due to my heavy sins, cast down to the 18th level of hell, suffering through the cycle of reincarnation? No, I am definitely not dead. I understand now. Although I am gravely injured, the blade merely grazed my flesh, leaving only superficial wounds. My nine-yang true qi still resides within me, and the dual energies of yin and yang are intact, keeping my spirit clear and my essence undamaged. However, it also heightens my nerves, making my physical sensations exceptionally acute. Unaware of how long I had endured this pain, I felt that my body was not hurting as much anymore, and my mind was no longer burning hot. After a while, the pain had significantly lessened, yet my thirst was extraordinary, prompting me to call out, "Water! Water, I want to drink water." As soon as the words left my mouth, I was surprised to realize I could speak, but no one paid me any attention. I endured for a long time, but thirst was not something I could tolerate as easily as pain. I struggled to get up, but lost my balance and fell from the bed to the floor, hitting a table by the edge of the bed. I heard a loud crash as something fell from the table. Suddenly, I heard a gasp from outside the door, and someone pushed the door open. Then a voice exclaimed, "Ah, you are awake." Upon hearing this voice, a beautiful oval face appeared in my mind, recalling the first time I saw Yang Yu. It was Yang Yu. I tried to lift my head, but my mind spun, and as soon as I lowered my head, I fainted again. When I regained consciousness, it was already evening. I felt a faint liquid flowing in my mouth, incredibly sweet, somewhat like a drink from Waha, yet also reminiscent of the sweetness of Nongfu Spring. I opened my eyes, and what greeted me was an exceptionally beautiful face, slightly haggard. It was Yang Yue, who had returned with me to the Ming Dynasty, someone I hadn't seen for 2 years. I trembled as I said, "Yeah, is it really you? You. Yang Yu choked. "Yang Gid, you didn't care about me, heartlessly leaving me behind. I originally thought I would never care about you again, but I truly can't forget you." Tears fell like pearls from a broken string. I sighed and said, "Yeah, the ways of the world are unpredictable. No one wished to see such events unfold. In any case, it was my fault. I feel guilty towards you and Sister Minor. Let's not discuss the past, all right?" Yang Yu wiped away her tears and said, "You are quite slippery. I genuinely wanted to confront you, but seeing you so severely injured, I will keep this debt in mind for now. Once you recover, we can slowly settle it." I smiled wryly, saying, "With such severe injuries, I don't know how long I will have to lie here." Yang Yu responded, "You should just stay put and recover. You're not allowed to go anywhere until you're healed." I asked, "Yeah, where is this place? How did you get here? Did you save me?" Yang Yu smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I can't answer any of those questions. I don't even know how I came here, so of course I won't know where this place is. As for you, 7 days ago." I was startled. 7 days. I have been unconscious for 7 days. Yang Yu rolled her eyes at me and said, "To have your life saved is already a blessing. What more do you want?" I smiled wryly and said, 7 days. "Truly, my dear, Yaya has endured much hardship." Yang Yu continued, "You were gravely injured, and yet you still managed to say this. Truly unrepentant. Back to the main topic. 7 days ago, early in the morning, I found you lying in the courtyard covered in blood. I was startled and thought you were dead. Upon closer inspection, I noticed you were still breathing, so I hurriedly dragged you back inside. To be honest, it was a stroke of luck that you didn't die while I was dragging you. Do you know how heavy you are? I chuckled and said, is it that you are too weak? Yang Yu replied, whether you are too heavy or I am too weak, in any case I pulled you back into the house using all my strength to get you onto the bed, and after a lot of effort, I finally bandaged your wounds. I looked at the thick layers of cloth wrapped around my hands and the thick bandage on my lower abdomen. I smiled wryly and said, to have the Princess Tianxi personally bandage my wounds is truly a great honor, but the prince's skills are rather unprofessional, akin to wrapping zongzi. Yang Yu glared at me and said, if it weren't for this princess using her zongzi wrapping skills to bandage you, you would have long gone to meet the Buddha in the West. I clasped my hands together, though I couldn't do so properly because of the bandages, and said, then I thank the princess for saving my life. As I exerted a little force, a sharp pain shot through my abdomen, and I couldn't help but let out a sound of discomfort. Seeing this, Yang Yu hurried over and said, you little rascal, I told you not to move around. You were fine to complain, but now you've gotten yourself into trouble. As she helped me lie down properly, I groaned for a long time before finally calming the pain. Yang Yu continued, after I'd bandaged your wounds, I fetched some clean water to wash off the blood from your body. When I was cleaning your face, I was taken aback because I didn't expect it to be you. Did you not feel overjoyed, thrilled beyond measure? Yang Yu rolled her eyes at me and said, overjoyed. At that moment, I was even more worried. If it were someone else, even if they couldn't be saved, it wouldn't matter much, but knowing it was you filled me with indescribable anxiety. Yang Gij, do you know that if you died, I was moved and reached out my bandaged hand to hold Yang Yu's left hand, softly saying, yeah, I know you treat me the best. Look, I am alive, aren't I? Yang Yu replied, you have no idea how worried I was back then. You ungrateful person making I raised my left hand and said, I swear if I ever have the thought of mocking Yaya in my heart, Before I could finish, a pair of soft, delicate fingers pressed against my lips. Yang Yu said, I know I was just joking, I don't take it seriously. You should be careful with your promises, once you swear it must come true. Yang Yu's slender hand felt incredibly comforting. I withdrew my left hand, holding hers. Even though there was a layer of cloth between us, I could still distinctly feel the chill of her palm. I unconsciously tightened my grip, unaware that my injured hands caused me to groan in pain. Yang Yu scolded, moving around again, not listening, you deserve it. I could only smile wryly. I then asked, yeah, do you really not know where this place is, Yang Yu shook her head and said, on the morning of the 9th of June, early in the morning, I was summoned by my father into the royal palace. I interjected, father. Yang Yu's face turned red as she said, at first I wasn't accustomed to calling him that, but later, following my mother, it became natural. But I still call my mother mother. I nodded without speaking. Yang Yu continued, Yang Gij, I know you have deep enmity with him. As for Sister Minor, if you think about it carefully, she really has little to do with him. I sneered and said, little to do with him. Who sent Dongfang Shao on his mission? Yang Yu said sadly, in that case he'll just refer to him as he. On the morning of the 9th of June, he summoned me into the royal palace, claiming he wanted to have a family meal together. After lunch I planned to return home, but who knew the palanquin was lifted for so long without reaching Tianxiang Palace? I was puzzled and lifted the palanquin curtain to look, and I discovered the palanquin wasn't heading back to Tianxiang Palace, but was on a different route. I was furious and stopped the bearers, but they ignored me and continued on. I had no choice but to let them take me here. To be honest, although I have been in Beiping for 2 years, I truly don't know where this place is, but I can be sure this is within Beiping City, as I have never left the city gate. Thus I ended up here with 4 guards alternating to keep watch. I have been here for over 10 days now. This is Zhu Dis' scheme. Yang Yu exclaimed. Father, oh no, are you saying he locked me up here? I nodded and explained how Zhu Di used Yang Yu as a pawn to compel me to kill Chao Yong, and how I couldn't bring myself to do it. After hearing this, Yang Yu said, so the siege of Beiping has not been lifted. Alas. I shook my head and said, no, Chao Yong is dead. Zhu Dis' northern army has broken out of the city, achieving a great victory. The siege of Beiping has long been lifted. Yang Yu exclaimed, then why do you say you didn't strike? I replied, Brother Chao was not killed by me, he died after I left. Alas, this matter will likely lead everyone to believe I did it. How should I explain this to Brother Zhu? The thought of this made my heart feel constricted. Yang Yu comforted me. Yang Gij, I believe in you. My heart warmed, and I said, actually at first I did have the intention to kill Brother Chao, as I wanted to save you. However, after Brother Chao's words, I realized that making the common people suffer for the sake of one person is not the way of a true man. Yeah, I did not kill Brother Chao to save you. You won't blame me, will you? Yang Yu shook her head and said, no, you did the right thing. My Yang Gij should be like this, He is a great hero, the great hero in Yeya's heart. Her words warmed my heart. With such a confidant, what more could I wish for? Having not recovered from my injuries, and having said so much, I felt immensely fatigued. Seeing that I was tired, Yang, you helped me lie down, and I fell into a deep sleep with nothing more to say that night. The next morning I awoke to an intoxicating aroma, and struggled upright. Yang Yu hurried over to help me sit up, then wheeled the table close to my bed, so I could reach it without rising. Upon it sat a steamer basket of delicate buns, another of dumplings, and a bowl of soy milk. After 7 days and nights sustained only by clear ginseng broth, I was ravenous, snatching up a bun and shoving it into my mouth, murmuring between bites, delicious. Yaya, did you make these? They're superb. I never knew you possessed such culinary artistry. I shall truly savor every future meal. Yang Yu laughed. I couldn't possibly have made them myself. They were bought from street vendors by the guard stationed at the gate. Look at you gobbling them down. Slow down, or you'll choke. I paid no heed. Had my wounds not been so severe, my movements would have been even more unrestrained. Even so, the buns and dumplings vanished in moments, and the soy milk was drained until the bowl lay upside down. Wiping my mouth, I glanced at Yang Yu and said, I'm terribly sorry. I've devoured everything. You haven't eaten yet, have you? She smiled. I ate long ago. You sleepyhead, sleeping until this hour. Just as we exchanged light banter, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a voice announcing, Your Highness, Prince and Princess have arrived. Yang Yu gasped, Mother, and rushed out to greet them. Moments later, the three entered together. Yang Yu radiant with delight, flanked by Zhu Di and the princess. The Princess of Yin stepped forward and cried, Oh dear. Isn't this Yang Yang? What on earth happened? Are you badly injured? Drawing nearer, she exclaimed again, Good heavens. These wounds are grave. How did this occur? Zhu Di strode forward and asked, Young Master Yang, how came you here? Who dared harm you? I ignored Zhu Di entirely and addressed the princess. Auntie, this tale is long-winded. Pray be seated first. Then slowly and deliberately, I recounted the events of that night. The princess asked Feng Xingyang, Is he the disciple of Dongfang Zhao? I once glimpsed him at the prince's residence. After Dongfang Zhao's death, he never returned. And that black-clad figure, was he truly so formidable? I fixed my gaze upon Zhu Di. Your Highness may know more clearly. As I spoke, I studied his expression closely. If he were complicit, hearing my suspicion would surely provoke some telltale reaction. Yet Zhu Di did not so much as blink, replying coolly, How should I know of this matter? I understand young Master Yang bears ill will toward me, but you cannot ascribe every misfortune to my name. The princess added, Indeed. Yang, His Highness has remained within the residence for over 10 days. This affair bears no connection to him whatsoever. Before I could reply, Yang Yu burst out, Father, why have you confined me here for over 10 days? Zhu Di smiled gently. Yaya, you misunderstand your father. When Beiping City was besieged, its fall seemed imminent. We both resolved to die defending it. Yet you, Yaya, were our greatest concern. Thus we brought you here. Truth be told, 500 elite warriors, battle-hardened, utterly loyal, guard this courtyard. They stand ready to break through enemy lines should the city fall, carving a path to safety for you. Yaya, you truly misjudge your father. Yang Yu pressed further, Then why use me as leverage to compel brother Yang to assassinate the Southern Dynasty's Grand Marshal? Zhu Di sighed wryly. Circumstances left me no choice. Without such coercion, how else could young Master Yang have slain Qiao Yong? I erupted. Zhu Di, only 4 of us stand here. I say it once more, Qiao Yong was not slain by me. You know full well who wielded that blade. Zhu Di replied, It seems young Master Yang's prejudice against me runs deep. But if not you, who else could have done it? And who else possesses such prowess? Who among today's world can move unimpeded through countless armored legions? I fell silent. Indeed, the matter was profoundly enigmatic. How could one even begin to refute it? And even if clarity were achieved now, what purpose would it serve? Yang slew Qiao Yong. That falsehood had surely spread across north and south. To explain is merely to conceal. Zhu Di, your mastery is terrifying. Zhu Di rose and declared cheerfully, The siege of Beiping City has lifted. Yaya, shall we return home? Young Master Yang, you must also accompany us back to the residence to recuperate. I shook my head and turned to the princess. Auntie, I shall remain here. Yang Yu interjected instantly, If brother Yang stays, so do I. The princess hesitated. Yang, consider. I replied firmly, Annie, my decision is final. Thank you for visiting me today. I shall call upon you once fully recovered. The princess nodded. Very well. I shall not press further. Yaya, I entrust young Master Yang to your care. Yang Yu declared proudly. Mother, rest assured. I'm tending to him splendidly, aren't I? Zhu Di stood laughing heartily. Excellent. Young Master Yang, once healed, come with Yaya to the residence. Then I shall personally oversee your wedding ceremony. At those words, both Yang Yu and I froze in astonishment. Then she flushed, stammering, Father, you tease. Let's go quickly, please. Zhu Di and the princess exchanged knowing smiles before departing. Still dazed, I watched them leave, only to find Yang Yu returning moments later grinning. What is it? Have you gone utterly senseless with joy? I snapped back to awareness, stammering, no, not at all. Yang Yu said, then lie still. I'll fetch medicine. It's been ages since I walked the streets. I long to stroll about. Don't stir, or your wounds will split. And who then will rescue you? She laughed softly as I nodded, my mind strangely sluggish, until suddenly remembering, I called out, yeah. Please tell brother Yu I'm well, and ask him not to worry. Her voice echoed distantly in reply. After she left, I lingered and thought upon Zhu Di's parting words. Was I truly to wed Yang Yu? Why could I not forget Zhang Min'er? Yet Yang Yu's affection, evident in her bashful half-spoken words, must have filled her heart with elation. Her sudden departure likely stemmed from embarrassment at being alone with me, a retreat to calm the storm. But what of me? Deep within, where was the jubilant triumph I ought to feel? Was this lingering attachment to Zhang Min'er, or something else entirely? Perhaps only prolonged introspection would yield the answer. This time I was truly gravely injured. I couldn't understand why, despite my severe wounds, I was still alive. Why didn't the masked man and Feng Qingyang kill me? At that moment, I was heavily wounded. If they had struck me again, I would have had no chance of survival. Was that masked man, that masked swordsman, really Dongfang Shao? But who else could wield such an extraordinary sword technique? Yet I had never seen his face, and based solely on those two words and his martial arts, I didn't dare make a hasty judgment. Thus I lay in doubt and tenderness for over half a month. Compared to my previous injury at the Shaolin Temple, it seemed even lighter. Little did I know this was thanks to my long practice of internal martial arts, aided by the dual energies of yin and yang. When I got out of bed, the wound on my lower abdomen had begun to scab, itching unbearably. While the itch on my abdomen was one thing, the wounds on my hands were also healing, and I couldn't help but want to rub them. If it weren't for Yang Yu watching over me, gently soothing me, I might have even scratched my bones. After a month, my injuries had improved significantly, and I was able to get out of bed and move about. It was mid to late July, and the weather was exceptionally hot. After being cooped up for nearly a month, I felt like I was going stir crazy. I jumped out of bed, stretched my arms wide, and yawned. Yang Yu laughed and said, "You're such a restless spirit. Your wounds aren't fully healed yet, and you're eager to stretch your limbs. Be careful not to end up back in bed." I playfully threw a couple of punches and laughed. I could take down a tiger. Now do you believe me? As I pretended to strike, Yang Yu dodged, while laughing. "I'm not a tiger." I laughed and replied, "Why not? You're a female." I stopped abruptly as Yang Yu jumped up and scolded, "Oh, you dare to say I'm a tigress? You want to die?" She swung her delicate fists at me, and I quickly darted out the door with Yang Yu playfully chasing after me. Outside, the sun was scorching, and although it was still morning, the heat was unbearable. The weather in Beiping was humid and sultry, but as I burst out of my cage, I felt the sunlight was bright, and the summer felt as warm as spring. Yang Yu and I strolled along the streets of Beiping, moving leisurely. Passers-by turned their heads in surprise, astonished that we were out walking in such hot weather, casting curious glances our way. I didn't care what others thought, and turned to Yang Yu, saying, Let's go find brother Yu for a drink. I haven't had a sip in a month, and my mouth feels as dry as a desert." Yang Yu shot me a glare and said, "Not letting you drink is to help your wounds heal faster. If I had let you drink, who knows, you might still be lying in bed. Aren't you thankful to me?" I chuckled and replied, yes, little brother was wrong. Let's go and drink to our heart's content today." Yang Yu laughed and said, "All right." When we arrived at Yu Dashin's residence, we didn't knock, but pushed the door open to find Yu Dashin drinking alone. I shouted, "Brother Yu." Yu Dashin was startled at the sound, then he dropped his cup and rushed over, hugging me tightly. "Young brother, you're back. Where have you been for over a month? I've missed you terribly." I stared at Yang Yu in surprise. She said, "Don't glare at me. I didn't tell brother Yu that you were injured. Firstly, I didn't want him to worry, and secondly, it was for your own good. If brother Yu had come to see you, he would have surely brought wine, which wouldn't have been good for your injuries." I protested, "Brother Yu is my best friend. How could you let him worry for a whole month for no reason?" "Brother Yang, please don't blame the princess," Yu Dashin hurriedly interjected. "I actually knew that brother Yang is very skilled and would be fine, so I wasn't worried at all. I just missed you a bit." Hearing this, I forced a smile and said, "This time, brother, you guessed wrong. I really had a close brush with death and almost didn't make it back to see you." "What happened?" Yu Dashin exclaimed. I lifted my shirt to reveal the wound on my abdomen. It had just healed, looking like a red centipede crawling across my stomach, which was quite alarming. This showed just how dangerous it had been at that time. Yu Dashin exclaimed in shock, "Who has such formidable martial arts?" Even Brother Yang is not his opponent. I sighed and said it must be Dongfang Xiao. Dongfang Xiao. He's not dead, Yu Dashan exclaimed. At that time he was masked in black, but judging by his martial arts and sword techniques, it's highly likely that it was Dongfang Xiao. If it weren't for Feng Qingyang assisting him, he might not have been able to injure you, Brother Yang. But didn't you kill Dongfang Xiao 2 years ago? I saw it with my own eyes, and many people were present at the time. Yang Yu interjected. Looking back now, it seems that one sword strike didn't take his life. The situation was extremely chaotic at that time. Besides Zhu Di, I doubt anyone got close enough to see clearly. The fact that I severed his wrist is a solid fact, and that masked man wielded the Duga 9 swords. Thus I firmly conclude that the person must be Dongfang Xiao. How did he manage to injure you? Yu Dashan asked. I replied this was also due to my momentary carelessness. I didn't expect them to have the Etienne sword, and I never imagined the Etienne sword to be so overbearing, indestructible. After recounting the situation, Yu Dashan said, so it's the Etienne sword again. With the Etienne sword re-emerging, it seems there will be trouble again. What puzzles me is what could have enhanced the internal energy of Dongfang Xiao and Feng Qingyang to such an extent. Is it some secret internal cultivation method? Or perhaps some miraculous elixir? Moreover, how could such profound internal energy be cultivated in such a short time? Looking at Dongfang Xiao now, his internal energy has increased by more than double compared to 2 years ago. Even my Juyong divine skill hasn't improved much combined with the Duga 9 swords and the Etienne sword. Who in the world could be his match? You two look at you, unable to stop talking about martial arts. Didn't you say you were going to drink? Yang Yu laughed. I said, all right, Brother Yu, I haven't touched a drop in a month. Today you must drink with me to the fullest. Yu Dashan laughed heartily. I was just lamenting how dull it was to drink alone. Let's go to a tavern and drink. The three of us set off together. The city of Beiping is vast and wide with a rich history. Many dynasties have made it their capital. During the Yuan dynasty, it was known as the Great Capital, gathering the world's splendor in one place. Even though Zhu Yuanzhang established his capital in Nanjing, Beiping has always held its position as the northern capital. Zhu Di was in theft as the Prince of Yin at the age of 11, and he worked hard for decades in the Yinyan region. The prosperity of Beiping surpasses that of the past. Although Mei was plagued by the siege, the city has been free from worry for over a month now, and it is said that Zhu Di's army has re-entered Shandong. The citizens of Beiping live in peace and contentment, and the atmosphere does not resemble that of wartime at all. Except for the army, which remains in a wartime state, the common people have shed the anxiety they felt at the beginning of the conflict, conducting their business as usual. The most famous tavern in Beiping City is called Taibai Yifeng, a name that reminds me of the Taibai Tavern in Yingtian. As soon as we arrived at the entrance, a sharp-eyed servant recognized the Princess of Heaven's gift from afar and hurriedly called the manager to greet us. The manager bowed and said, I am unaware of the princess' esteemed visit, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Yang Yu smiled and said, get up, we came uninvited, so what crime is there? Manager, do you have a private room by the window? The manager quickly got up, his face beaming with smiles, and said, yes. Since the princess has arrived, there will be a room available. I laughed and said, what do you mean by that? What do you mean there will be a room available? The manager replied, yes. He instructed a servant in a low voice, and the servant hurried off. The manager said, please come inside. We stepped into Taibai Yifeng, where the hall was bustling with noise and a constant stream of customers, indicating that this tavern was doing very well. Just as we reached the staircase, a monk descended from upstairs, followed closely by the servant who had rushed off earlier, mumbling something. The monk strode down and approached us, clasping his hands, and said, Amitba, poor monk pays his respects. The manager shouted, big monk, be polite, this is Her Highness the Princess. The monk replied, the poor monk has neither been disrespectful nor dared to be so. I simply want to know why I was driven down. The servant called out from behind, you monk. I shouted, shut up. Did I tell you to drive someone away? The servant immediately fell silent, looking aggrieved at the manager. Ignoring them, I said to the monk, I am Yang Yang, this is my sister Yang Yue, and this is Yu Dashan. Master, I apologize for any offense we may have caused. The monk laughed heartily and said, so it turns out it was not the intention of you young masters, but rather someone taking advantage of their authority and making a fuss. The servant called out again, you. Yang Yu shouted, be quiet. You have no part in this conversation. The manager, sensing the situation was getting out of hand, immediately shouted, get out of here quickly and stop embarrassing me here. The servant retreated with grievance. I continued, master, please take your original seat. We are being presumptuous, and I apologize for the rudeness. The monk's eyes widened, and I was taken aback. His eyes were profound, though dim and lacking luster. They did not seem like those of one who practiced martial arts. Yet those eyes seemed able to see through anyone's innermost thoughts, causing my heart to skip a beat. Hearing him laugh, he said it is indeed a fate that young Master Yong can meet with the poor monk. Why don't we drink a few cups together? I laughed and said I fear it would be an intrusion. The monk laughed heartily, said nothing further, and turned to ascend the stairs. Yu Dashin stepped forward and whispered, Brother Yong, this monk seems a bit strange. Did you see his eyes? They really. Sigh. I couldn't quite put it into words either. I laughed and said it seems he is not a bad person. Let's go up and take a look. Yu. Turning around, I found Yang Yu in a daze. I called out again, Yu. What are you dazed about? Yang Yu was startled and quickly said it's nothing. I was surprised and asked, do you know this monk? Yang Yu shook her head and said, no, I don't know him. I just feel that his gaze seems to be able to see through my heart. Yu Dashin clapped his hands and said, yes. Is that the feeling, princess? Do you feel the same? This monk is indeed a bit strange. Before I could speak, the monk above already shouted, aren't the three of you coming up? What are you waiting for? I smiled and said, let's go. Suddenly Yang Yu grabbed my hand and said, Brother Yong, I suddenly feel so scared. Let's not go up, all right? I smiled and said, what is there to fear? I am here. After saying that, I held her hand with Yu Dashin following behind, and we ascended to the second floor. The private room was indeed elegant, and the monk sat by the window smiling at the three of us, saying, please take a seat. The manager had already instructed someone to bring 3 sets of cups and chopsticks, but a different servant came to us. The servant said, please take a seat, may I ask if you need any dishes? I thought for a moment and blurted out, do you have Tai Bai carp? The servant smiled and said, this young master really knows how to order. The Tai Bai carp is our restaurant's signature dish, renowned from Chengdu in the west to Luoyang in the east and down to Yingtian in the south. I smiled internally. Once this servant started talking, he was relentless. I waved my hand to let him. The three of us took our seats, and the monk smiled, saying, the three of you have introduced yourselves. I am Dian, a wandering monk without a fixed abode, making the world my home. I am fortunate to meet the three of you, please. After saying that, he filled our cups with wine. Upon hearing the name Dalian, it struck me as particularly familiar, but I could not recall where I had heard it. I wondered if this was yet another notable figure from history, or perhaps a character from some novel. Dalian raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Not wanting to think too much, I lifted my cup and drank it down as well. Yang Yu said, I cannot handle alcohol well, just one sip for me. Please forgive me, master. Dalian smiled and said, the name of the Princess of Heaven's gift is well known far and wide. This young master Yang Yang must be the one who won the flower in Yingtian and brought home the beauty. I laughed and said, I am ashamed a master is jesting. Dalian the monk continued, young master Yang, I have always wanted to meet you in person to ask you a question. I replied, please go ahead, master. Dalian said, there is a widely circulated legend in the martial world lately concerning young Master Yang's conquest of the prince consort in Yingtian. Among the 3 trials, the circumstances of the last trial have recently been disclosed. Such an intriguing question, I wonder if it is true. I was taken aback, realizing that there were a total of 5 people who attended that day. Other than myself, the remaining 4 would certainly go back to mention it to their friends and family, leading to it spreading. It wouldn't be surprising. Perhaps others truly regarded this matter as a legend, merely a topic for casual conversation. Yet today this Dalian monk brought it up openly in front of everyone, without any reservations. My mind stirred, and I suddenly came up with a plan, recounting the words I had used to deceive Chao Yong that day. Yang Yu's brows furrowed tightly, not knowing what was on her mind. After I finished speaking, Dalian smiled without saying a word. Yu Dashin, however, exclaimed, so that's how it is. Brother Yang, you have deceived me. I laughed heartily and said, Brother Yu, this matter is rather unflattering. Why make a big deal of it? Dalian suddenly interjected, what young Master Yang said is not the truth. I was shocked, keeping my expression neutral, and asked, how do you know? Dalian responded, this statement is carefully constructed and fabricated by young Master Yang. You need not ask how I know, you only need to tell me if I guessed right. I was taken aback, unsure how to deny it, and fell silent for a while. Seeing that I did not respond, Dalian leaned closer to my ear and whispered, in truth, knowing about events 200 years later is not something to be ashamed of. My heart shook greatly, and my hand trembled, causing a cup of wine to be knocked over, shattering on the ground. Dalian retreated to his seat, smiling silently. Dalian remained silent. Yang Yu was in a daze, and Yu Dashin appeared confused. My heart was in turmoil, and none of us spoke, each lost in our own thoughts. The one to break the deadlock was the servant who called out, the Tai Bai carp is ready. He brought a large plate of Tai Bai carp to the table, pulling the 4 of us back to reality. Dalian smiled and said, eat. Don't be polite. I chuckled, awkwardly forcing myself to pick up my chopsticks. Although the Tai Bai carp was fragrant, it was no different from the one at the Tai Bai tavern in Yingtian. However, at that moment I was still shaken by what Dalian had said earlier, and I couldn't feel the same joy as when I had dined with Feng Xiaoru and Ingtian. Dalian drank 2 cups, but then turned to Yang Yu and said, I see the princess is lost in thought. Is it the food and wine that do not suit your taste? Yang Yu shook her head and said no. It's not. Dalian smiled and said there are some things that cannot be forced. You have no choice and cannot choose, so why must you think so negatively? Yang Yu shivered and said, what? What are you saying? You know, Dalian said if you must do it, do not regret it. When you regret it, perhaps you will find that you can do nothing at all. Yang Yu stood up and said, what do you know? Dalian dipped his finger in the wine and wrote 2 characters on the table, farewell letter. Yang Yu suddenly screamed, you are not human. You are a devil. You know everything. I held Yang Yu and said, Yue, what is wrong? Yang Yu said, brother Yang, let's go. I don't want to see this monk. I too felt a fear towards this Dalian monk. His gaze seemed to truly see through everyone's inner world, so I said, master, I apologize. We must take our leave now. Dalian smiled and said, young master, please do as you wish. We shall meet again. I helped Yang Yue turn to descend the stairs, and Yu Dashin muttered behind us, you monk, it's all your fault for saying such strange things and drawing such ghostly symbols. Because of you I couldn't enjoy my wine. What a letdown. As we descended the stairs, Daoyan's laughter echoed from above, young master Yang, we shall meet again. The 3 of us stepped out of Tai Bai Yifeng, each lost in our own thoughts, not uttering a word. Both I and Yang Yu were struck dumb by the words of Monk Dayan, feeling gloomy in the mountains, still complaining about how poorly the wine had been served. Returning to Yu Dashin's home, Yang Yu suddenly said, brother Yang, I need to return to the Wangfu. I want to see my mother. I nodded and said, all right, if you have any matters, come find me here at Yu Daji's place. Yang Yu nodded, and not long after we sat down, a family member approached and reported, sir, there is a Taoist outside seeking an audience. Yu Dashin's eyes widened in surprise, and he angrily said, a Taoist. Why is it that today we have either a monk or a Taoist? Do not let them in. I asked, what does that Taoist look like? The family member replied, young master, that Taoist is alone with an extraordinary appearance, truly possessing the charm of an immortal. A thought crossed my mind, and I said, please invite that Taoist in. Yu Dashin said, brother Yang, are you asking the Taoist to come and draw charms to catch ghosts? I smiled and said, you to go, perhaps you know this Taoist as well. Yu Dashin was taken aback and stared at me. Before long, that family member brought the Taoist into the courtyard. Even before he arrived, his voice could be heard, brother Yang, an old friend visits, and you do not come out to welcome me. Upon hearing that voice, I felt a rush of excitement and quickly went out to greet him, saying, so it is Master Yin visiting. Yang has failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me. I saw a figure flash by as a person entered with billowing sleeves. It was none other than Yin Weifan, the leader of Wudong, who had played the Guqin in the Butterfly Valley together with Dongfang Xiao. Upon seeing me, he wore a face full of anger, snorted, and ignored me, striding straight into the hall. I glanced at Yu Dashin, my eyes revealing confusion. His initial greeting seemed quite friendly, but who would have thought his attitude would be like this upon meeting? Yu Dashin whispered, this arrogant fellow has quite the airs. We followed into the hall where Yin Weifan sat with a cold expression, his demeanor even more imposing than when we met in the Butterfly Valley. He coldly sneered, Hero Yang, you are quite the spectacle in Beiping. Such a grand display. My heart sank, and I immediately understood the source of his anger. I said seriously, Master Yin, this matter is quite complicated. Allow Yang to tell you the truth. Yin Weifan replied, everyone speaks in unison. Let's see how you defend yourself. I never expected the great Ming dynasty to be brought to ruin by your hand alone. I said, Master Yin, please calm your anger. Brother Chao Yong was indeed not killed by me. There are deeper issues at play. Yin Weifan's expression softened slightly. He said, I shall listen to what you have to say. If it turns out you truly committed such a heinous act, though my skills may not match yours once I leave this place, I will certainly gather heroes from across the land to hunt you down. I forced a smile and said, Master Yin, everything stems from Zhu Di's treacherous scheme. Thus I recounted the events in detail. After listening to my words, Yin Weifan let out a long sigh and said, I knew Brother Yang would never act against the greater good, but coming here all I heard was otherwise, making it hard not to believe. It seems Zhu Di's wicked plot has indeed succeeded. I forced a bitter smile and said I knew this was Zhu Di's scheme, but I still fell into the trap. Now it's hard to explain, but it feels as if even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away my sins. Yin Weifan continued, Zhu Di's scheme is indeed vile. Brother Yang, do you know why I came here this time? I replied, could it be for this matter? Yin Weifan said, the repercussions of this incident in the Southern Dynasty are beyond what you can imagine. When the news broke, the entire nation was shaken. The emperor fainted in the court, and when he awoke after a day and night, his first words were, heaven does not favor my Ming. He fainted 3 times in succession. My heart ached. I thought that while this blow might not be too deep for others for Zhu Yunwen, it could be a catastrophe. He must be heartbroken over Chao Yong's death and the worsening war situation, but the betrayal of his sworn brother. This wound must weigh heavier than any other, causing tears to flow from my eyes, as I said, brother, oh brother. Yang Yong has wronged you. You must take care of yourself. Yin Weifan continued, I wouldn't have made this trip just for the emperor's sake. What concerns me is you. Brother Yang. You should know that in my life I have never admired many people, but you, Brother Yang, are the only one among the younger generation I hold in high regard. When you resolved to retreat to Butterfly Valley, I tried to persuade you, feeling it was a great loss. Hearing your news this time, I was first delighted, only to find it was such a heartbreaking matter. Thus I could not restrain myself, and decided to personally come to Beiping to clarify this matter face to face. I said it is truly embarrassing that my one affair has caused Master Yin to travel such a long distance. Yin Weifan said, Brother Yang, do you know the current situation of the martial arts world in the Southern Dynasty? I shook my head. Yin Weifan said the 6 major sects of the Southern Dynasty and the 13 factions of the Jianghu, which were once united against Dongfang Shao, have jointly sent a pigeon to the 13 factions. On the 15th of August, they will gather at the foot of Mount Song to discuss the plan to resist Zhu Di and swear to kill Yang Yang. I was taken aback and stammered, swear to kill me. Yin Weifan nodded and said, Brother Yang's infamous reputation has long since spread across the rivers and lakes. When the people of the Southern Dynasty speak your name, they grit their teeth and denounce you as a traitor to the country. This accusation against you, Brother Yang, will likely be hard to clear for quite some time. I fell silent. I, a modern high school student from 600 years in the future, found myself in the Ming Dynasty by coincidence, and instead of being a good student, I have come to be labeled a traitor in this ancient era. What can I even say about this? I said, Master Yin, I am truly wronged in this matter, and I must ask you to clarify for Yang Yang. Yin Weifan nodded and said, I actually do not believe that Brother Yang would do such a thing. My previous expression was merely a test of you. You Dashin interjected, Master Yin, my brother Yang is indeed wronged. Oh, at that time I happened to be at the city gate, and when Chao Yong's head flew up to the city wall, Brother Yang had already returned home. Yin Weifan nodded and said, when I heard about this matter, I immediately rushed to Shaolin. The abbot Mingfa also did not believe that Brother Yang would act this way, but with so many insisting otherwise, we were left with no certainty. Therefore we decided that I would go to Beiping to investigate the truth. I smiled bitterly and said, if Master Yin had come a day earlier, I fear I might not have been able to see you. Yin Weifan asked, why is that? I recounted the midnight battle in the maple forest and the events in the small courtyard where I was recuperating finally, saying based on my assumption that masked man in black must be Dongfang Shao. Yin Weifan exclaimed, what? Dongfang Shao, he is not dead. I nodded and said, yes, this person has become even more enigmatic in his swordsmanship with his left hand in the 2 years since we last met. What is even more puzzling is that his internal strength has increased tremendously. In just 2 years it has more than doubled, and even his disciple Feng Qingyang has made great strides in his internal power, which is truly baffling. Yin Weifan pondered and said, such rapid growth in internal strength. Could it be that he has consumed some kind of divine elixir? Suddenly a flash of insight crossed his eyes as he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, ah. I hurriedly asked, what did you remember, Master Yin? Yin Weifan replied, Brother Yang, it must be so. 2 months ago, the current leader of the Amei sect, Master Xuanzi, came to Wudong Mountain and told me something. I asked Amei sect, what was that about? Yin Weifan explained, over 2 years ago, Master Yuxing was killed by Dongfang Shao's treachery, and the heavenly sword was also stolen by him. The Amei sect was left without a leader, and the disciples elected Master Xuanzi, who is also a nun, to take over. However, as Master Yuxing died early, Master Xuanzi did not receive the complete teachings of martial arts, and could only study the martial arts manuals left by previous leaders. One day, while reviewing the martial arts secrets of the 4th leader, Zhou, Master Xuanzi unexpectedly discovered a letter detailing the origins of the heavenly sword. Hearing this, I smiled and said, I also know the origin of the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying saber were forged by the great hero Guijing's wife Huang Rong during the Southern Song dynasty. Each weapon concealed a treasure. The saber held the military strategies of Wu Mu, an unparalleled military treatise, while the sword contained martial arts secrets, the most famous of which are the 9 Manual and the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Later, during a clash between the 2 weapons, the treasures within were all claimed by Zhou Zhao. As for how the heavenly sword was reconnected later, I do not know. Yin Weifan said the letter mentioned that later Zhou Zhao found a skilled craftsman to reforge the heavenly sword. At that time, she was heartbroken over the departure of her brother Wujia and lost all motivation to practice martial arts. However, feeling that it would be a disservice to the efforts of her predecessors if such unparalleled martial arts were not passed down, she hid the 9-in manual within the hilt of the heavenly sword, but the whereabouts of the 18 dragon-subduing palms was not mentioned in the letter. I exclaimed, the hilt of the heavenly sword, could it be that? In Wei Fan said for some reason Master Yuxing did not retrieve that secret before her death. Master Zhou Zhuo clearly wrote about this matter in the letter, but this letter was only discovered in Master Xuan's generation. Truly the world is unpredictable, and fate plays tricks on us. I said, are you implying that Dongfang Xiao and his disciples' rapid increase in internal strength is due to discovering the 9-in manual hidden in the hilt of the heavenly sword? In Wei Fan confirmed exactly. Besides that, I can't think of any other martial arts that could cause such a rapid increase in internal strength. I heard my master say that Senior Huang once wrote several methods for rapidly increasing internal strength, which Master Zhou also practiced to achieve his skills. As I pondered, it made sense. If Dongfang Xiao acquired the 9-in manual, his internal power and martial arts would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Given time, who in the world could possibly contain him? I could not help but show a worried expression on my face. In Wei Fan seemed to perceive my concerns and said, Brother Yang, you need not worry. Our sect's founder Master Zhang once said the martial arts in the 9-in manual cannot be mastered overnight, even by someone exceptionally bright. Dongfang Xiao, even if he obtained the secret 2 years ago, would not have been able to master all the techniques in the manual. Moreover, he may not have even discovered it so soon. Furthermore, Dongfang Xiao excels in swordsmanship, and if he has not trained the techniques from the manual to a level surpassing Duga 9 swords, I suspect he would not abandon his strengths for weaknesses. After In Wei Fan's analysis, I felt relieved. I recalled something and said, Master In, I have a question to ask. That day during the midnight battle in the maple forest, Dongfang Xiao and Feng Qingyang could have easily killed me with just a swing of their swords, yet why did I not die? In Wei Fan said, ever since you started speaking of this matter, I have been pondering this question, but could not find an answer. Moreover, have you considered that the one who killed Chao Yong might also be Dongfang Xiao? I exclaimed, how did I not think of that? They used me to draw attention away from their camp, and Dongfang Xiao took the opportunity to infiltrate the southern camp. While I was there, he lay in wait after I left with his skills. Killing Chao Yong would have been a piece of cake. Yes, it must be so. Zhu Di has a deep scheme. In Wei Fan said, now that we have identified the culprit, your innocence can also be proven. As long as we capture Dongfang Xiao, the truth will come to light. However, before that, Brother Yang, I advise you to leave Beiping. I asked in surprise, why is that? In Wei Fan said, today is July 25th, and there are only 20 days left until the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering of the 4 major sects and 13 factions on Mount Song. This means you must leave Beiping within these 20 days. Otherwise, it will be extremely dangerous. I further asked Master In, just tell me directly. In Wei Fan said, the purpose of this gathering of the 4 major sects and 13 factions is singular, to discuss how to deal with you and to kill you. Once the gathering concludes, there will surely be a steady stream of martial experts infiltrating Beiping to assassinate you. As the saying goes, a bright spear is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Brother Yang, forgive me for speaking plainly, but in the eyes of the world you are now seen as a confirmed traitor. They will not care about any martial arts codes of conduct. They will stop at nothing to kill you, even using despicable methods. If they succeed in killing you, they will undoubtedly become heroes in the eyes of the world. Therefore, I advise you to leave Beiping as soon as possible. I was filled with rage and said, I have done nothing wrong, why should I hide away? In Wei Fan replied, Zhu Di is cunning. This time, he has framed you by using the people's whispers. You can no longer defend yourself. This blame is now yours to bear. Listen to my advice and leave Beiping. I slammed my hand on the table in frustration, unleashing my internal energy in the process, and with a loud crack, the tea table split in two. I exclaimed, I apologize, Brother Yu, for this. Yu Dashin said, what's a broken table? Brother Yang, I believe what Master Yin says makes sense. You should leave Beiping for your own good. I felt conflicted and said, but there are still 20 days left. Let me think it over. In Wei Fan replied, 20 days is just my estimation. Besides these 4 sects and 13 factions, who knows how many other sects and masters there are. I fear that there are already a considerable number of martial artists infiltrating Beiping at this moment. This matter should not be delayed. The longer you wait, the more danger there is. The truth will eventually come to light, and I will take responsibility for this matter. If it comes to it, Master Mingfa and I, with our reputations in the martial world, can resolve anything. I thought to myself that with their status in the martial world, there truly should be nothing that could stump them, so I felt a bit reassured. I pondered, but if I leave Beiping, where should I go? Yin Weifan smiled and said, there is one place you... I suddenly thought of something and blurted out Ingtian. Yin Weifan clapped his hands and said, exactly. What Brother Yang needs to persuade the most is the Emperor. As for matters in the martial world, leave them to me and Master Mingfa. But how do we address the people's whispers? What better way to silence them than for the Emperor to issue a decree to clear Brother Yang's name? I thought to myself that indeed I must go to the Ingtian Palace. If I cannot gain Zhu Yunwen's trust, I believe my heart will never find peace in the future. Thus I said, as Master Yin said, I will set out for Ingtian in the next few days. Yin Weifan said, then I shall impose upon you for a few more days, and I will accompany Brother Yang south. Yu Dashan joyfully said, the Wudong leader is visiting my humble abode. I am truly honored. I wonder, does Master Yin drink? Yin Weifan replied with a smile, though I dress as a Taoist, I do not abstain from meat and wine. Yu Dashan said, that's great. This afternoon I entertained a monk at the tavern. Now tonight we shall have a good drink. Hearing Yu Dashan mention the monk, I couldn't help but ask Master Yin, I have a question. Have you heard of the monk Dao Yan? Yin Weifan pondered and said, Dao Yan. This is the first time I have heard this name. What is so special? I mentioned the incident at the Taibai Yifeng Tavern, but omitted the words Dao Yan whispered in my ear. Yu Dashan interjected, that monk speaks nonsense and his pair of eyes can make one uncomfortable. Brother Yang, let's not mention him, lest it spoils our drinking mood. Tonight, let's drink to our heart's content. Yin Weifan shook his head, and I stopped pursuing the matter. Yin Weifan came this time, bearing news of the changes in the southern martial world. I had been in Beiping for over a month, and was entirely unaware of the outside affairs, not knowing that the southern martial world had mobilized such a large force to kill me. As someone from 600 years in the future, I had unexpectedly caused such a stir during this turbulent time in the Ming dynasty.